Chapter 202. This time, Su Yan still had spirit energy to protect his body, but his whole body was still frozen. He was very clear that if he retracted his spirit energy, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond would freeze him in an instant. On the other hand, Su Yan was clearly aware that if the dragon blood ice-fire barrier couldn't be reformed, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long just by relying on the spiritual energy of a saint of the four bloodlines. In the end, he would still be unable to escape death. First, he would instantly fall into death. Second, he would slowly walk into death. Both were dead ends. However, at that moment of death, there was a suspense. That was, Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared when Su Yan was circulating his spirit energy. If he stopped the circulation of spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield could be restored. Although this was only a choice between the two. But after all, it was related to life and death. Even if Su Yan was extraordinarily intelligent, he could not accept death. This could be said to be a difficult choice. Even if Su Yan was usually swift and decisive, it was still difficult for him to make a decision. And when Su Yan was in a dilemma. Above the mysterious ice-cold pond, the onlookers were also in a state of confusion. Ratley and the others racked their brains, but they could not imagine that the person who entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yan. They would rather believe that it was the powerful disciples of the Eastern Palace who suddenly came to the mysterious ice-cold pond to train than Su Yan, a mere four-veined saint warrior. And it was precisely because they could not guess who it was. Looking at the fourth layer of red light that had been lit up, the crowd had some expectations, looking forward to the fifth layer of red light to light up. At the same time, they hoped that this person would come out of the pond. That way, the mystery in their hearts would be solved. Unfortunately, they waited for a long time. Not only did they not see the fifth layer light up, but they also did not see anyone come out of the pond. This made their already confused minds even more confused. Who is this person, to be able to stay in the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long and not come out? Ratley had already planned to leave, but now seeing the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond light up. How could he be willing to leave without knowing who it was? Thinking that this person had already entered the profound ice-cold pond and stayed in the fourth layer for such a long time, he became even more confused. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, even though he was ranked last. However, he was still one of the best in the Eastern Palace, and the things he knew were far beyond what the ordinary disciples could compare to. At the same time, he was very clear about how cold the water in the fourth layer of the frozen ice pond was. Even he, who had always been conceited, did not have the confidence to stay in the fourth layer of the icy pond for such a long time. After all, he was only a sky phase emperor. Although the spiritual energy in his body was boundless, under the constant cold stimulation of the icy pond, it would eventually run out. Now that the fifth light had not lit up and no one had come out, how could he not be confused? And Su Yan, who was on the fourth level, naturally did not know about these things. However, as time went by, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool kept invading Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's entire body to freeze. His entire body also fell into a state of numbness. If this goes on, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan felt the coldness around him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I will bet on you today. If this is my fate, then so be it. As he spoke, a resplendent light instantly condensed within Su Yan's eyes that were floating indeterminately. There was no longer any trace of hesitation. His body slightly moved, and the cultivation technique in his body suddenly stopped. All the spiritual energy that was protecting Su Yan's body was taken back. The icy pond. When Su Yan's body lost the protection of spiritual energy, the cold water of the icy pond instantly pierced through Su Yan's body like countless swords. That boundless pain instantly invaded his body. Ah! Su Yan screamed, as if all his hands and feet were torn apart in an instant. Did I make the wrong bet? Su Yan felt this pain. He was unwilling and desperate at the same time. He bitterly smiled and said, I can't believe that Su Yan, the peak sword saint of a generation, will finally die in this pool. Su Yan thought, and didn't use his cultivation technique to resist again. Because Su Yan was very clear that there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. Even if he used his cultivation technique to resist, it would still be difficult to escape the fate of death. Naturally, there was no need to waste energy. It was better to take advantage of this last moment to reminisce about life. Bang! Just when Su Yan completely gave up, a warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. He forcefully supported his stiff head and lowered his head to take a look. Su Yan's eyes immediately emitted a resplendent light. This is the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle. Su Yan whispered in his heart. An unconcealable look of excitement appeared on his face. Just now, Su Yan had already given up and accepted the baptism of death. But in this despair, he suddenly saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appear. He saw the dawn of hope. How could he not be excited? It seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan looked at the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and laughed in his heart. He didn't make any movements. He was afraid that if he suddenly made any unnecessary movements, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield would disappear again. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield really disappeared, Su Yan would really die here. As the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield slowly emerged and protected Su Yan's body, bursts of warmth slowly flowed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. He moved his muscles and bones and said with a smile, "It's good to be alive." After a series of movements, his stiff body completely recovered. Originally, under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan could still vaguely feel a little cold. But now that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appeared, in this fourth layer, Su Yan no longer felt a trace of cold. Instead, traces of heat were emitted from his body, making him feel a warmth that he had never felt before. So what if it's the mysterious ice-cold pool? With this Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, how can you hurt me? Su Yan was excited. He couldn't help but feel a chill. After all, breaking out of the gates of hell was really too exciting. After Su Yan was excited for a while, Su Yan also re-examined the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on his body. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Su Yan clearly saw that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield had some movement under the cold stimulation of the mysterious ice-cold pool. And it was precisely because of this movement. Su Yan thought that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could absorb the cold of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan also wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the cold air around him. It was also because of this that Su Yan almost stepped into the path of death. Xiao! At this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield moved again. This time, Su Yan didn't dare to use his spirit chi anymore. Instead, he carefully observed the changes of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Ever since Su Yan obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. All this while, Su Yan had never truly understood the mysteries behind it. Now that he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself, Su Yan was even more puzzled. Why did the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself, and why did it disappear when I used my spirit chi? Su Yan was puzzled. He watched the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield for a long time. Other than a slight tremble, there was no other movement. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Su Yan thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand the mystery of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. In the end, he could only choose to give up. He looked down and frowned again. The mysterious ice-cold pool gets colder as I go down. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect my body, who can guarantee that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield can really withstand the cold? Should I continue going down? Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation as he thought. Under the warmth of his body, Su Yan's hesitation disappeared in a moment. In exchange, he became determined. I've already died once just now. This time, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire barrier is obviously much stronger than before. Why wouldn't I dare to go down? Su Yan muttered to himself. In an instant, he swam underground. This wasn't Su Yan trying to be brave. Su Yan felt that the change of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was related to the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. It was very likely that the colder the water in the mysterious ice-cold pool, the more it could stimulate the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. For this, Su Yan had to take a gamble. The onlookers in the mysterious ice-cold pool still didn't leave. They stared at the red light on the stone wall and gathered in twos and threes to talk about something. Who is this person? He has been down for so long. Why hasn't he come up yet? Yes, and the light of the fifth layer hasn't lit up. Obviously, this person is still at the fourth layer. Do you think this person is practicing something at the fourth layer? Maybe. Ratley stood to the side and listened to these people's words. He couldn't help but sneer, ignorant people. Several hours have passed. Even the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace can't stay in the mysterious ice-cold pool for so long. Now that such a long time has passed, it's obvious that this person has died here. As Shuli thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. The doubt in his heart also disappeared. After all, no one would care about a dead person. Rat sang, let's go. Since Ratley thought that this person had died in the mysterious ice-cold pool, he lost interest in watching and turned back to Rat Sang. Rat Sang didn't think as much as Ratley. He was really unwilling. He, Rat Sang, had just entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool with the strength of a six-veined saint. He was being worshipped and envied by everyone. But it wasn't long before this was broken by someone. How could he be willing? He wanted to wait and see who was in the mysterious ice-cold pool. If they were stronger than him, then he would let it go. If they weren't, impossible. Rat Sang didn't believe that the person in the pool was weaker than him. He didn't believe it. After all, he didn't see anyone come out and didn't see who it was. Chapter 203. Ratley looked at Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Rat Sang, are you stupid? This person has stayed in the fourth layer for so long and hasn't come out of the fifth layer. He must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. What else is there to see? When Rat Sang heard Ratley's words, he was stunned. Then, he thought of something and rubbed his head. He laughed and said, that's right. It has been so long. How could I not think of it? Ha ha ha. Rat Sang thought that this person was already dead. The knot in his heart was immediately untied. He laughed a few times and followed Ratley. Big brother, let's go, let's go. Although Ratley was usually strict with Rat Sang, he didn't smile in front of Rat Sang. However, this didn't mean that Ratley didn't love his little brother. On the contrary, Ratley doted on his little brother a lot. Of course, as Rat Sang's big brother, Ratley naturally knew what his little brother was thinking in his heart. Seeing that his mood was suddenly enlightened, Ratley was naturally happy. He glanced at the fourth light on the stone wall and smiled in disdain. He turned around and walked out of the door. After Ratley and Rat Sang left, the others looked at the fourth red light and shook their heads. They all thought that Ratley was right. This person must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the number of people who died in the profound ice-cold pond every year was not small. Everyone prepared to leave. Of course, there were some people who wanted to stay and watch. At this moment, The fifth red light that had been dim suddenly lit up. Those who wanted to stay and watch were all stunned when they saw the red light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and confirmed that the fifth red light really lit up. They immediately shouted excitedly, "The fifth layer, the fifth layer. That person didn't die." The fifth layer light lit up. Everyone who had just walked to the door heard this shout and were all stunned. Ratli and Rat Sang were also stunned. Especially when Shu Sang came back to his senses, he excitedly ran back. He pushed aside the crowd and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Seeing the red light on the stone wall, Shu Sang's heart sank. How is this possible? Who entered the fifth layer? Shu Sang was born with the Ice Soul affinity and have only reached the fifth level after forming the Ice Soul Saint Vein. Who could reach the fifth level? Shu Sang muttered to himself and frowned as he looked at the red light on the wall. He didn't want to believe that someone had reached the fifth level. After all, no one had been able to reach the fourth level for many years. When Ratli returned and saw the fifth red light, he couldn't help but frown. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he naturally knew more than the ordinary disciples. He also knew more about the mysterious ice-cold pond than the ordinary people. It could be said that Ratli knew all the disciples who had the strength to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was because he knew them all. Ratli was confused because he knew that the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond could no longer cultivate in the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, they didn't have Shu Sang's special physique. In addition to tempering the body in the profound ice-cold pool, it would not be of much help to their cultivation. Moreover, when they were cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond, they had already challenged their limits. They had also broken through their own limits. If they came back now, they would definitely break through their limits. It was impossible for them to come back and waste time in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Then who is this person? Ratli thought and frowned. He tried to find this person's figure in his mind, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he didn't believe that the person in the pond was Su Yan. Su Yan naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and each of them was full of confusion. Su Yan didn't have the leisure to think about these things. At the moment of entering the fifth layer, Su Yan suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the pond water was even colder. Although it was still not enough to cause any threat to Su Yan. However, Su Yan could feel that the surrounding temperature dropped because the warm current in his body had disappeared. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel that the surrounding spirit qi had become very abundant. The spirit qi here was at least several times higher than outside the mysterious ice-cold pond. This mysterious ice-cold pond was definitely a holy land for cultivation. However, facing such abundant spirit qi, Su Yan smiled bitterly. Although the spirit qi here is abundant, it's a pity that each of my meridians is a kind of epiphany, so the spirit qi is useless to me. When ordinary people cultivated, when they were at the peak of life's soul, they would be able to condense a holy meridian, which was already the main meridian. As for the other 8 meridians, they only needed to absorb spirit qi. When the spirit qi reached a certain level, or when they reached the bottleneck of a meridian, they would be able to break through and condense the second holy meridian. However, Su Yan couldn't do that. Because Su Yan needed an epiphany for each of his holy meridians, and they all needed new elements. This made the spirit qi useless to Su Yan. Looking at the abundant spirit qi, but not being able to cultivate, that feeling was like seeing a roast duck in front of him after being hungry for many days, but not being able to eat it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. After all, he had already embarked on this path. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and no longer cared about the spirit qi. Instead, He observed the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body. After observing for a while, Su Yan didn't see any changes. He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This dragon blood ice fire shield has nothing to do with the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Before Su Yan could finish his words, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, the dragon blood ice fire barrier on Su Yan's body started to tremble. Originally, the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body was red, but under the pressure of the cold chi, a thin layer of frost immediately condensed. This frost first slowly surged up from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan saw this and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that my guess was right. This dragon blood ice fire shield really has something to do with the cold chi. As Su Yan spoke, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but float a trace of a smile. But it quickly disappeared. He frowned. Even if this dragon blood ice fire shield has something to do with the cold chi and changes, what will it change into? Su Yan didn't know anything about the dragon blood ice fire shield. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi to test it. Facing the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could only watch it change. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi and didn't know how the dragon blood ice fire shield would change. Su Yan felt an unprecedented helplessness. Looking at the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. I don't know if this change is good or bad. I can only wait and see. Su Yan said. He didn't do anything and didn't think about anything. He looked around and happened to see a protruding boulder beside the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan immediately swam over and sat on it, quietly watching the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield. He sat there for several hours. Su Yan was happy and at ease. However, it made the people watching on the mysterious ice-cold pond very anxious. Especially Rat Sang. Looking at the unchanging fifth lamp, his expression became more and more unsightly. Who is this person? What is he doing under the mysterious ice-cold pond? He has already been down there for so long. How did he do it? Ratley also frowned as he watched. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to say that this person had died down there. He could only speculate in his heart, who is this person? How can he last for so long in the mysterious ice-cold pond? Could it be Senior Marshal Brother Qin? Ratley almost thought of all the powerful people, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he still ignored Su Yan. Especially as time passed, he couldn't believe that the person in the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yan. After all, with Su Yan's strength as a four-vein saint, he didn't believe that Su Yan could stay in the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long, let alone the fifth layer. So he didn't believe it even more. Not only did he not believe it, but the people around the mysterious ice-cold pond also didn't believe it. Even Emperor Tianxiang might not be able to last long in the mysterious ice-cold pond. How could they believe that a four-vein saint could last so long in there? And it was because of this disbelief and doubt in their hearts. So they just stood there, watching and waiting. Originally, there were people who would go into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate in the past, but because of this, no one went into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. They just quietly waited around. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were looking forward to the sixth lamp's aura or waiting for this person to come out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't know these things. He also didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This person was no one else but the Princess of Chu. After seeing Su Yan's performance in the sea dock last time, the Princess of Chu's appreciation for Su Yan increased a lot. Su Yan, in the eyes of the Princess of Chu, had long been selected as the hope of the Monster Palace. And it was because of the Princess of Chu's expectations for Su Yan. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see how this Su Yan cultivated. She also wanted to see if he could fulfill her expectations. It was precisely because of this mentality. The Princess of Chu, who was free, once again used the crystal pearl to check on Su Yan's existence. Although this crystal pearl looked ordinary, however, it was an extraordinary item. It was called the Taiyao Ancient Pearl, and it was one of the 4 sacred objects of the Monster Palace. This Taiyao Ancient Pearl could use some of the Monster Palace's disciples' aura to observe. Not only could it observe, but when one's strength reached a certain level, it could also use that person's aura to travel through space through the Taiyao Ancient Pearl. Chapter 204. The Princess of Chu had placed 2 restrictions in Su Yan's body. Naturally, she could observe Su Yan's existence through the ancient demon pearl at any time. Of course, the Princess of Chu wasn't observing Su Yan just to see how Su Yan cultivated. She was using the ancient demon pearl to observe Su Yan and investigate Su Yan's secrets. Seeing Su Yan cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu couldn't help but be startled. Especially when she saw Su Yan reach the 5th level of the profound ice-cold pond, she was even more startled. Of course, while she was startled, the Princess of Chu quickly discovered the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body. The Princess of Chu was startled at first, but quickly discovered the secret of the dragon blood ice fire shield. She smiled and said, "It seems that the reason why this child can last so long in the profound ice-cold pond must be because of the protection on his body. But why is this protection constantly changing?" The Princess of Chu also saw the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing. Even though she was the palace master of the Monster Palace and had seen a lot, she still didn't know about the dragon blood ice fire shield. Seeing the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing, she could only frown, not knowing the reason. Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. Seeing that the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body finally stopped changing, he smiled and said, "It seems that the cold air here can only make the dragon blood ice fire shield develop to this level." Su Yan didn't hesitate at all as he got up and immediately dived down. Suddenly, above the profound ice-cold pond, the 6th lamp on the stone wall lit up. 6th level, 6th level. When the 6th lamp lit up, the people who had been waiting on the side, who were about to fall asleep, suddenly shouted excitedly as if they saw an oasis in the desert. 6th level, unbelievable. Who is this person? How can he reach the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond? I think it must be one of our senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. I think so too. Other than them, it can't be anyone else. Yes, but I don't know why those senior brothers, who are always elusive, came back to the ice-cold pond today. I think it should be to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond. That's right. No one has ever reached the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. I think this senior brother is here today to break through the 8th level. I think so too. The moment the 6th lamp lit up, everyone began to discuss. Because there were very few people who could reach the 6th level, they were not in a hurry to find out the identity of this person. Instead, he looked at the 7th lamp with anticipation. In contrast to these people's expectations, Rat Sang and Rat Li's expressions became more and more unsightly. Especially Rat Li. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about it. Those who had the strength to enter the 6th layer of the icy cold pond were all in closed-door cultivation during this period of time. It was impossible for them to come here to challenge their limits. He was thinking that it was not these people. Rat Li's brows, which were already squeezed together, frowned even more. If it's not these people, then who has the strength to reach the 5th level? While thinking, Rat Li's eyes suddenly flashed. He whispered, "Could it be him?" Impossible. Rat Li thought and shook his head. He thought to himself, "I don't know where that person went. How could he appear in the profound ice-cold pond?" Thinking about this and that, Rat Li really did not know who it was. When Rat Sang saw the 6th level, the unwillingness in his heart also lessened a lot. This was because he knew that to be able to enter the 6th level, one's strength was definitely not something he could compare to. Thinking that this person was probably one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he felt a lot more relieved. When Su Yan entered the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond, he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. This was a lot lower than the previous level. Even with the protection of the dragon blood ice fire barrier, Su Yan still felt as if there were countless sharp blades attacking his body. His entire body began to tremble because of the cold. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. Even with the protection of the dragon blood ice fire barrier, I can still feel the bone-piercing cold. In this cold, Su Yan could not do anything. Even Su Yan wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the dragon blood ice fire barrier protecting Su Yan's body began to tremble. Then, countless frost appeared. In an instant, the surrounding pond water also began to tremble. Rumble, there was a light explosion. Countless amounts of pond water attacked Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but be shocked. The pond water began to spin like a tsunami and attacked. What the hell is going on? While Su Yan was shocked, his body hurriedly retreated. However, this profound ice-cold pond was not big, so Su Yan had no way to retreat. In an instant, he was caught up by the rotating pond water. What the hell is going on? Su Yan let out another low roar. He originally wanted to use his spirit chi to block, but unfortunately, Su Yan was afraid that if he used his spirit chi, the dragon blood ice fire barrier would suddenly disappear. If the dragon blood ice fire barrier disappeared, then this cold pond water would really take Su Yan's life in an instant. And if he did not use spirit chi, the rotating pond water was like countless sharp arrows piercing through. Apart from the coldness, Su Yan knew that if it passed through his body, it would definitely take his life. And the rotating pond water did not get close to Su Yan, but he could feel a powerful force coming over. Su Yan looked at the rotating pond water that was getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight!" While speaking, Su Yan's blood dragon pupils suddenly turned, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly revolved. Bang! At the same time, the dragon blood ice fire barrier protecting Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared. The waves of bone-piercing coldness were like countless blades slashing across. Su Yan felt as if he was being torn in half. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were like torches. He gritted his teeth and the spirit chi in his body suddenly erupted, invincible golden body. Bang! There was a loud noise. A gorgeous light descended and directly protected Su Yan's body. At the same time, the rotating pond water instantly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! There was a loud noise. At the same time, countless huge waves surged and directly struck Su Yan's body. Under the protection of the invincible golden body, Su Yan was not injured. When this whirling pool of water attacked Su Yan's body, it also slowly came to a stop. Su Yan looked at the pond water that had stopped and also breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his spirit chi and the surrounding light also retreated. Su Yan also hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique and let the dragon blood ice fire barrier appear. Otherwise, without the dragon blood ice fire barrier, the bone-piercing cold pond water would instantly take Su Yan's life. However, just as Su Yan was about to stop the cultivation technique, he found that his cultivation technique could not be stopped at all. The spirit chi in his body also burst out. At the same time, the disappearing dragon blood ice fire barrier instantly surged with a red light. There was a layer of frost in the red light and it directly poured into the invincible golden body that Su Yan had just burst out. The invincible golden body's essence instantly merged with the dragon blood ice fire barrier. Bang! At the moment of the fusion, there was a loud noise. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Following the loud noise, the spirit qi in Su Yan's body constantly surged out and merged with the dragon blood ice fire barrier and the invincible golden body. Su Yan was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the dragon blood ice fire dome is going to merge with the invincible golden body? Su Yan thought of this and his eyes suddenly lit up. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. In that case, I will bet on you again today. While speaking, Su Yan did not control the cultivation technique in his body. Instead, he urged the cultivation technique to operate quickly. The spirit qi in the 4 meridians in his body all surged toward the invincible golden body. In an instant, Su Yan's body was protected by an essence light, emitting a bright light. This essence light protected Su Yan's body and at the same time, it constantly sucked in the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. The consumption of spirit qi was so fast that in less than a few breaths, Su Yan felt that the spirit qi in his body was being sucked dry. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled. The speed of the absorption of spirit qi is so fast that the spirit qi in my body is going to be depleted. If this continues, I will definitely exhaust my spirit qi and die. Su Yan thought of this and hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique in his body. Unfortunately, it was useless. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, which was usually successful, seemed to be completely out of Su Yan's control at this moment. It was running rapidly, constantly pouring the spirit qi in his body into the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier. With the lack of spirit qi, Su Yan's face became paler and paler, and his whole body became weaker and weaker. However, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier did not seem to have any intention of stopping as they absorbed the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. The moment it absorbed the spirit qi in Su Yan's body, the invincible golden body, which was originally emitting a golden light, turned red. It quickly condensed with the crimson dragon blood ice fire barrier, turning into a faint frosty color. Su Yan saw this change. Although he was surprised, the lack of spirit qi in his body made Su Yan unable to muster up any strength. Instead, when the cultivation technique was operating, Su Yan became more and more powerless, and his whole head sank into a dizzy state. Princess Chu, who was observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl, was alarmed when she saw this scene. What's going on? Especially when she saw Su Yan on the verge of fainting, Princess Chu frowned. She stared at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and thought to herself, from the looks of it, he probably can't hold on. Should I save him or not? Princess Chu believed that Su Yan was a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Chapter 205. Since I've already chosen him and placed 2 restrictions in his body, what else do I have to fear? While the Princess of Chu was conflicted about whether to save Su Yan, she thought about how she had chosen to believe in Su Yan and placed 2 restrictions in his body to protect him. What else was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to a realization. Just as she was about to make a move, she saw a bright light emit from the supreme demon ancient pearl. The Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned. However, she quickly came back to her senses with a self-mocking smile on her face. It seems that my hesitation was unnecessary. In fact, Su Yan had never known. In the Princess of Chu's heart, she had always been afraid of Su Yan. After all, when she first met Su Yan, the Princess of Chu had discovered the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Although she did not know what these secrets were. It was precisely because the Princess of Chu did not understand what these secrets were that the Princess of Chu had always been afraid of Su Yan. Fear always came from the depths of the unknown. The Princess of Chu had even thought of getting rid of Su Yan. For a genius who could shake the entire monster palace, the best choice was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. However, the Princess of Chu knew better. The monster palace seemed calm, but in fact, it had always been on the cusp of the storm. This was because all the disciples of the monster palace were descendants of the monster clan. This made the monster palace's existence in this world always attract attention. Now that the monster palace's strength was huge, and the monster palace had always been rarely on the mainland, they could ensure that the monster palace was safe. However, who could guarantee that the monster palace would always be safe after a few years? Others did not know these things. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu was well aware of these matters. In particular, the monster palace had been in constant internal strife. The four great palaces had never been united. Now that the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the monster palace, she could suppress the people from the other palaces and prevent them from acting recklessly. But what if I'm no longer here? As the Princess of Chu thought about this, a slightly tired expression appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. In fact, she even appeared a little dispirited. She no longer had the usual might of a palace master. In fact, under this fatigue, one could vaguely feel that the Princess of Chu had aged a little. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, she would have been able to tell that the princess had never changed her appearance. According to normal people, the Princess of Chu was already 100 years old and had entered the state of old age. However, because the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, the Princess of Chu's face did not show the slightest sign of aging. And it was precisely because the Princess of Chu's appearance had not changed that her strength had always been the number one in the Monster Palace. That was why the Princess of Chu's position in the Monster Palace had always been unshakable. However, the Princess of Chu knew that all of this was temporary. That agreement was coming soon. When that time came, no matter how strong she was, she would not be able to defeat those people. Thinking of that agreement, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of exhaustion again. If other disciples saw her now, they would definitely not believe that the Princess of Chu, who they had always respected as the god of the Monster Palace, would have such a side to her. It was precisely because this side of her had never been known to anyone. After so many years of suppression, Chu Wangfei felt a tiredness that she had never felt before. The four great palaces of the Monster Palace. There were 4 palace masters. As for the 3 palace masters, other than fearing the power of the East Palace to control the entire Monster Palace every day, they had never thought about the future of the Monster Palace. Only the Princess of Chu was always thinking about the Monster Palace. It was precisely because of these other 3 palace masters that they had never been able to think about the Monster Palace. This made the Princess of Chu even more tired. It also made the Princess of Chu even more dispirited. All this time, the Princess of Chu had been thinking about the appearance of a candidate who could take over her position in the East Palace. Unfortunately, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace, none of them caught the eye of the Princess of Chu. This also made the Princess of Chu feel even more tired. At this time, Su Yan walked into the Princess of Chu's field of vision. This made the Princess of Chu see hope. Others did not see Su Yan's hidden explosive power, but when they came out of the 10,000 Ghosts cave that day, the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's talent. From that day onwards, the plan that the Princess of Chu had been hiding in her heart had once again emerged. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of this plan and the secret hidden in Su Yan's body that the Princess of Chu could not be at ease. Su Yan, who exactly are you? Can I hand over my huge East Palace to you? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's figure in the Taiyao Ancient Pearl and fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan, who was in the ice-cold pond, naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. At this moment, Su Yan was more concerned about the changes in his body. The invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in his body. Su Yan almost fell into a state of unconsciousness. Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely die here today. Su Yan was unwilling and wanted to resist. However, it was a pity that the spirit energy in his body did not seem to be under his control. He was unable to resist at all. Due to the lack of spirit energy in his body, Su Yan fell into a state of unconsciousness. His unwilling heart also fell into a state of despair. And just as he was in despair, suddenly, a warm current flowed from Su Yan's dantian. A wave of majestic spirit energy instantly surged up from his dantian. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield, which were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in Su Yan's body, suddenly expanded. The surrounding pond water spun rapidly and instantly froze, turning into countless ice crystals that entered Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield. At this moment, the golden light of the invincible golden body also poured into the dragon blood ice fire shield. The dragon blood ice fire shield instantly changed from its previous scarlet color to a frosty color, wrapping around Su Yan's body. At this moment, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body that was constantly being drained and the cultivation method that was constantly operating also stopped. This is, looking at the still mutated dragon blood ice fire shield that wrapped around his body, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. How did the dragon blood ice fire shield become like this? Could it be that it merged with the invincible golden body? Su Yan frowned, not understanding why the dragon blood ice fire shield would have such a change. Dragon blood ice fire shield. It was produced by the blood that entered Su Yan's body in the sword well. All along, Su Yan did not understand the true mystery of the dragon blood ice fire shield. Now that the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly changed in the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan, who was already puzzled, became even more puzzled. Could it be that the cold energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond clashed with the invincible golden body, and then was absorbed by the dragon blood ice fire shield? Su Yan muttered to himself, wanting to use spirit energy to spy on the dragon blood ice fire shield. But just now, when Su Yan used spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared. If he used spirit energy again, the dragon blood ice fire shield would disappear, and it would not be fun to be in the mysterious ice-cold pond again. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not dare to use spirit energy. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the spirit energy in his body seemed to be constantly flowing, and it was flowing into the dragon blood ice fire shield. Just now, Su Yan had been thinking about the dragon blood ice fire shield. He did not think about it carefully. Now that he thought of this, Su Yan immediately controlled the operation of the cultivation method, stopping the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body, and also blocking all the spirit energy fluctuations in his body. Just as Su Yan blocked all the spirit energy operation. With a bang, the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body disappeared, and the surrounding mysterious ice-cold pond's cold water suddenly attacked Su Yan's body like countless sharp blades. In just half a breath, Su Yan felt that his whole body was being torn apart. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly followed the spirit energy flow just now, and once again operated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. At the moment that the cultivation method was operating, suddenly, a frost-like halo appeared on Su Yan's body again, wrapping around Su Yan's body, and the chill was also instantly removed. Su Yan's whole body also relaxed. Looking at the mutated dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, Su Yan seemed to understand something. His eyes turned, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and the majestic spirit energy in his body instantly rushed into the dragon blood ice fire shield. At the moment when the spirit energy surged, the frost-like dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly emitted a cold light, and even formed ice that was visible to the naked eye. Looking at this, Su Yan was first stunned, and then laughed loudly. I understand, because the dragon blood ice fire shield absorbed the surrounding cold energy, and combined with the invincible golden body, it is no longer in its original form. The previous dragon blood ice fire shield was only a layer of protective light, and was not under my control. Now, the dragon blood ice fire shield can use my spirit energy to control it, and under the effect of my spirit energy, it will become stronger and stronger. It will become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Su Yan frowned again. Looking at the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, he hesitated for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand to attack his body. Bang! Su Yan's attack was completely blocked by the dragon blood ice fire shield. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood ice fire shield has mutated. Now not only can I use my spirit energy to control it, but it can also resist spirit energy attacks. Resist spirit energy attacks. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. When Su Yan obtained the dragon blood ice fire shield, he was quite disappointed that the dragon blood ice fire shield could not resist spirit energy attacks. Chapter 206. Su Yan wasn't sure how strong an attack the dragon fire ice fire shield could withstand. However, the dragon blood ice fire shield could become stronger along with the spiritual energy. Su Yan was confident that as long as he was strong enough and had sufficient spiritual energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield could withstand an attack of the same level. Thinking of such a powerful defense, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Su Yan soon realized a serious problem. The invincible golden body has merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. Does that mean that the invincible golden body will no longer exist? Su Yan frowned as he thought of this. Su Yan had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Many times, he had relied on the invincible golden body to turn danger into safety. Su Yan already had a certain level of affection for the invincible golden body. If the invincible golden body disappeared because of this, Su Yan really couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, the power of the invincible golden body would always surpass the dragon blood ice fire shield. If he really had to choose one of the two, Su Yan would rather have the invincible golden body than the dragon blood ice fire shield. As Su Yan thought about it, the cultivation method in his body suddenly changed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added under the dragon blood ice fire shield's frosty light. The two layers were added together and shone like a thick wall of light. It didn't disappear. The invincible golden body didn't disappear. Su Yan looked at the golden light and the corners of his mouth immediately surged into an excited smile. Under this laughter, Su Yan quickly saw that the invincible golden body seemed to be different from before. Su Yan looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the invincible golden body different from before? Su Yan thought about it and hurriedly used the cultivation method in his body to check the situation. At a glance, he found that the invincible golden body had merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. The reason why it emitted a golden light was because Su Yan's spirit chi was abundant enough. When it erupted, it emitted a golden light. In other words, the invincible golden body had actually disappeared and had mutated into this dragon blood ice fire shield. However, the characteristics of the invincible golden body had not been lost. As long as Su Yan followed the incantation and surged his spiritual chi, he could still release the invincible golden body. In other words, the invincible golden body had already fused with the dragon blood ice fire barrier and become a skill. However, this skill could be controlled by spiritual energy. When Su Yan sacrificed this skill, Su Yan's body would be covered by this frost-like barrier to protect himself. When Su Yan unleashed his full power, the ice shield would reach its peak. However, this peak would not last as long as the dragon blood ice fire shield. It would only last for a moment. This was similar to the characteristics of the invincible golden body. Su Yan carefully observed for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. The combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body gave birth to a new skill. This skill can be divided into two layers. One layer is the original form of the dragon blood ice fire shield, and the other layer is the original form of the invincible golden body. As Su Yan muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth surged into a smile. The previous worry had completely disappeared. After all, although the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body had changed forms, both of their characteristics still existed. Su Yan looked at this frost-like barrier and became more and more satisfied. He licked his lips and said, "This barrier is the combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body. It also has such an icy color. In addition, it is in the mysterious ice-cold pond. In the future, it will be called the mysterious ice-cold shield." Mysterious ice-cold shield. With that, Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation method in his body changed again. Countless spiritual chi surged out and directly poured into the mysterious ice-cold shield. The frost on the mysterious ice-cold shield suddenly lit up with a bright light. Looking at this bright light, Su Yan became more and more satisfied. Originally, Su Yan wanted to try the second layer of the mysterious ice-cold shield. However, thinking that the second layer of the invincible golden body consumed too much spiritual chi, he had already used it once. If he used it again, the spiritual chi in his body would not be enough. Although Su Yan was happy, he did not forget that he was still in the mysterious ice-cold pond. The coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond could take Su Yan's life in an instant if he did not have the mysterious ice-cold shield to protect his body. Of course, Su Yan did not only know this time. He also knew that this new skill, the mysterious ice-cold shield, could actually increase with his strength. This was also Su Yan's favorite part. Su Yan was very clear that although he was now a saint, however, with such strength, he was just a newborn in the vast thousand world of warriors. Su Yan wanted to stand at the peak and restore the prestige of the Buddha sword sect. With his current strength, it was definitely not enough. If the mysterious ice-cold shield stopped at this level, it would obviously pale in comparison. This was also the reason why Su Yan abandoned the previous two names of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body and named it the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan casually changed out of boredom. After all, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body had been merged into one. It was only one skill. If it was divided into two layers, it would obviously be inappropriate to call it by its previous name. Moreover, the characteristics of the previous Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield were different from the current Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. If it was called by its previous name, it would naturally be a little useless. However, after thinking about it carefully, Su Yan felt that since the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield was divided into two layers, 1 and 1. If the first layer was called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then it would be better to have a name for the second layer as well. Originally, Su Yan felt that he should use the Invincible Golden Body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the second layer of the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield. When the two were merged, it would be called the Invincible Golden Body. The difference was too great. Su Yan looked at the frosty light on his body and narrowed his eyes. Then, he opened them and smiled. If the first layer is called the Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, then the second layer will be called the Mysterious Ice Shield. Mysterious Ice Cold Shield, Mysterious Ice Shield. Su Yan repeated it twice and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the frosty light flashing on the mysterious ice-cold shield and suppressed the excitement in his heart for a long time. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yan immediately thought of the strange change that happened when the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were created. At that time, the two were constantly absorbing the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not control the circulation of the spirit qi in his body at all. Until the last moment, the spirit qi in Su Yan's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Su Yan almost fell into despair. He, Su Yan, a peak sword saint, would die in the mysterious ice-cold pool because of the exhaustion of his skill's spirit qi. And at the end of this despair, suddenly, a majestic spirit qi surged out from Su Yan's dantian. It was because of the influx of this spirit chi that the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were formed. At the same time, it also saved Su Yan's life. Just now, Su Yan had been immersed in the excitement of the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield and neglected this matter. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan felt that it was quite strange. And thinking about it carefully, Su Yan clearly remembered that this spirit chi had saved him more than once. Every time, it was almost at the end when he fell into despair that this spirit chi would be produced. What is this spirit chi? Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan knew that this spirit chi had saved him many times, it obviously wouldn't harm him. However, thinking that there was a secret in his body that he didn't know, Su Yan couldn't ignore it. Where did such a strange power come from? Su Yan frowned. He slowly sorted out his memories from the moment he stepped into this world. The Su family's ancestral pagoda, hidden sword tomb, sacred beast mountain, sword well, Hingduan mountain, myriad ghost cave, sea dock, and now the mysterious ice-cold pool. Thinking about the countless dangerous places he had passed through, Su Yan couldn't remember where he obtained this power. Thinking about this hidden power, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I didn't even notice the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in my body. Now, this strange power is obviously stronger than the restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu. How can I notice it? Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of helplessness. But this burst of helplessness quickly disappeared. This was because Su Yan was very clear about what he lacked right now. Strength. Only by constantly improving his strength, as long as he stood at the peak, all these problems could be easily solved. Thinking of this strength, Su Yan immediately thought of the condensation of his 5th holy meridian. Although the spiritual chi in the mysterious ice-cold pond was several times more than the outside world, it was a pity that Su Yan was cultivating one thing at a time. He had yet to comprehend the element required for the 5th saint vein. Even if there was more spiritual chi, it was useless for Su Yan. So now what Su Yan needed to do was to quickly find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Originally, Su Yan thought that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool could help him condense the 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan operated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of the cold air at all. This meant that he couldn't condense the 5th holy meridian. The reason why Su Yan came to the martial arts training hall was to find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Su Yan entered the mysterious ice-cold pool not only because he wanted to compete with Ratley, but also because the mysterious ice-cold pool had been described by Xianxia, Ratley, and the others. At the same time, Su Yan also had a hope. He wanted to see if the element to condense the 5th holy meridian would reappear in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Now that he knew that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool wasn't the element to condense the 5th holy meridian, Su Yan's interest in finding out the secrets of the mysterious ice-cold pond also became flat. I heard from Xianxia that there are 9 levels in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although I don't know that I'm at the 4th level now, it seems that the mysterious ice-cold pool is still bottomless. Obviously, I haven't reached the 9th level yet. Then should I go down or not? Chapter 207. Although Su Yan didn't know if this was the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But judging from the decrease in temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond every time, Su Yan could roughly guess that he had entered the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was also because Su Yan knew that this was the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. In this 6th level, Su Yan didn't find anything important. Now Su Yan knew that the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond wasn't the element that he needed to form the 5th holy meridian. There wasn't anything that could move him under the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste time here. But thinking that he had already reached the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan felt a little regretful if he left now. The mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 levels, and I have already reached the 6th level. Could it be that I'm not going? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision. I have already comprehended the mysterious ice-cold barrier. The mysterious ice-cold shield's resistance to the cold air is always better than the dragon blood ice-fire shield. As long as I have enough spiritual chi in my body, the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond won't be a threat to me. In this case, why don't I try the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond and see what's the mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond that can emit such cold air? Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and instantly swam to the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Because of the combination of the dragon blood ice-fire shield and the invincible golden body, Su Yan spent a lot of time in the 6th level. It was a full day and night. This day and night was nothing to Su Yan. But for the onlookers above the mysterious ice-cold pond, it was a difficult day and night. The disciples of the East Palace who could enter the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond were definitely few and far between. Not to mention that there were very few disciples who could stay in the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond for such a long time. During this day and night, the onlookers almost thought of everyone they could think of. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of who it was. It was precisely because of this doubt in his heart. When they were watching, there was always a layer of barrier covering their hearts, and they always felt a wave of discomfort. Who do you think this person is? Why would he stay in the profound ice-cold pond for so long? I think there's an 80% chance that it's those few senior brothers from our Eastern Palace who have always been elusive. Yes, other than them, no one else has the strength to enter the 6th layer of the profound ice-cold pond and stay there for such a long time. That's right. It must be a senior brother who comprehended something and wanted to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. That's why he stayed in the profound ice-cold pond for so long. I think so too. As the crowd chatted, they all agreed that it was a powerful disciple of the Eastern Palace who was cultivating in the Xian ice-cold pond. Right at that moment, someone asked, "Say, this senior brother has already entered the 6th step. Would he be able to enter the 7th step?" Just as this question was being raised, the entire crowd was in an uproar. There were many different opinions, and everyone had their own opinions. Someone said, "I don't think he'll be able to enter the 7th step." Someone else said, "That's not necessarily true. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th layer for so long and still hasn't come out. It's clear that he wants to prepare to enter the 7th step." The moment this was said, someone immediately retorted, "Prepare for what? It's not that easy to enter the 7th step. You have to know that in the history of our Eastern Palace, only a few people have reached the 7th step. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th step for so long. It's clear that he doesn't have the ability to reach the 7th step. I say it's definitely to prepare to enter the 7th step." I say it's definitely not." The crowd immediately split into 2 groups and continued to argue. In this debate, even Xu Sang, who had always had a gloomy expression, joined in. When Xu Sang saw that someone had reached the 4th step, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was very unconvinced. However, when he saw the light of the 6th step light up, he calmed down. This was because Xu Sang knew that the expert who had the ability to enter the 6th step was definitely one of the top 10 senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Since it was one of those senior brothers, they were all above Emperor Tianxiang and would always surpass him. Thinking of their strength, Xu Sang's heart calmed down. Among them, only Ratley listened to their argument and frowned. Who is this person? Is it really one of those senior brothers? But why did those senior brothers suddenly come to the profound ice-cold pond? If it's not those senior brothers, who is it? The 7th step, will this person reach the 7th step? Ratley looked at the red light on the stone wall. The longer time passed, the gloomier his face became. these people were constantly debating and guessing. No one would have thought that the person in the profound ice-cold pond would be Su Yan, who was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. In the entire Eastern Palace, only the Princess of Chu knew. Although the Princess of Chu was wary of Su Yan, when Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire barrier and invincible golden body merged, Su Yan had almost fallen into the abyss of death. It was also during that moment of hesitation. The Princess of Chu had thought it through. She had no other choice but to believe in Su Yan. Since she had chosen to believe, she had to completely trust him. At the same time, she had to help Su Yan increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the Princess of Chu knew that there was not much time left until the agreed date. If Su Yan could not grow to the point where he could take charge by himself before the agreed date, in the end, all of this would be a waste of effort. Therefore, even though the Princess of Chu still had some suspicions about Su Yan, when she thought about the 2 restrictions she had placed in Su Yan's body, all of her suspicions were suppressed. Now, she saw Su Yan diving into the 7th level of the profound ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu could not help but nod in admiration. As the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally understood the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond better than anyone else. Although each level of the profound ice-cold pond brought about different cultivation effects. However, the cultivation effects only existed on the physical body. Only by reaching the 7th and 8th level would one truly begin the path of cultivation. When Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu had been observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl. At that time, when she first saw Su Yan, the Princess of Chu was worried that Su Yan could not withstand the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. When she saw that Su Yan could enter and exit the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu was even surprised that the water of the profound ice-cold pond had no effect on Su Yan. After observing for a while, the Princess of Chu realized that Su Yan had a shield that could absorb the cold air. Of course, at the same time, the Princess of Chu also noticed the changes in the dragon blood ice fire shield. At that time, the Princess of Chu was still worried about Su Yan. Then, when she saw the dragon blood ice fire shield fuse with the invincible golden body, the little bit of worry in the Princess of Chu's heart disappeared. Instead, she was rather interested in Su Yan's profound ice-cold barrier. This kid is indeed a dragon among men. With this profound ice-cold barrier, who among those of the same level can withstand it? As the Princess of Chu spoke, she glanced at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and smiled. Su Yan, this 7th level is incomparable to the previous 6 levels. I'd like to see what ability you have to withstand it. As the Princess of Chu spoke, Su Yan, who had just stepped into the profound ice-cold pond 7th level, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature decrease. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding cold air had dropped a lot. Even with the protection of the profound ice-cold cover, he could still feel a bone-piercing cold pain coming from all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This 7th level is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the frost-colored profound ice-cold barrier suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the coldness on Su Yan's body also disappeared. What accompanied it was a warm current. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. So what if the coldness is bone-chilling? I have this profound ice-cold barrier. What can you do to me? In the East Palace's main hall, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's face through the ancient demon pearl. She couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, I don't know if I should say that you're arrogant or confident. Now that you're in such a dangerous place, you can still smile so naturally. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she originally wanted to use the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away, telling him the mysteries of the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, the Princess of Chu immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Using the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away would naturally allow Su Yan to be on guard against what would happen next. However, at the same time, she was also telling Su Yan that she had been watching him all this time. Although the Princess of Chu had chosen to believe in Su Yan, there were some things that the Princess of Chu didn't want to expose in front of others. Not only that, but the Princess of Chu also wanted to let Su Yan experience some hardships during this period. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on the Princess of Chu's beautiful face again. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this hurricane that's about to appear. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, Su Yan, who was in the glacial ice pond, suddenly felt a powerful energy attack from the surroundings. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Su Yan could feel the powerful energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Bang! At the same time, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the glacial ice pond, which wasn't very wide. Countless whirlpools surged, forming countless airflows that surged towards Su Yan's body. That whirlpool seemed to be moving slowly, but it formed a powerful current of air. That current of air attacked like countless sharp blades. Chapter 208. What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many whirlpool attacks here? Su Yan hurriedly dodged the attacks formed by the whirlpools. Looking at the increasing number of whirlpools around him, he frowned. The whirlpools looked ordinary. However, Su Yan knew that the whirlpools were not so simple. From the power they condensed, the attack power of the whirlpools was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. If not for the slow speed of the whirlpools, Su Yan would have been hit by the whirlpools by now. Although Su Yan had the profound ice-cold cover to protect his body, this profound ice-cold cover was not like the dragon blood ice-fire cover from before. It could only defend against cold and heat, and at the same time, it could also defend against spirit chi attacks and physical attacks. However, Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that the mysterious ice-cold shield could resist the whirlpool attack that was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. Facing the whirlpool attack, although the speed of the whirlpools was slow, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. The blood dragon pupil rotated and pushed its speed to the extreme, carefully dodging the whirlpool attack. If that was all, Su Yan was not afraid. However, Su Yan soon found that the speed of the whirlpool attack was getting faster and faster, and the number was increasing. He, who could have easily dealt with it with his speed, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. While continuously dodging, Su Yan's spirit chi was depleted. Even in the bone-chilling profound ice-cold pool, beads of sweat still appeared on his smooth forehead. The whirlpool attack is getting more and more. It can't go on like this. Su Yan carefully dodged the whirlpool attack. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and instantly took out the ghost howl sword. As soon as the ghost howl sword was taken out, a shrill ghost howl spread. However, it was quickly suppressed by the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan did not have the time to care about this. When he took out the ghost howl sword, he held it with one hand and suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed by a horizontal slash, quickly attacking the surging vortex attack. When the sharp sword light slashed across the profound ice-cold pool, countless light screens suddenly erupted, causing a burst of ripples at the bottom of the pool. Bang! At the same time, the ghost howl sword collided with the vortex attack, causing a loud explosion. That whirlpool attack was shattered. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Even though this vortex attack is ferocious, possessing the might of a peak saint bloodline expert, its defense isn't that strong. If that's the case, when Su Yan said this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light burst out. Looking at the vortexes that constantly attacked him, Su Yan no longer dodged. He raised the ghost howl sword and instantly rushed forward. He held the sword with one hand, and as his spirit energy surged, he immediately swept the sword away. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the 5 or 6 vortexes that rushed towards Su Yan instantly turned into a mist and drowned in the mysterious ice-cold pool. It seems that it's just a so-so. When Su Yan saw these vortexes being repelled, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. However, before his smile bloomed, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank as he looked ahead. A powerful vortex was surging towards him. Not only that, behind this powerful vortex, there were more vortexes, one wave after another, constantly rushing towards him. These vortexes had not yet approached Su Yan's body, but Su Yan felt a powerful fluctuation of power. Just what the hell are these things? Why are there so many of them and why are they getting stronger and stronger? Su Yan could not help but curse in his heart. However, Su Yan also knew that it was pointless to complain now. Instead of complaining, it was better to think about how to defend against these attacks. When Su Yan saw these endless vortexes, the first thing that came to his mind was that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked around, but he did not see any formation core, and this vortex did not look like a formation. If it was a formation, he could just find the formation core and break it. This was not a formation at all, and he did not know what was going on with these vortexes. This made Su Yan frown for a while, looking at the vortexes that were getting closer and closer. Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "In that case, I will fight with you today. I want to see how many vortexes you can produce." While speaking, Su Yan stepped up in the water, his body was like a swimming dragon, and the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in the water, setting off countless waves. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly shattered a vortex attack. After one vortex was shattered, a second one followed. Su Yan did not slow down at all, once again raising his sword and instantly shattering another vortex. Just like that, in just a few breaths, Su Yan had already shattered dozens of vortexes. However, the vortexes were still endless, constantly surging. Su Yan did not stop at all, but instead fought more and more fiercely. When a vortex came, he would smash it, and when 2 vortexes came, he would sweep them both. This stalemate lasted for a few hours. The constantly surging vortexes finally stopped. At this moment, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting heavily. This long battle had consumed too much of Su Yan's spirit qi. After all, Su Yan not only had to deal with the vortexes, but he also had to support the ice-cold shield. This was also because Su Yan had abundant spirit qi in his body. If it was an ordinary saint of the 4 bloodlines, he would have already lost his life. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand, obviously still in a state of battle. The blood dragon pupil emitted a blood-red light, and his eyes were still staring in the direction of the vortexes, panting heavily. After a few breaths, Su Yan finally recovered, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly. "No matter how fierce the vortexes are, they can't do anything to me." Rumble! Before Su Yan could recover from his joy, a loud bang reverberated. This loud bang was like a sudden explosion of thunder in the sky, and Su Yan could not help but be startled. Quickly looking forward, Su Yan was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. This is... Su Yan could not believe what he saw in front of him. Countless vortexes densely packed together and surged over, causing a series of loud explosions. Not only that, these vortexes were not directly attacking Su Yan. Instead, they were constantly changing and merging. In just the blink of an eye, the countless vortexes quickly merged together, turning into a huge water dragon. As the water dragon surged, the water of the entire ice-cold pool seemed to suddenly become extremely cold again. The coldness invaded Su Yan's body, and Su Yan suddenly felt his whole body go numb. Su Yan panicked in his heart and hurriedly operated his internal cultivation method to strengthen the profound ice-cold shield. Only then did he feel a little better. The moment the spirit chi poured into the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was empty. The spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. As for the water dragon, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan in an instant. Su Yan wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately, the water dragon was faster than the vortexes just now. It was already in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. Su Yan was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly and activated the cultivation method in his body. Using the last bit of spiritual chi in his body, he shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the ghost howl sword swept out, and the sound of the ghost howl burst out, and countless sword rays surged past. Bang! Bang! The ghost howl sword hit the water dragon, and burst out loud sounds. Sensational. Unfortunately, the water dragon was obviously much stronger than the vortexes just now. The moment the ghost howl sword hit, Su Yan felt his arm go numb, and a strong force attacked. Suddenly, he and his sword were hit by the water dragon. Immediately, Su Yan's body was hit and flew dozens of meters away. Puchi. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. The blood spread in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and dyed a large area red. Su Yan did not have time to check his injury, but hurriedly stood up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand, and looked at the water dragon with a slightly worried look. However, when his eyes met the water dragon, Su Yan was stunned. Just now, the water dragon kept attacking Su Yan. However, at this moment, the water dragon began to spin in the cold pond. As the water dragon spun, the surrounding water began to spin as well. In an instant, large water whirlpools began to form in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan looked at the formed vortex, and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he realized something, and secretly said, "Not good." He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The huge vortex quickly rotated. It produced an unprecedented suction force. Su Yan suddenly felt that his body could not stand stably, and his whole body was sucked into the vortex. Within the whirlpool, Su Yan simply did not have the slightest resistance. Following the whirlpool's continuous rotation, Su Yan soon felt a bout of dizziness. Puchi. Su Yan spurted out another mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be falling apart in the rotation of the vortex. The mysterious ice-cold shield on his body was also broken in the rotation. Fortunately, in the rotation of the vortex, countless hurricanes were formed. Su Yan floated in the hurricanes, and could not touch the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Otherwise, if the mysterious ice-cold shield was broken, the bone-chilling cold water in the mysterious ice-cold pond would instantly take Su Yan's life. This was a blessing and the misfortune. However, Su Yan did not feel happy about this, because Su Yan knew that the situation he was facing now was the real door to hell. Chapter 209. Why is there such a change in the seventh layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? While Su Yan was in a state of shock, his entire body felt as though it was being torn apart amidst the spinning vortex. Every single joint felt as though it was going to be torn apart in the next second. He did not dare to think too much about this matter. His eyes suddenly shrank. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a way to get out of here. The whirlpool's rotation caused my mysterious ice-cold shield to break. Without the defense of the mysterious ice-cold pond, even if I go out now, I will be instantly frozen to death by the bone-chilling cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, if I don't go out, I'm afraid that within a few breaths, I will be smashed into pieces in this whirlpool. Thinking of this, Su Yan immediately could not help but smile bitterly. Now, my body is lacking in spiritual chi. In this whirlpool, I can't even muster a trace of strength. How can I talk about the cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond? No matter what, I have to get out of here first. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan thought. Although he still could not think of a way, his eyes continued to rotate, emitting a bright light. It was not that Su Yan was not afraid of death. But in this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many life and death escapes. Su Yan had long been numb to it. After experiencing the baptism of death time and time again, Su Yan understood that so what if he was desperate? Even if Su Yan died, he would die with a backbone. In just this rotation, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Endless pain spread, but Su Yan had long been numb to it. In this numbness, Su Yan also kept calm for a while. His mind was spinning rapidly. Get out, now the only way for me to get out is to restore my strength and spiritual qi in my body. But in this situation, I can't absorb spiritual qi at all, so how can I get out? Except for this, I can now comprehend the fifth holy vein, so there is a slight chance. But where is the fifth Saint Meridian? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but frown. The moment he frowned, Su Yan suddenly felt a chill invading his body. Because of this whirlpool, Su Yan couldn't touch the water of the profound ice-cold pond. Originally, he couldn't feel the coldness. Why do I suddenly feel this chill? Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, he realized something and said, "It's the wind. It's the wind produced by this vortex. It makes me feel cold." Wind. With this thought in mind, Su Yan was stunned for a moment before he seemed to have thought of something. A resplendent light once again gushed out from his rotating eyes. Wind, my saint bloodline is comprehended by one bloodline. Every bloodline requires a different element. Why can't this wind become the comprehension of my fifth saint bloodline? With this thought, Su Yan immediately stopped thinking about it. Enduring the endless pain brought by the whirlpool, he gritted his teeth and silently chanted the incantation in his heart to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The moment the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture revolved, Su Yan instantly felt a familiar force invading his body. A gust of wind entered his body. Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. Wind, that's right. It's the hurricane produced by this whirlpool that can form my fifth saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, the heavens really don't want me to die. Su Yan laughed. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was circulated to the extreme. The countless hurricanes that formed around him constantly entered Su Yan's body. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, it turned into a warm current that flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. Strangely enough, the moment Su Yan inhaled the hurricane, the whirlpool also gradually slowed down. Of course, Su Yan obviously did not care about this at this moment. He closed his eyes tightly and enjoyed the fifth saint bloodline. The hurricane power exploded in his blood vessels. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned when she saw this scene. When she was at the 6th level, the Princess of Chu had already thought things through very clearly. She had kept all her suspicions and wariness towards Su Yan in her heart. The moment she saw Su Yan spinning in the whirlpool, the Princess of Chu had already decided to save him. And it was also at this moment that the Princess of Chu was about to save him. Seeing that Su Yan had already exhausted all his spiritual energy, a strange force came from his body. This force was so familiar, yet so foreign. How could the Princess of Chu not be stunned? However, after a closer look, the Princess of Chu quickly understood what was going on. Looking at Su Yan's figure, she nodded in appreciation. Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the hurricane of the mysterious ice-cold pond and turn it into spiritual energy. As Chu Wangfei spoke, her eyes narrowed as a longing expression appeared in her eyes. The mysterious ice-cold pool. In the past few hundred years, not a single disciple of my Supreme Demon Palace has been able to enter the 8th layer because of this hurricane vortex. Now that you can actually absorb the hurricane power, I think that the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond will be opened because of this. The mysterious ice-cold pond, in the understanding of the disciples, had always only had the effect of tempering the body, and the abundant spiritual energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond, which was suitable for cultivation. In fact, the real mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond was in the 8th level. Others did not know, but as the palace master of the monster palace, Princess of Chu naturally knew about this matter. Of course, with her strength, and some elders of the monster palace naturally had the strength to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, but the monster palace had always had a rule that only the disciples of the monster palace could enter the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. This also caused the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, which had not been opened for hundreds of years. And because everyone had only reached the 7th level, many of the leaders in the monster palace had forgotten about its existence. Even the Princess of Chu, if not for spying on Su Yan today, was afraid that she would not have remembered about the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, it had been too long since anyone had opened the 8th level. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu was recalling. A bright light was emitted from the Taiyao ancient pearl. Su Yan, who was still struggling in the hurricane whirlpool, suddenly surged with countless rays of light on his body, and majestic spiritual energy flowed out. The strength of a 5-meridian saint is indeed incomparable to that of a 4-meridian saint. Su Yan felt the strength in his body and could not help but lick his lips. Now he was confident that when he met Wu Yang, he would certainly not be afraid of him, and it would be impossible for him to fight to a draw with him. Even if Su Yan met an 8-meridian saint now, Su Yan felt that he would have the strength to fight. Even if he could not resist, at least he could escape with his speed. As Su Yan was feeling excited, a wave of coldness suddenly assaulted him. It was as though countless sharp blades had pierced through Su Yan's body. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. He smiled slightly, and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body rotated, and majestic spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, a frost-light curtain surged up, and protected Su Yan's body. Now I have abundant spiritual energy, how can I be afraid of your chill? Su Yan smiled, but when he thought of the bone-chilling cold of the ice-cold pond, he felt rather disappointed. The 5 meridians in my body are the power of sword intent, the power of heavenly fire, the power of myriad poisons, the power of ghosts, and the newly formed Saint Meridian and the power of hurricane. The 5 meridians are all different elements. And the cold of the ice-cold pond should also be a type of element, but why can't it transform into spiritual energy? Su Yan shook his head helplessly, and at the same time looked down into the ice-cold pond, and fell into a moment of hesitation. If it was the moment of the 6th layer, Su Yan would definitely continue down without hesitation. However, this time, Su Yan hesitated. It was because of this hurricane vortex. Although the hurricane was absorbed by Su Yan's solar-colored glazed sword scripture, and turned into spiritual energy, and successfully resolved the crisis. Su Yan clearly remembered that if he had not been lucky enough to realize that the hurricane could transform into spiritual energy, and condense the Saint Meridian, Su Yan would have been beheaded. Death was always the most terrifying thing. Although Su Yan had been on the verge of death countless times, and had forgotten that fear, it did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid at all. He was afraid of this meaningless struggle of death. Now, he did not know what was in the 8th level. If there were any treasures, perhaps Su Yan would give it a try. However, if there was nothing else in the 8th level other than danger, then it would be against Su Yan's style of doing things if he were to attempt it. Forget it, I came here to condense the 5th Saint Meridian. Now that the 5th Saint Meridian has been condensed, it's fine. Today's trip is over, and the 8th level is obviously only rich in spiritual energy, I still have to take the blame. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan decisively chose to continue to the 8th level. After all, Su Yan came to the ice-cold pond to find the condensed elements needed to condense his 5th Saint Meridian, and now that the 5th Saint Meridian had been condensed, Su Yan did not think that there would be any treasures in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. So, he dismissed the idea of going down. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level was the 8th level. Su Yan was now at the 7th level, which was the 8th level. Just when Su Yan chose to leave, a loud bang came. Having just been stimulated by the hurricane whirlpool, Su Yan was suddenly startled and hurriedly looked back. As soon as he turned his head, Su Yan was immediately stunned on the spot. The ice-cold pond, which was not vast, suddenly expanded and pushed out layer by layer, turning into a huge ocean in an instant. What the hell is going on? Looking at the strange phenomenon in front of him, Su Yan was puzzled. At the same time, at the moment when the ice-cold pond expanded, a chill suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was suddenly shocked and hurriedly operated the Virocana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body, urging spiritual chi into the ice-cold shield. Unfortunately, the surrounding chill was too strong. Su Yan still pushed his spirit energy to the extreme. He was about to use the 2nd layer of the Profound Ice Shield, the Profound Ice Divine Shield, but he could still feel the waves of coldness invading his skin like countless sharp blades. What the hell is going on? Chapter 210. Not only did Su Yan not understand what was going on, even the Princess of Chu was puzzled when she saw this scene. The Princess of Chu was the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace, the Palace Master in charge of the entire Monster Palace, but she also did not understand the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was not that the Princess of Chu was incompetent, but that in the past 100 years, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond had never been opened. At this moment, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was opened. The Princess of Chu was also at a loss. Seeing Su Yan trembling, she frowned, and the spirit in her body surged, ready to save Su Yan at any time. After all, the Princess of Chu had completely chosen to trust Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had been tacitly recognized by the Princess of Chu as the next Palace Master of the Eastern Palace, and also her husband. How could the Princess of Chu let Su Yan fall in this mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. The surrounding cold air was like countless ice blades piercing through. No matter how Su Yan resisted, he could not stop the invasion of the cold air. Why is it like this? Under the pressure of the cold air, Su Yan's entire body trembled. At the same time, he realized that if the mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air, then he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. After all, Su Yan was only a saint with 5 veins. The reason why he could enter this mysterious ice-cold pond was entirely because of the mysterious ice-cold barrier. Only under the protection of the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan could resist the cold air. Without the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan had no power to fight back in this mysterious ice-cold pond. This was the sudden change of the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The sudden drop of cold air was always beyond Su Yan's expectations. The mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air. Even though Su Yan still operated the mysterious ice-cold barrier to the strongest state. However, he was still unable to resist the cold. Su Yan's entire body was frozen under the pressure of the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The pain in his body also turned into numbness. Even the thoughts in his mind seemed to have frozen at this moment. Looks like he's going to make a move. The Princess of Chu was slightly disappointed when she saw Su Yan's appearance. Even though the Princess of Chu didn't understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of the frozen ice pond, she still didn't understand. However, the Princess of Chu was still the Palace Master of the East Palace. She was in charge of the Monster Palace. She didn't know what was in the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, she knew that the 8th layer was the most important part of the entire ice-cold pond. In other words, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was the real beginning of a warrior's trial. Not only that, when the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan had entered the 8th level, she also had some selfish motives in her heart. After all, the 8th level of the ice-cold pond had not been opened for 100 years. Moreover, in the records of the Monster Palace, the records of the mysterious ice-cold pond were also quite vague. The Princess of Chu only knew that there was a treasure in the mysterious ice-cold pond that could be of great help to the warrior's cultivation. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu didn't know what this treasure was. In her early years, the Princess of Chu had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, when she thought of the rules of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu finally gave up. Similarly, many elders and almighty in the Monster Palace had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, because of the rules of the Monster Palace, in the end, nothing was done. This time, the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan could reach the 8th level. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see what was in the 8th level. Now that she saw that Su Yan could not withstand it, she was naturally a little disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see the true secret of the mysterious ice-cold pond today, but now it seems that I will be disappointed again. The Princess of Chu smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking at Su Yan's figure between the Taiyao ancient pearls. She was about to make a move to save him. Although she was looking forward to seeing the secret of the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, now she was more concerned about Su Yan's safety. After all, at this moment, she had already sealed all of her doubts about Su Yan. Su Yan had already become her first son-in-law, and he was also a candidate to take over the Monster Palace and the position of the East Palace Palace Master in the future. The Princess of Chu had been looking for this candidate for dozens of years. Unfortunately, all this time, there had not been a disciple who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu until Su Yan appeared. This was a person that she finally had her eyes on, so the Princess of Chu naturally could not let him die in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Just as the Princess of Chu was about to make a move to save him, she turned her head to look at the Taiyao ancient pearls. When she saw Su Yan's figure, she was stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yan, who was in the mysterious ice-cold pond, was stunned. In this bone-chilling cold, Su Yan was almost frozen stiff. Even all of his thoughts were numbed, so Su Yan could not think at all, and could not resist at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the existence of a familiar aura, and that was spiritual energy. That's right, it was spiritual energy, where the holy meridian elements were condensed. Feeling this existence, Su Yan, who was originally numb to thoughts, suddenly woke up. Spiritual energy, this is produced by the surrounding cold air. Su Yan felt the existence of this cold air. At first, he was stunned, then a surge of excitement surged in his heart. What was surprising was that when Su Yan first entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, he had already tried to feel the existence of this cold air, and tried to use the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, at that time, Su Yan could not feel the existence of this cold air at all. Su Yan also gave up on using the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his holy meridian. Now that he suddenly felt the existence of this cold air, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Of course, this surprise was only temporary. Suddenly, a surge of excitement surged in his heart. This was because he could feel the existence of this cold air. This meant that he could use this cold air to condense his 6th holy meridian. Not only that, if he could feel the existence of this cold air, he would no longer be afraid of the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled slightly, withstanding the invasion of the cold air in all parts of his body, withstanding the tearing pain of his whole body, and quickly operating the cultivation method in his body. As the cultivation method was operating, the surrounding cold air suddenly turned into countless spiritual energy, and poured into Su Yan's blood meridians. As the cold air surged, the pain brought by the surrounding cold air to Su Yan was also alleviated. When Chu Wangfei saw this scene, she finally understood and nodded her head in satisfaction. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the cold air of this ice-cold pond. Didn't this kid just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? Thinking of this, Princess Chu suddenly trembled. Didn't Su Yan just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? At the 7th level, Princess Chu was not surprised to see Su Yan absorb the hurricane. At that time, Princess Chu only thought that Su Yan's holy meridian had something to do with the hurricane. After all, stepping into the holy meridian realm at the pinnacle of the life's soul realm, every martial artist had to comprehend their main holy meridian. As for the main saint bloodline, there were all kinds of strange things. There were all kinds of cultivation methods. When Princess Chu saw that Su Yan could absorb the hurricane, she only thought that Su Yan was lucky. Since he just happened to cultivate the Hurricane Saint Meridian, it was not surprising that he could absorb the hurricane. Now that she saw that Su Yan could absorb the cold air, she was quite surprised. Does this kid have a dual holy meridian? Chu Wangfei murmured to herself, her eyes shining. She nodded slightly and said, I think so too. But I'm really glad that this brat is so lucky to have dual holy meridians. Both of them are the same as the 7th and 8th level of the Mystic Ice Cold Pool. Dual holy meridian. When a martial artist stepped into the saint's world at the pinnacle of the life's soul realm, he would comprehend the main holy meridian. However, there were also people who could comprehend another element under the main holy meridian. Of course, this was also an existence that was 1 in a million. Although Princess Chu was surprised, she could accept it. After all, there were experts who had dual holy meridian among the Eastern Palace disciples. Thinking that Su Yan had dual holy meridian, Princess Chu's doubts were dispelled. She was just glad that Su Yan's dual holy meridian was related to the 7th and 8th level of the elements. Now that she knew that Su Yan could absorb the cold air of the 8th level, Princess Chu was not worried about Su Yan's safety. After all, the real danger of the 8th level was the irresistible cold air. And since Su Yan could absorb the cold air, the danger of the 8th level did not exist for him. Right now, Chu Wangfei was more concerned about the secrets of the 8th level. I didn't expect to feel the cold air at such a critical moment. Su Yan muttered to himself as he absorbed the cold air around him. At that moment, he thought that he might not be able to get out of here today. And before Su Yan could think of a way, Su Yan was already numbed by the bone-chilling cold air. At the last moment, Su Yan was actually able to feel the existence of this cold qi. How could Su Yan not be happy? At the same time, Su Yan was also a little confused. I've been trying to absorb the cold air before, but unfortunately, I couldn't feel its existence. Now that it's at such a critical moment, why did I suddenly feel it? Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the cold air I encountered earlier was not cold enough? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. I understand. So that's why. Sword Essence Saint Meridian, Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, Poison Saint Meridian, Ghost Saint Meridian, Hurricane Saint Meridian. Every time I comprehend these 5 Saint Meridians and feel the existence of these elements, all of them are the strongest in the world. Su Yan had just comprehended the Sword Essence. It was because of Cho Bo's Scorching Sun Holy Sword and countless spiritual swords. Although the Scorching Sun Holy Sword was a divine weapon refined. However, its sword intent was the strongest among all the swords. This was also why Su Yan could comprehend the Sword Essence Saint Meridian. Chapter 2:11. Not only the Sword Essence, but also the Heavenly Fire, Poison Gas, Hurricane, and Ghost Qi were the most powerful elements in the world. The poisonous gas was formed by the poison of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Not to mention the 4 great poisons, just this one poison alone was the most poisonous existence in the world. As for the ghost qi, Su Yan first absorbed the ghost qi in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave to create the Saint Meridian. The 10,000 Ghosts Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. Where else could the ghost qi in the cave be more powerful than the ghost qi in the cave? Then there was the hurricane element. When Su Yan reached the 7th level, the hurricane vortex formed could destroy anything in the world. The hurricane vortex was also the most powerful thing in the world. Now, even Su Yan's mystic ice-cold shield could not withstand the cold qi in the mystic ice-cold pool, so where else could the cold qi compare to it? This was also where Su Yan felt the cold qi in the mystic ice-cold pool. Su Yan thought carefully and finally understood. However, when he thought of this, he was a little disappointed. The Saint Meridian that I condensed is the most powerful in the world. Doesn't that mean that if I want to condense the 7th, 8th, and 9th Saint Meridian in the future, I need the most powerful thing in the world? If it were the ordinary elements in the world, it would be much easier for Su Yan to condense the Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, it required the most powerful thing in the world, so the difficulty was naturally much higher. After all, it was difficult to find the most powerful thing in the world. Su Yan was able to condense the Saint Meridian quickly. In addition to Su Yan's hard work, many other factors were Su Yan's luck. Of course, a martial artist's luck was also the key to cultivation. Of course, luck and hard work were inseparable. If not for Su Yan's perseverance, going into the sword well, the sea dock, and the mystic ice-cold pool, no matter how great Su Yan's luck was, he would not be able to condense the Saint Meridian. Forget it, forget it. My meridian is already as strong as an ordinary cultivator. Now that I have to find the strongest item in the world to condense a Saint Meridian, it can't be considered the heavenly Tao. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on it any longer. He needed to find the strongest thing in the world to comprehend his Saint Meridians. After all, Su Yan's spirit qi contained in his body was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. If his cultivation speed was faster than other martial artists, it would definitely go against the natural order. The sky, the firmament, was where the supreme beings of the world resided. Although no one had explored the secrets of the heavenly Tao for such a long time. However, no one dared to go against the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao did not exist. But who would dare to ignore his existence? Even Su Yan, who had always been arrogant, did not dare to ignore the existence of heaven and earth. Thinking about the existence of the heavenly Tao, Su Yan did not dwell on the matter of the elements needed to comprehend his Saint Meridians. He immersed himself in a new state of cultivation. As the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in Su Yan's body continued to rotate, it transformed into countless spirit qi and poured into Su Yan's blood. Then, a new Saint Meridian burst forth from Su Yan's blood. This was Su Yan's 6th Saint Meridian. When the Saint Meridian was created, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge pain in his body. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. Instead, his eyes were like torches. Because this pain was a path that a saint had to go through when he was creating his Saint Meridian. Only by enduring the pain in the world could one comprehend the world of the strong and achieve a hegemony. As time continued to pass, another day and night passed. Su Yan, who was narrowing his eyes to absorb the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pool, finally opened his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a powerful force suddenly burst forth. This force was much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. Although Saint Meridian experts were all in the Saint Meridian realm. However, every martial artist was clear about this. There was a divide between the 5 meridians and the 6 meridians. Many saints of the 5 meridians had been stuck in the 5 meridians realm but could not step into the 6 meridians because of the existence of this divide. However, this divide did not exist for Su Yan. Because Su Yan comprehended one meridian at a time. Every meridian was a divide, and every meridian was a brand new epiphany. It had nothing to do with ordinary warriors absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to stimulate their saint meridian. Therefore, this divide did not affect Su Yan at all. However, it was also because of the existence of this divide. Su Yan stepped into the 6th meridian saint realm. The strength that he comprehended was not something that a saint of the 5 meridians could compare to. At this moment, Su Yan not only had the spirit qi in his body dozens of times more than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. At the same time, Su Yan felt that he had a better understanding of the situation in his body. At the moment of inner vision, Su Yan could even clearly feel the flow of his blood and the fluctuation of the spirit qi in his body. Now that I am a saint of the 6 meridians, I wonder if I can find the restriction that Princess Chu placed in my body. Su Yan thought to himself and immediately activated his spirit qi to search for the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. Even though Su Yan was a saint of the 6 meridians and his abilities were much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians, it was a pity that he still could not find the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. An expert of the perimeter realm is indeed not someone that I can compare to now. Su Yan had a premonition of this result. After all, Princess Chu was an expert of the perimeter realm. How could it be so easy to find the restriction that she had placed in his body? Since he was mentally prepared, Su Yan was not too disappointed. However, the desire for strength in his heart had once again become stronger. A warrior who had just advanced would be immersed in excitement and would even be eager to try his strength at this stage. His desire for strength would also decrease. Unfortunately, due to the pressure of various things, Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to make him excited. There was only desire. Su Yan was very clear that only by standing at the peak could he laugh at the world. Only by continuously increasing his strength, only by reaching the peak of the strong, would he be able to undo the seal that Chu Wangfei had placed in his body. Restriction. Although from these days, Su Yan knew that Princess Chu did not deliberately suppress him. Not only did she not deliberately suppress him, but she had also been helping him, assisting him in his cultivation, and even opened a big back door for him. Moreover, Su Yan could also see that Princess Chu did not intend to harm him. However, no matter what, someone had placed a restriction in his body. Su Yan could not feel at ease no matter what. Of course, Su Yan also knew that more haste, less speed. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Su Yan quickly recovered his calmness. Looking at the surroundings of the ice-cold pond, he muttered to himself, "This time, the 7th level of the ice-cold pond has given me great benefits." Su Yan did not know that this was actually the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. Because the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. At the moment of entering the ice-cold pond, although Xianxia had told Su Yan some things about the ice-cold pond, Xianxia did not tell him how to distinguish which level of the ice-cold pond was. Therefore, after entering the ice-cold pond, Su Yan only judged which level of the ice-cold pond was based on the pond water that was constantly becoming cold. In this place, even though the temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond was lower than any other layer, because Su Yan had been here all this time without moving, he didn't think that this was the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan didn't know, but the spectators above the mysterious ice-cold pond were clear about it. Counting, Su Yan had been in the ice-cold pond for several days and nights. However, in these days and nights, the people watching above the ice-cold pond did not leave. Not only did they not leave. On the contrary, there were more and more people watching here. No matter if it was the Holy Bloodline experts, Emperor Tianxiang, or even some Fate Soul experts, they all poured into the ice-cold pond palace to watch. The entire palace of the mysterious ice-cold pond was densely surrounded. Even though it was so crowded, there were still people constantly squeezing in. Because in these days, The news that the 7th and 8th levels of the ice-cold pond had been opened had already spread throughout the Eastern Palace. When everyone learned of this matter, their faces were full of surprise. The 7th level, for the disciples who were familiar with the ice-cold pond, was already an insurmountable gap. Not to mention the 8th level. The 8th level, that had been opened for hundreds of years. Some people even thought that the 8th level of the ice-cold pond did not exist at all. Of course, even if some disciples knew about the existence of the 8th level of the ice-cold pond, they also did not believe that the 8th level would be opened. If it were not for the 8th red light on the stone wall, which was emitting a bright light, no one would believe this fact. Of course, when everyone accepted this unbelievable fact, more than that, they were puzzled. Who is the person in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? This was different from the moment when Su Yan had just entered the ice-cold pond. Because of the opening of the 8th level, except for some disciples who were in seclusion, the rest of the disciples all gathered here. Some disciples who had the ability to break into the 6th level of the ice-cold pond and even the 7th level all gathered here. Among them, there were several top 10 disciples in the Eastern Palace. Although the entire ice-cold pond palace was crowded, the strength of these people could not be compared with other disciples. Floating in the air, looking at the ice-cold pond, it was not crowded. But when they looked at the red light on the stone wall of the ice-cold pond, they all frowned. Ratley, as the first top 10 disciple here, naturally became the subject of other people's inquiry. Ratley, you have been active in the ice-cold pond, do you really not know who opened the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? A young man in white asked Ratley. Chapter 2:12. As Ratley spoke, he glanced at the youth and said, Senior brother Nangong, do you think senior brother Qin Luo is inside? Impossible. The person immediately shook his head and denied Ratley's idea. It turned out that this person was none other than Nangong Xiangming, who Su Yan had met once before. Nangong Xiangming saw Ratley's confusion and did not hide it. He coldly glanced at the red light on the stone wall and said, Qin Luo is in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He can't be here. Oh. Ratley nodded and lowered his head, muttering to himself, that's strange. Today, among our top 10 disciples, other than a few who are in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the rest of us are already here. Then, who at our East Palace has the strength to enter the 8th level? Nangong Xiangming and the other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace frowned when they heard Ratley's words. They could not figure out who had the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Do you think it's junior sister Chu? Don't forget that she is also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. Furthermore, she is not in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The person who spoke was also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. His ranking was 1 level higher than Ratley's. He was ranked 9th and was called Gengji. This was because Gengji was ranked 9th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. As Ratley was ranked 10th, Gengji was the person that Ratley wanted to challenge. He was also the key to whether Ratley could enter the 2nd level of the Monster Palace. Therefore, the two of them were usually at odds. However, after hearing Gengji's words, Ratley nodded his head and agreed, that's right. We have neglected junior sister Chu. She is ranked 6th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. Furthermore, she is the daughter of the palace master. She has a rare treasure on her. Naturally, she has the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Chu Linger had always been the favorite of all the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Although Chu Linger's strength was stronger than many people's. However, Chu Linger liked everyone to call her junior sister. Moreover, everyone was willing to call Chu Linger junior sister. Not only that, every martial artist, besides being in awe of those who were stronger than them, would more or less have some jealousy and hatred. The only exception was Chu Linger. Shu Li was not an exception. When he talked about Chu Ling and her qualifications to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, he did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt joy. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The others were no exception. This was especially true for Nangong Xiangming. After hearing Rat Li's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, "Right, we've been calculating here and neglected junior sister Chu. Junior sister Chu has always been talented and intelligent. She has the ability to enter the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond." "Yes, that's right, that's right." The other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace echoed. At the same time, the few of them were certain that the person in the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond was Chu Linger. This profound ice-cold pond is so cold. Why would I want to cultivate in it? At this moment, a proud snort was suddenly heard. Hearing this proud snort, everyone was stunned. This was because the top 10 disciples of the East Palace were related to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Many disciples did not know of the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, when they were chatting, they had already set up a restriction. Only the top 10 disciples of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, or disciples who had not obtained the qualifications to enter the top 10, could hear what they were saying. Now that they suddenly heard this proud snort, everyone was clearly stunned. However, they quickly reacted. When they turned around and saw the graceful figure appear, they all revealed sincere smiles on their faces. Who else but Chu Linger could make the top 10 disciples of the East Palace, who were usually proud and aloof, reveal such expressions? What are you guys guessing blindly? How can I enter the profound ice-cold pond? However, Chu Linger's words immediately made the smiles on their faces disappear. Originally, they all thought that it was Chu Linger who entered the profound ice-cold pond. Now that they heard Chu Linger's words and saw Chu Linger's figure appear, this conjecture was obviously self-defeating. The few of them immediately frowned again. If it's not junior sister Chu, then who is in the profound ice-cold pond? Chu Linger looked at the few of them frowning and chuckled. What are you guys guessing blindly for? Call out all the East Palace disciples and see who's not here. Won't we know? Chu Linger's words could be said to be a wake-up call. The few of them used their chi to float down and found their respective followers. In the world of warriors, strength was respected. When one's strength reached a certain level, there would naturally be some followers around them. Nangong Xiangming, Rat Li, Gengji, and the others were the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. They were the best among the East Palace disciples. Naturally, they had their own followers. In fact, to put it nicely, they were their followers. To put it bluntly, they were their followers. After they heard Chu Linger's words, they immediately woke up and found their own followers, asking them to investigate who was not in the East Palace. In an instant, the followers immediately dispersed and went to investigate this matter separately. In an instant, the entire East Palace disciples' palaces became lively. Su Yan naturally did not know that because he entered the profound ice-cold pond, the entire East Palace would become so lively. In fact, Su Yan did not enter the profound ice-cold pond on purpose. With a thought, Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, Su Yan did not want to hide from anyone and secretly enter the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that when Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, everyone's eyes were on Rat Sang. No one noticed that Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, which led to so many people's guesses. At this moment, Su Yan did not think of these. Of course, he did not have time to think about it. He was more concerned about whether he would enter the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond or not. That's right, Su Yan still thought that he was only in the 7th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 8th layer. After absorbing the 7th layer's hurricane storm, Su Yan originally intended to leave. After all, At that time, Su Yan thought that the cold qi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was useless to him, so entering the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was also useless. Moreover, he didn't know what treasures were in the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, so he didn't want to waste time here. However, who would have thought that when Su Yan was about to leave, the 8th layer would suddenly appear and let Su Yan feel the location of the cold air. Absorbing the cold air. It could be said that Su Yan's trip to the profound ice-cold pond this time was already perfect. However, it was also because he absorbed the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond that Su Yan was tangled again. If he did not absorb the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan would have left without hesitation. However, after absorbing the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan successfully formed the cold air Saint Vein. Now, Su Yan did not need the profound ice-cold shield and could rely on the spirit qi of the cold air Saint Vein to resist the cold air. Because of this, Su Yan was tangled about whether to enter the 8th layer or not. However, this tangled problem was solved quickly. Now that I have formed the cold air Saint Vein, the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me. What do I have to be afraid of? There are 9 layers in the profound ice-cold pond, and I have only entered the 7th layer. Why not enter 2 more layers and explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond? While speaking, Su Yan immediately operated the cultivation method and swam down. Because Su Yan had formed the cold air Saint Vein, he was no longer afraid of the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. In this profound ice-cold pond, his speed was naturally much faster than when he had just entered the profound ice-cold pond. After a while, Su Yan encountered a stone wall. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He stopped and looked around. There was no way forward. This made Su Yan very confused. Why is there no way forward? Could it be that I have already reached the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond? Impossible. Although the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me, I can feel the temperature change of the cold air through the spirit qi. The temperature has not changed, which means that I am still in the 7th layer. Doesn't this profound ice-cold pond have 9 layers? Then why is there no way forward here? Not only was Su Yan confused, but even the Monster Palace's manager, Princess Chu, was also confused when she saw the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Of course, Princess Chu knew that Su Yan was in the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 7th layer. However, it did not matter if it was the 8th layer or the 7th layer. The profound ice-cold pond had to have 1 more layer. The 9th layer. If this profound ice-cold pond does not have 9 layers, why is it only 8 layers? Where is the last layer? And where did the treasure in the 8th level go? Why didn't it appear? Chu Wangfei frowned as she looked at the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Although she had never entered the profound ice-cold pond, she knew that there was a treasure in the 8th level of the pond. As long as someone could withstand the cold air of the 8th layer, the treasure would appear. Su Yan had absorbed the cold air and was able to move freely within the Xian ice-cold pool. Clearly, he had resisted the cold air. However, she did not see the appearance of the treasure. This caused Chu Wangfei to be puzzled. Of course, Princess Chu did not deny that the treasure in the profound ice-cold pond had been taken away by some disciples who had entered the 8th layer. After all, it was not that no one had ever entered the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that in the past 100 years, no Eastern Palace disciple had entered it. However, Princess Chu was more confused about the 9th layer. Where did the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond go? Even if Princess Chu had not entered the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, she was still the Monster Palace's palace master. Naturally, she knew that the profound ice-cold pond had 9 layers. It was not only recorded in books. The previous Eastern Palace master had also talked to her about it. However, now that she saw the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond end there, how could Princess Chu not be confused? Chapter 213. Bang! Just when the Princess of Chu and Su Yan were puzzled. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu and Su Yan were both startled. Of course, Su Yan was more shocked. When the hurricane came, Su Yan knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked on the surface. At the same time, Su Yan did not think that the mysterious ice-cold pond was a peaceful place. Subconsciously, Su Yan had already classified the mysterious ice-cold pond as a strange place. Therefore, even though Su Yan had condensed the sixth cold chi Saint Meridian, the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a threat to Su Yan. However, Su Yan still maintained his vigilance at all times. Hearing this loud sound, the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in Su Yan's body started to circulate rapidly. His eyes turned in an instant and shot out a blood-red light, looking towards the direction of the loud noise. What is this? The moment Su Yan's eyes looked over, he saw a faint light emitting from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Could this be the mechanism to the 8th level? Su Yan immediately thought that this was the mechanism to the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, the mysterious ice-cold pond was a strange place. Just from the fact that the mysterious ice-cold pond could emit such a strange cold chi, he knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a good place. It was not impossible for there to be some mechanisms here. Although Su Yan did not know that he was already in the 8th level. But for the 8th and 9th levels of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan did not have much hope. The reason why he wanted to find the 8th level was only because he had condensed the cold chi Saint Meridian. In the mysterious ice-cold pond, the cold chi was not a threat to Su Yan. And now that he was here, Su Yan also wanted to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond, just to satisfy the curiosity in his heart. In other words, there was no need for Su Yan to force his way into the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the main reason Su Yan came to the profound ice-cold pond was to find his 5th saint bloodline. Now, Su Yan had not only condensed the cold air Saint Meridian in the profound ice-cold pond, but he had also condensed the hurricane Saint Meridian. It could be said that Su Yan's trip had been completed. Furthermore, what exactly was inside this profound ice-cold pond? There was nothing that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan didn't want to try at all. When he saw that beam of light, he thought of all the strange things that happened when he came to the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he was ready to dive up and out of the pond. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of death, but every time he fell into despair, it made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to stand at the top, if he wanted to laugh at the world, the most important thing was to survive. Now, there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan did not need to take this risk at all. This was what a wise man would do, and he was not afraid of death. After all, Su Yan was not familiar with the profound ice-cold pond, and there was nothing he wanted in the profound ice-cold pond. If Su Yan rashly went forward, it would not be bravery, but recklessness. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan preparing to come out, although she was a little disappointed, she praised Su Yan in her heart, knowing when to advance and retreat, adapting to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. If it was not because Su Yan had too many secrets, the Princess of Chu valued Su Yan very much. However, in the Princess of Chu's heart, she always had an evaluation of Su Yan. This Su Yan was a reckless person. After all, Su Yan just entered the monster palace not long ago, and he dared to explore the sea dock. It should be known that the sea dock was a famous dangerous place in the monster palace. Even the Princess of Chu herself did not dare to rashly break into the sea dock. When she saw Su Yan dare to break into the sea dock alone, the Princess of Chu's heart left an impression of a reckless person. Now that she saw Su Yan knew to retreat, she was quite satisfied. After all, Su Yan did not know that in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu would not let him have an accident. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, suddenly, the faint lights suddenly lit up, and suddenly emitted countless bright lights, as if to illuminate the entire profound ice-cold pond. This is... Seeing this light, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, Su Yan felt a strong surge of power. Feeling the existence of this power, Su Yan could not help but be stunned again. This power. Su Yan was stunned for a long time, and looked at the place where the bright light was emitting with a stunned face, and said, "This power is so strong." It was also because of the appearance of this power that Su Yan's heart, which was originally planning to leave, suddenly boiled. The intention to leave in his heart was completely suppressed. With a turn of his eyes, a bright light suddenly surged out from his eyes. Following that, his body slowly dived in the direction of the light as he operated the cultivation method in his body. Su Yan did not know why he suddenly did not want to leave. He only hoped that the place where the light was emitting, and his eyes were surging. He also did not know why. Su Yan only knew that if he left like this today, he would definitely regret it in the future. He, Su Yan, would never do something that he regretted. It was not because of anything, just because his name was Su Yan. Previously, the reason why Su Yan chose to leave was because he thought that there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that he wanted at all. Naturally, there was nothing to be reluctant about. But now it was different. With the determination in his heart, Su Yan would definitely not leave just like that. As for those risks, although Su Yan was worried about them, he was not afraid at all. Although Su Yan knew that the most important thing to reach the peak was to survive. But he also knew that a man must have a challenging heart. At this moment, since there was something attracting him, even if there was a big risk waiting for him in front of him, Su Yan would definitely not leave so easily. He also had to work hard. Not because of anything, just because he was called Su Yan. A man who gathered the pride of heaven and earth. A man who carried the mission of the Buddha sword sect. Driven by this determination, Su Yan quickly came to the place where the light was emitting from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yan did not know why the light was emitting here, but just as he approached the light, Su Yan could not help but reach out to the light. Rumble, just as Su Yan touched the light source, suddenly a loud noise erupted in the entire profound ice-cold pond. The entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. Not only that, even the profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. But those above the profound ice-cold pond who were also God's favored disciples of the Eastern Palace were not afraid. They were just stunned for a moment, but they did not leave. They did not pay much attention to the trembling of the profound ice-cold pond. After all, they were more curious about who was in the profound ice-cold pond. And Su Yan, who was in the profound ice-cold pond, was naturally more shocked than them. When the trembling sound sounded, Su Yan was immediately stunned, and he instantly woke up from the state just now. He quickly operated the cultivation method in his body, and carefully looked around. He saw that the rocks around the profound ice-cold pond were constantly trembling. Not only that. In the next second, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge movement from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yan was shocked again, and hurriedly used qi to float up, letting himself leave the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. And the trembling at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond did not stop because of Su Yan's departure. Instead, it trembled even more violently. Su Yan frowned, and at the same time, he quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. The majestic spirit qi rotated around Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan's hand was also tightly holding the ghost hall sword that had just been summoned, and he cautiously looked at the scene in front of him. And in this trembling, Su Yan could feel that the power that attracted him was getting stronger and stronger. This made Su Yan even more determined that this profound ice-cold pond was not so simple. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace main hall, Princess Chu, who saw this scene through the Taiyao ancient pearl, also frowned slightly, and did not understand why this profound ice-cold pond would have such a change. However, Princess Chu was, after all, the ruler of the monster palace. The things that she knew would always surpass the Eastern Palace disciples, and always surpass Su Yan. After a short moment of astonishment, looking at the trembling stone walls around the profound ice-cold pond, and the strange movement at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond, Princess Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Seal, this is a seal. Thinking of this, Princess Chu was suddenly tongue-tied. Seal, someone actually sealed this profound ice-cold pond. How did I not know? Although it was only through the Taiyao ancient pearl. With Princess Chu's strength, she could naturally feel the power of this seal. Princess Chu was very clear that to be able to seal the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, even with her current strength, it was not easy to set up such a large seal. However, the profound ice-cold pond now had such a powerful seal. What was more terrifying was that this seal existed in the Monster Palace. As the ruler of the Monster Palace, Princess Chu did not know at all. How could this not surprise Princess Chu? Who exactly set up such a large seal in the profound ice-cold pond? Princess Chu looked at the scene inside the Taiyao ancient pearl. Originally, she had been gentle, and when she looked at Su Yan's figure, her slightly gratified face suddenly darkened. All of the charm, all of the sorrow, and all of the expressions on this beautiful face disappeared. In exchange, a king's aura spread from between her eyebrows. She was expressionless, as cold as ice. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Princess Chu's body faintly surged, but this time, it was not to save Su Yan. Chapter 2:14. Although the Xianbing Cold Pond was only a trial ground for the disciples of the Monster Palace. However, because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, it had always been a symbol of the East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu had never tried the Xianbing Cold Pond. However, she also knew some of the mysteries of the Xianbing Cold Pond. The cold air of the Xianbing Cold Pond could temper the body of every disciple who entered the Xianbing Cold Pond. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in the Xianbing Cold Pond was also beneficial to cultivation. Not only that, but because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, every level in the Xianbing Cold Pond could give birth to some spiritual objects of heaven and earth every few years. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth were all rare treasures of heaven and earth. Some could be directly absorbed to help cultivation, and some could be refined into pills. It was only because there were too many disciples who entered the Xianbing Cold Pond, and this rare treasure of heaven and earth would only be produced once every few decades or even 100 years. This also caused many people to forget that there were these things in the Xianbing Cold Pond. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu was filled with anticipation when she saw Su Yan enter the 8th level of the Xianbing Cold Pond. Because others didn't know, but she, the Princess of Chu, knew that this Xianbing Cold Pond would produce the secret of the treasure. From the 1st to the 7th level, there were people who entered every few years. It was fine if there were no rare treasures. However, no one had entered the 8th level for 100 years, so there must be rare treasures. Unfortunately, there was no rare treasure of heaven and earth in the 8th level. Originally, the Princess of Chu only thought that the rare treasure of heaven and earth had not been born because Su Yan did not enter the Xianbing Cold Pond in time. However, it seemed that everything was not so simple. Since this Xianbing Cold Pond was sealed by someone. That meant that within this 100 years, someone had entered the Xianbing Cold Pond. Not only did they seal the Xianbing Cold Pond, but they also seized the treasures in the Xianbing Cold Pond. The Princess of Chu was in charge of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, every inch of land and every plant could be said to belong to the Princess of Chu. Now, someone had seized the treasures that belonged to her Monster Palace under her nose and sealed the Xianbing Cold Pond. The most terrifying thing was that it was difficult to seal the Xianbing Cold Pond, even the Princess of Chu's current strength. However, this person was able to seal the 9th level of the Xianbing Cold Pond without the Princess of Chu noticing anything. Without the princess or anyone in the East Palace noticing anything. How could this not Bing Cold Pond Chu? Of course, Princess of Princess Xian Bing Cold. Because Princess of Bing Cold Yang Bing Cold Pond, Bing Cold Pond Bing Cold Pond, directly, she Princess of Ancient Xiang Bing Cold Pond, her Bing Cold Jade Bing. Bing Cold Ice Bing. Bing. Bing Bing Cold Pond Bing. This power, although Su Yan had already activated his cultivation technique to the extreme and even brought out the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan still felt a sense of oppression when he felt this evil qi. How could Su Yan not panic? Bang! However, before Su Yan could ponder any further, a loud explosion rang out and countless rocks flew into the air. These rocks exploded like a volcanic eruption. Countless amounts of energy suddenly surged out at this moment. Those rocks were like countless bolts of lightning that split open the profound ice-cold pond and exploded in all directions. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that if he was hit by these rocks, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He hurriedly circulated his qi and stepped forward, quickly dodging these rocks. He did not think too much about the power he felt earlier. Although these rocks came quickly and in large numbers, the sudden attack still put a lot of pressure on Su Yan. Fortunately, Su Yan was still a 6th meridian saint. His speed was incomparable to his previous speed, and with the help of the blood dragon eyes, he was able to avoid the explosion of the rocks. The rock explosion came and went quickly. It only lasted for a few breaths before it stabilized. Su Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this rock explosion would continue like the 7th level's whirlpool attack. After all, this rock explosion far surpassed the 7th level's whirlpool attack in terms of strength and speed. Even though Su Yan was now a 6th meridian saint, he used all his strength to avoid the rock explosion. After dodging for a few breaths, Su Yan was already gasping for breath. Seeing the rock explosion stop, the nervous heart also calmed down. Just as they were about to look towards the bottom of the frigid ice pond to see what was going on, at that moment, a slightly aged yet extremely loud voice spread out within the frigid ice pond. 100 years, 100 years, finally, a disciple of my supreme demon palace has stepped into the 9th layer of the frigid ice pond. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this voice. Of course, while he was stunned, Su Yan was more surprised by the power contained in this voice. Although the voice was not aggressive, Su Yan could feel the majestic energy contained in this voice. Based on this energy alone, Su Yan knew that even 10 of him would not be a match for this person. This caused Su Yan to be shocked. Although Su Yan didn't fear death, it didn't mean that Su Yan didn't want to live and would seek death. Every time Su Yan hovered on the edge of death, it was either because he had no other choice, or because he knew that he had the strength to fight. Now that this power had spread, Su Yan knew that he had no strength to fight back at all. Immediately, fear surged in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan felt his vision go dark. The voice was heard again, Su Yan, the successor of the Buddha sword sect. However, this time, this voice did not have the grandeur it had before. Instead, it sounded surprised. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Su Yan was surprised when he heard this voice. Of course, he felt even more fear. How? How does this person know that I am the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Soon, Su Yan thought about the darkness he had felt before and his heart trembled again. Who is this person? How can he use his mind to steal my memories in such a short time? Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, he thought about how this person had stolen his memories without his permission. A wave of anger surged in his body, and he no longer felt the fear from before. He gripped the ghost hall sword and shouted, "Who are you? Come out!" This angry shout did not alarm the person who had just spoken. Instead, it made the Princess of Chu, who was standing in front of the Taiyao ancient pearl, shake. She woke up from her shock and looked inside the Taiyao ancient pearl. The princess of Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Father died 100 years ago. How? How can his voice appear here? After being shocked, the princess of Chu saw Su Yan's figure and was also surprised. This person is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. The Buddha sword sect has disappeared for a long time. How can he be the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Of course, while the princess of Chu was thinking about this question, she was more concerned about the voice from before. Father, is that you? As the princess of Chu's spirit energy surged, she immediately let out a soft call. The Taiyao ancient pearl transmitted into the ice-cold pond. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was stunned. Palace Master Chu. This time, Su Yan immediately recalled the majestic power he had felt before he heard the voice. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had always felt that this power was familiar. It was just that at that moment, the rock exploded. Su Yan didn't have time to think about it. Now that he heard this voice, Su Yan immediately came to his senses. Then, he saw a graceful figure appear in front of him. That graceful figure was so alluring in the ice-cold pond. In particular, there was a trace of worry on that charming face. It was even more tempting. Although the princess of Chu was old, her unchanged face still exuded an alluring aura. Not only that, but because of the vicissitudes of life, she had a mature charm. In this pond, it could be said that anyone who saw such a beauty would be tempted. However, Su Yan wasn't tempted at all. Instead, when he saw the princess of Chu's figure, his face suddenly turned gloomy. A murderous intent exploded from his eyes. It was fine that the princess of Chu had placed a seal in his body. Because Su Yan knew that he wasn't strong enough, he could only endure it. But now, not only did the princess of Chu place a seal in his body, but she also spied on him. This was definitely a naked humiliation. It was definitely a challenge to Su Yan. This also pushed Su Yan's patience to the limit. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I die today, I can't endure this humiliation. Su Yan clenched his teeth. The fear in his heart towards the princess of Chu's strength was completely thrown to the back of his head. There was only dense anger in his heart. The light that flickered in his eyes was also filled with murderous intent. When the princess of Chu felt the murderous intent, she was stunned for a moment. However, she didn't think too much about it, nor did she pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, she unceasingly spun in the ice-frost-cold pond as she shouted, "Father, is it you? Is it you? Princess." Hearing the princess of Chu's voice, the powerful voice from before resounded once again. However, this time, within the vicissitudes of life, there was a hint of sadness. The moment this voice resounded, a black figure floated over. Although the person who appeared had a face full of wrinkles, it wasn't difficult to see from his outline that when this person was young, he must have been a handsome man. Moreover, if one looked closely, they could clearly see that he was similar to the princess of Chu. Moreover, there was an irresistible majesty faintly surging between his eyebrows. That majesty was emitted. Even the overlord of the monster palace, the princess of Chu, couldn't compare. Chapter 215. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, Su Yan felt that all the power in his body had been suppressed. His whole body seemed to have relaxed at this moment. If it weren't for Su Yan's strong willpower, he was afraid that even the ghost hall sword in his hand would have slipped. At the same time, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in his heart. This power. Su Yan's whole body trembled. He didn't even dare to look directly at that person. The old man who appeared only glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the princess of Chu. His eyes showed true feelings and compassion. He reached out and stroked the Princess of Chu's hair and said softly, "Princess, you've grown up." "Father, it's really you, it's really you." At this moment, the Princess of Chu had already cried her eyes out. There was no trace of the usual majesty of the Monster Palace's palace master. She reached out to hug the old man, but the Princess of Chu hugged nothing. The Princess of Chu was stunned. When the old man saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he smiled bitterly and said, "Princess, father died 100 years ago. This is just a remnant of my soul memory left behind." "What?" When the Princess of Chu heard this, her whole body trembled. She kept shaking her head, obviously unwilling to accept this fact. "Father, how can this be? How can this be? Who in the 5 counties can kill you?" When the old man heard the Princess of Chu's words, his face showed a kind expression. "Princess, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Father's strength can't be considered strong." As he spoke, one could clearly feel the helplessness in the old man's tone. When the Princess of Chu heard the old man's words, she was first stunned, then more sadness. At this moment, Su Yan, who was standing at the side, also woke up from the various signs just now. Looking at the two of them, he could not help but frown. This old man, Chu Wangfei, actually called him father, then he is. As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. Although he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time, he was still aware of the important matters in the Monster Palace. The former palace master of Monster Palace, Chu Tianxiong, was a legendary figure in the 5 counties. It was rumored that he had stepped into the legendary level and was fully deserving of being the #1 expert in the 5 counties. The rise of the Monster Palace was due to his existence. However, Su Yan also knew that this person had already fallen 100 years ago. "Then why are you here now?" Su Yan was shocked. When he heard Chu Tianxiong say that he was just a strand of memory, he was able to accept quite a bit of it. Even so, the shock in his heart did not lessen. Instead, he became even more confused. A legendary level master, then who was the one who killed him? Compared to Su Yan's doubts, the Princess of Chu also had the same doubts. "Father, what happened back then? Why did you fall, and why are you in the frozen ice pond?" The Princess of Chu asked a few questions, but she did not ask about the frozen ice pond being sealed because she was already clear that the frozen ice pond was definitely sealed by her father. Otherwise, her father would not be here. Sigh. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, Chu Tianxiong sighed helplessly. Then, his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. After being silent for a while, he began to speak slowly. "Back then, when I stepped into the peak of the Dragon Realm, I tried to break the status of the Monster Palace in this world. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. The world is so big that it will never be something we can imagine." Chu Tianxiong sighed. Obviously, he did not want to talk about what happened back then. However, this also aroused the Princess of Chu's curiosity about what happened back then. Hearing her father stop talking, she immediately asked, "Father, what happened?" Chu Tianxiong obviously did not intend to talk about what happened back then. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Princess, seeing you grow to this level, I am extremely gratified. However, there are some things that are not good for you to know with your current strength." "Father," Chu Tianxiong shook his head and interrupted her. "Princess, don't ask about father's matters. Let's talk about yourself. Father hasn't been by your side for the past 100 years. How have you been?" Chu Tianxiong asked. Chu Tianxiong nodded and said, "Princess, don't ask about father. Let's talk about yourself." When Chu Tianxiong said this, there was no trace of a king's aura on his face. There was only that kind of fatherly love. When the Princess of Chu looked at her father's expression, she thought about all the things that happened in the past 100 years. She thought about how she had to bear everything alone for the past 100 years. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. However, the Princess of Chu did not talk about this with her father. Instead, she nodded and said, "Father, I am very good. I am very good. Now, I am the palace master of the Monster Palace." Yes. Hearing the Princess of Chu's answer, Chu Tianxiong also nodded with gratification. Bang! At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Not good. Chu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. His kind face immediately became serious, exuding a majestic aura. When the Princess of Chu saw her father's face, she could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly asked, "Father, what's wrong?" "Princess, in fact, the ice-cold pond has always been a secret of the Monster Palace. This ice-cold pond is actually connected to the East Sea. Not only that, but there is also a sea monster sealed at the bottom of the ice-cold pond." When Chu Tianxiong mentioned the sea monster, there was obviously some fear on his face. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's face, the Princess of Chu and Su Yan could not help but be startled. What kind of sea monster can make the strongest person in the 5 counties, Chu Tianxiong, so frightened? What kind of sea monster can make father have such an expression? Su Yan and the Princess of Chu muttered to themselves at the same time. However, Su Yan only hid his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu asked Chu Tianxiong, "Father, what is going on?" "Yes." Although Chu Tianxiong didn't mention exactly how he had fallen, he didn't try to hide it. He nodded slightly and said, "This sea beast is called the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It is the overlord of the East Sea. The reason why the ice-cold pond can have such cold air is because of the existence of this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Because the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's cultivation has reached the level of a warrior in the Dragon Realm, it has a certain level of intelligence." "What? The strength of a Dragon Realm warrior?" When the Princess of Chu and Su Yan heard Chu Tianxiong's words, they suddenly opened their mouths wide. They could not believe how powerful a Dragon Realm sea monster was. Now, they finally understood why Chu Tianxiong had such an expression when he talked about the sea monster. Yes. Chu Tianxiong had obviously expected Su Yan and the Princess of Chu's expressions. He did not say much and only nodded. He continued to say, "Speaking of our monster palace, although we have the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, we are actually considered to have the bloodline of a monster beast. There is no difference between us and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. And because of that, the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast has always been hiding in the profound ice-cold pond. It wants to take over our Supreme Demon Palace. Moreover, the disciples of our Supreme Demon Palace that entered the trial lost their lives in the profound ice-cold pond because they were swallowed by the sea beast. I did not know this secret at first. However, when I was fighting with that person, I was injured by that person's flame saint power. I wanted to use the ice-cold pond to heal my injuries. That's how I found out." Chu Tianxiong obviously did not want to tell the Princess of Chu that he was injured by someone back then. He only mentioned the flame saint power. Although the Princess of Chu felt regretful, she knew her father's character. If he did not want to say something, no matter how she asked, he would not say it. Therefore, the Princess of Chu did not ask about the flame saint power. Instead, she continued to ask, "Father, what happened after that?" "After that?" Chu Tianxiong could not help but laugh bitterly before continuing, "After that, I used my own strength to seal the ice-cold pond and trap the Jade Ice Crystal Beast." "Father, you were not a match for this sea monster." The Princess of Chu could not help but ask in astonishment. Although Chu Tianxiong had said that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had the strength of a Dragon Realm warrior, Chu Tianxiong had always been a godlike existence in the eyes of the Princess of Chu. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that the sea monster was not a match for her father. That was why she asked so many questions. Chu Tianxiong's expression did not change much when he heard the Princess of Chu's question. He only smiled and continued, "If I was in my best condition, I would not be afraid of this sea monster. Unfortunately, I was seriously injured when I came to the ice-cold pond. Naturally, I was not a match for this jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, I could only use my own strength to seal the 9th layer of the ice-cold pond so that it could not harm the monster palace and you." Hearing her father's words, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of sadness. So, her father did all this for her and the monster palace. Rumble, originally, the Princess of Chu wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, the loud sound came again. Chu Tianxiong suddenly frowned. His eyes surged with a sharp light. He looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast is about to appear. Prepare for battle." "Yes, father." Although the Princess of Chu knew that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had the strength of a Dragon Realm warrior, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Her body shook and the weakness on her face disappeared. What he got in return was the aura of a king. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately let out a roar and burst out with dazzling light. It was clearly an extraordinary item. Fish Dragon Sword. Su Yan saw the sword and recognized it at a glance. This was the famous Fish Dragon Sword. Rumble. Chapter 216. Rumble. The moment this sea beast appeared, the entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. All the water in the pond began to fluctuate along with it. Countless ripples erupted, and a majestic power erupted along with it. The moment the force undulated, Chu Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a mournful look. He shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, quickly retreat." Who was Chu Tianxiong? He was the former palace master of the Monster Palace. He was recognized as the #1 person in the 5 counties. His strength had already entered the legendary level. Now, even a person like him revealed such a shocked expression when he saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It was clear how powerful this Jade Ice Crystal Beast was. When the Princess of Chu saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast appear, she did not say a word. She activated the cultivation method in her body. The moment the spirit chi flowed, her figure quickly flashed and retreated a few meters. Su Yan's reaction was also very fast. Unfortunately, his strength was too insignificant in front of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The moment the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast appeared, a majestic power spread out and Su Yan felt his heart churn. Pucci, he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how Su Yan used his spirit chi to resist, he was unable to do anything. Unfortunately, in front of such a powerful force, his insignificant spirit chi was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. Under the undulation of the glacial pond, Su Yan felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart. There was no way for him to resist. What a powerful force! In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan's heart revealed an unprecedented fear. In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan simply did not have any ability to resist. Under the impact of the force, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. "Su Yan, you're too weak. Hurry up and back off." At this moment, Chu Tianxiong's imposing figure floated in front of Su Yan. All the discomfort and pain disappeared, and Su Yan gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at Chu Tianxiong's back, he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Chu Tianxiong completely ignored Su Yan. Instead, he turned to the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess Consort, you've grown up. Today, let's fight this Jade Ice Crystal Beast together." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded slightly as she gripped the Fish Dragon Sword tightly in her hand. The gentleness she displayed when she faced Chu Tianxiong earlier had completely disappeared. Her expression was as cold as ice, and between her brows, the aura of a queen was unmistakable. The moment those eyes turned, countless dazzling lights condensed. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, Chu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he saw the jade ice crystal beast approaching him. Chu Tianxiong's face darkened, and he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, Princess Consort, for the past 100 years, I've used my own strength to seal this jade ice crystal beast. Similarly, for the past 100 years, I've been constantly chipping away at its strength. Although this jade ice crystal beast is comparable to a dragon realm cultivator at its peak, it has been trapped by me for 100 years. With the strength of the two of us, we'll definitely be able to take down this beast today. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's body suddenly moved. The moment his body floated, it seemed as if there was no movement. However, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Is this the strength of a dragon realm cultivator? Bang! Right at that moment, a loud sound rang out, causing Su Yan to wake up from his confusion. He saw Chu Tianxiong wave his hand, and a majestic force surged out, directly exploding on the jade ice crystal beast. This jade ice crystal beast was over 100 feet tall. It had a huge head, a mouth that was like a blood basin, and when it moved its four limbs, it was enough to create a violent storm. In front of the huge jade ice crystal beast, Chu Tianxiong appeared so small and weak. However, it was this small and weak body that directly straddled the jade ice crystal beast. His hands tightly grasped the two horns on the jade ice crystal beast's head. At the same time, he shouted to the Princess of Chu, Princess Consort, this jade ice crystal beast's weakness is its mouth. I will temporarily restrain it for now. Hurry up and attack its mouth. If you give it a little more time, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to deal with as it is now. After all, we are now in the profound ice-cold pond. The cold water here is the best place for the jade ice crystal beast to cultivate. For the past 100 years, I have only been able to suppress its cultivation. If it is given a little more time, and if it recovers, I'm afraid that even at my peak, I may not be its opponent. Chu Tianxiong used his life to suppress this jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years. In these 100 years, he fought with the jade ice crystal beast every day. Naturally, he was very familiar with the characteristics of the jade ice crystal beast. And because he was familiar with it, he also knew the terror of the jade ice crystal beast. Although Chu Tianxiong had been fighting with the jade ice crystal beast for the past 100 years, it was a pity that after 100 years, Chu Tianxiong had exhausted all his efforts and only left behind a remnant soul. He was still unable to truly kill the jade ice crystal beast. Therefore, Chu Tianxiong was very clear that if he couldn't kill this beast today, it would be the end of the monster palace. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong grabbed the jade ice crystal beast's horns and increased his strength. The powerful force exploded, and a huge pain instantly attacked the jade ice crystal beast. The jade ice crystal beast suddenly let out a low growl in pain. Roar! Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted, Princess, hurry up, now is the time. Princess Chu's expression was grave. Looking at her father's panicked expression, she didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation method in her body revolved, and the powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The power of his radius realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Holding the fish dragon sword in his hand, he arrived in front of the jade ice crystal beast in a single step. The fish dragon sword in his hand was like a long dragon, emitting countless rays of light, directly attacking the jade ice crystal beast's mouth. At the same time, Princess Chu sternly shouted, Die! Her body exuded a powerful aura, and the aura of a queen was undoubtedly displayed. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He secretly sighed in his heart, Princess Chu, Monster Palace's palace master, you really live up to your reputation. Compared to the strength of the jade ice crystal beast, Su Yan thought that the Princess Chu was more powerful. After all, Su Yan had never heard of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast before. However, the strength of the Princess Chu was deeply imprinted in Su Yan's mind. Therefore, when the Princess Chu made her move, Su Yan subconsciously thought that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was about to die. It was a pity that this was only Su Yan's opinion. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was the overlord of the East Sea. It could make a generation's hero, Chu Tianxiong, reveal a dignified expression. How could it be so easily killed by the Princess Chu? If it was so easily killed by the Princess Chu, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't have needed to spend much effort to kill it. Even after 100 years, he still wouldn't be able to kill the overlord of the East Sea. Ha, you want to kill me with the strength of a mere square sphere state? Just as the Princess Chu's sword was about to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly spoke in human language and let out a playful voice. At the same time, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's huge forelimbs swung up. Its entire body suddenly flew up from the glacial ice pool. After all, the glacial ice pool was a deep pool. No matter what kind of water one was in, one's speed would be suppressed in the water. However, the resistance of the glacial ice pool's water was simply non-existent to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body leaped and quickly flew up from the pool. At the same time, a powerful force surged out, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened. "Princess, be careful." Seeing the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's actions, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast opened its bloody mouth, a powerful force suddenly surged out. A water column like a stormy sea and a powerful water spear directly attacked the Princess Chu's body. Although Su Yan was relatively far away, even at such a distance, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the water column released by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Under this huge force, he felt that his entire body's strength was suppressed and he couldn't move at all. The moment he looked at the Princess Chu, Su Yan couldn't help but worry. Bang! Just as Su Yan was worried, the water column directly hit the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu's entire body was directly sent flying and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Princess. Seeing that his daughter was injured, Chu Tianxiong suddenly felt a surge of anger. With a loud shout, a powerful force erupted from his body and a fist smashed down on the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's head. Roar! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was obviously in great pain and let out a roar. It suddenly went berserk as it opened its mouth and roared, "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. Even with the help of your ancient demon cauldron, you still couldn't kill me. Now that the seal has been broken, what can you, Chu Tianxiong, do to me?" The Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed heartily. At the same time, its body constantly trembled, trying to shake Chu Tianxiong off its body. When Chu Tianxiong heard the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words, he coldly snorted and shouted, "Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you beast. Don't be so arrogant. If you were at your peak, I might not be able to do anything to you. But now, you are only in a weakened state. Taking your life today is as easy as flipping my hand." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, his body flashed and a ray of light burst out from his chest and landed in Chu Tianxiong's hand. The moment it landed in his hand, Chu Tianxiong waved his hand and shouted, "Princess, catch." Although she was hit by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Princess Chu was still in the boundary state. The moment she knew that she couldn't avoid it, she had already quickly mobilized her spirit energy to protect her heart meridian. At this moment, although she was vomiting blood, she wasn't seriously injured. Chapter 217. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When the Princess of Chu received the item that Chu Tianxiong threw to her, her eyes immediately lit up. Her frosty face could not help but flash with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. I always thought that it had disappeared with the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. I didn't expect that it had always been with Father. Now that the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron has returned, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl is in my hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Bell is in the hands of the North Palace Palace Master. Only the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is unknown. When the Princess of Chu said this, she did not deliberately lower her voice. As the saying went, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did not mean it. Su Yan had three main purposes for coming to the Monster Palace. First, to avoid the Guyu sect's pursuit. Second, to find out the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace. Third, to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Avoiding the Guyu sect came into being after Su Yan had made up his mind to come to the Monster Palace. Moreover, looking for the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace came into being because Su Yan had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan's main purpose for coming to the Monster Palace was to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Although Su Yan had been in the Monster Palace for a few days and had never thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it did not mean that Su Yan had forgotten about it. Instead, Su Yan knew that his strength was the most important thing now. Only when his strength had increased to a certain level could he find what he wanted to do. Su Yan had entered the Monster Palace for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. However, after entering the Monster Palace, Su Yan truly realized the power of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan had not thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal during this period. He did not expect to hear the Princess of Chu mention the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal here today. If the Princess of Chu had only mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it would have been fine. At the same time, the Princess of Chu also mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, and Supreme Demon Ancient Bell. Su Yan was not familiar with any of these three items. However, the Princess of Chu was now holding the Supreme Fei Ancient Cauldron in her hand, and the Princess of Chu had an excited expression on her face. Who was the Princess of Chu? She was the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, one of the three major powers in the 5 counties. Even someone like her was moved by this item. It could be seen that this item was not simple. For the Supreme Fei Ancient Seal to be listed here, it was clear that the Supreme Fei Ancient Seal was also an extraordinary item. Looks like this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is indeed an extraordinary item, Su Yan muttered to himself. Consort, quickly use the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong shouted when he saw that the Princess of Chu was still staring at the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Hearing Chu Tianxiong shout, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses. She was still in the middle of a battle. The Princess of Chu came to her senses, and the excitement on her face was instantly suppressed. She returned to her frosty expression. Her body floated, and the spiritual power on her body instantly burst out, turning into a green light that surged into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron in her hand. Bang! At this moment, the bronze cauldron in the Princess of Chu's hand that was only the size of a fist suddenly expanded rapidly. Not only that, but at the same time, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The force spread out like a whirlwind, and the water in the ice-cold pond boiled like hot water. Roar! When the jade water crystal beast saw this force, its bell-sized eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. It let out a low roar, and its body shook as it shouted, Chu Tianxiong, 100 years ago, I was at a disadvantage because of your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Do you want to use this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress me again today? Ha ha ha. After the jade water crystal beast finished speaking, it looked at the force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and could not help but laugh. Ah, naive child. Chu Tianxiong, if you were to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, perhaps I would be afraid. But with this little girl, the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is useless against me. As the jade water crystal beast spoke, the domineering aura of the King of the Beasts was unmistakable. Looking at the power emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, it roared, and its whole body suddenly jumped up, and pounced on the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, it is said that the 4 great treasures of the Supreme Demon clan are shocking. They are indeed extraordinary. Today, I will take your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When I unify the Monster Palace in the future, I will slowly take the 4 treasures of your Monster Palace. While speaking, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's entire body suddenly began to rotate. Its body instantly emitted countless amounts of spirit chi, which suddenly exploded in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Sensation. Sensation, countless noises resounded in the area. As it spun, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body instantly emitted a powerful cold aura that rushed towards the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Wherever the cold aura passed, the water in the mystic ice-cold pond instantly froze. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, "Princess, this is the cold air of this beast. It is bone-chilling and can instantly freeze people. Quickly dodge. Dodge." When the Jade Water Crystal Beast heard Chu Tianxiong's words, it could not help but let out a mocking laugh. "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have confronted each other for 100 years. Don't you know my strength? With such a child's strength, you want to dodge my 1,000 feet of ice." When Chu Tianxiong heard the Jade Water Crystal Beast's words, he was stunned. His eyes instantly condensed, and a domineering aura flowed out, as he shouted, "Beast, don't be so proud. Since I dared to break this seal, do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? Ha ha ha, Jade Water Crystal Beast, let me tell you, you must die today." Chu Tianxiong laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but there was a hint of misery in it. At the same time, his body suddenly surged with a black air. When the Princess of Chu saw this scene, she could not help but be stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Father, you can't. Consort, your father's body is already dead. Even if I didn't die today, this remnant's soul wouldn't live for long. Furthermore, I underestimated the power of this Jade Crystal Beast, so..." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's eyes suddenly widened, emitting a bewitching light. "Supreme Demon Ancestor, Chu Tianxiong, the descendant of Supreme Demon God King, sacrifice my last trace of blood to activate this heaven and earth." Chu Tianxiong's hands moved, and his mouth kept chanting the Monster Palace's secret technique. As he was chanting, the surrounding spiritual energy in the ice-cold pond kept surging toward his body, emitting a majestic spiritual power. In an instant, it condensed into a black air and drilled into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. At the same time, Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu, who was still in a state of grief, and hurriedly shouted, "Princess, quickly activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast." "Yes." The Princess of Chu bit her lip. Although she could not bear to see her father use the Supreme Demon's secret technique with his last trace of strength. However, she clearly knew that if she hadn't done so, they would have all died at the mouth of this Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast. Not only that, if they died in the mouth of this Jade Water Crystal Beast, the century-old foundation of the Monster Palace would be destroyed. Therefore, the Princess of Chu knew that she had no choice but to kill this beast to avenge her father. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes as she looked at the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The moment the murderous intent surged, the Princess of Chu quickly activated the technique in her body. Countless spiritual powers surged out and quickly entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. After the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron absorbed the power of Chu Tianxiong's Supreme Demon's secret technique and the Princess of Chu's power, it quickly rotated and emitted a powerful force, directly blocking the Jade Water Crystal Beast's 1,000 feet of ice. Not only that, but the powerful force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron directly hit the Jade Water Crystal Beast. There was a loud bang. The Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body was directly hit, and it was directly knocked back a few steps. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast let out a low roar in pain, and its entire body went into a frenzied state, screaming crazily. "Princess, quickly used this opportunity to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong's hands did not move, but instead, they moved and sent power into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The moment the power was sent, his body became more and more confused. Chu Wangfei's heart ached when she saw her father's expression. However, her expression remained as cold as ice. She knew that if she could not control the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, then her father's sacrifice would have been in vain. The Princess of Chu gently bit her lips, and her body suddenly floated up. She waved her hands like a fairy, and endless power erupted from her body with her movements. At the same time, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron also followed the guidance of her power and slowly closed in on the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The Jade Water Crystal Beast was clearly no longer as calm as before. When it saw the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron closing in on it, it constantly roared and its body violently blasted in all directions, trying to break out of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's encirclement. Unfortunately, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power was too strong, and the Jade Water Crystal Beast had been in a confrontation with Chu Tianxiong for 100 years. It was already in a weakened state, so how could it resist the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power? It could only watch helplessly as the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on its body. Under the Princess of Chu's control, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron grew bigger and bigger. In less than a few breaths' time, it had already surpassed the Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body and slowly pressed down on it. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power, it could not resist at all. It could only let out continuous roars from its mouth. Die! The Princess of Chu controlled the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and coldly shouted. At the same time, she waved her hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on the Jade Water Crystal Beast like a 1,000-pound hammer, causing a series of ripples. Ah! Chapter 2:18. Did it work? Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast being suppressed by the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron. Chu Tianxiong was a remnant soul to begin with, and he had used all of his strength to activate the Great Demon's secret technique. He had used up all of his soul power, leaving only a sliver of remnant soul floating in the glacial ice pool. It was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Although the Princess of Chu did not die, she was not much better off than Chu Tianxiong. Controlling the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron required a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu had used the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The amount of energy she had used had almost depleted the spiritual energy in her body. At this moment, her face was pale. When she heard that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had stopped howling, the last breath she had used to support her body was released. Her entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess! When Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu fall to the ground, he floated up and came to her side. He had a sad expression on his face. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at Chu Tianxiong. Her frosty expression melted and turned into sadness. Father, you. When Chu Tianxiong saw his daughter like this, he could not bear to see her like this. When he thought about how he was about to leave this world, he felt even more sad. However, he did not want his daughter to be sad. Chu Tianxiong pretended to be calm and smiled kindly. Princess, I'm old. I'll leave this world sooner or later. Don't be too sad. Father. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Tianxiong's name, her voice immediately became choked up. For a moment, she looked at Chu Tianxiong and did not know what to say. However, Chu Tianxiong kept comforting her. Roar! Just as the two of them were talking, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu thought to be dead suddenly let out a low roar. What? When Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu heard this voice, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The two of them simultaneously looked in the direction of the Ice Jade Beast and heard the ferocious voice of the Ice Jade Beast. The Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is indeed extraordinary. This beast actually didn't die. When the Princess of Chu saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast open its bell-like laughing eyes, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Not only her, but even Chu Tianxiong was stunned. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's expressions, it could not help but laugh heartily. "Chu Tianxiong, oh Chu Tianxiong. Do you think you're the only one who's been thinking about how to deal with me in the past 100 years? Have I not thought about how to deal with this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron?" As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast spoke, it suddenly snorted coldly. "Chu Tianxiong, let me tell you something. During these 100 years, I have been constantly cultivating my heart meridian in order to be able to resist your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron." Bang! As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast spoke, a bang suddenly sounded from its body, and a layer of frost fell from its body. "Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. You forced me to use my heart meridian for 100 years just to cultivate this layer of protection." The Jade Ice Crystal Beast watched the frost fall from its body, and its expression became even more ferocious. Its already terrifying eyes widened, and its voice was filled with anger. "Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. I originally wanted to unify the Monster Palace, but now, it's you. It's you who changed my mind. Chu Tianxiong, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, will definitely flatten the Monster Palace today. I won't leave a single person in your Monster Palace alive." Chu Tianxiong was the strongest person in the 5 counties. When had he ever been in such danger? When he heard the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words, a wave of anger suddenly surged within his body. Even though there was only a sliver of his soul left, Chu Tianxiong leaped up, and an irresistible pressure still spread out. He sternly shouted, "Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you bastard. As long as I, Chu Tianxiong, am here, don't even think of taking half a step into my Monster Palace." This stern shout was mixed with Chu Tianxiong's spiritual energy, and as his voice spread out, it immediately exploded with a sense of majesty. When Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, heard his voice, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This Chu Tianxiong is indeed the strongest person in the 5 counties. Now that he's left with just a sliver of his soul, he can still release such shocking power." Of course, while Su Yan was praising Chu Tianxiong, he looked at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and frowned. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said that it had set foot in the Monster Palace, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. After all, Su Yan had come to the Monster Palace to find out about his father and the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As for the Monster Palace, Su Yan had never felt any nostalgia for it. And in the past few days in the Monster Palace, although he had received a lot of favors from the Monster Palace, Su Yan was naturally moved. Unfortunately, this feeling was replaced by anger when Su Yan found out that the Princess of Chu had spied on him and that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body. Therefore, if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to trample the Monster Palace, even if Su Yan had the ability to stop it, he wouldn't care. However, Su Yan understood that today, Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu really couldn't stop the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. If the Jade Ice Crystal Beast were to leave here, it would be difficult for him to escape death. While Su Yan was frowning, the Princess of Chu also forced her body to stand up. Holding the fish dragon sword in her hand, she pointed at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast and shouted, "Beast, you're still trapped under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Ha, I'm trapped in this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron." When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast heard the Princess of Chu's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "I have to admit that this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is a peerless treasure. However, without the support of spiritual power, how long can it trap me? As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, he looked at the pale faces of the princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. He immediately said in a mocking voice, "If I'm not wrong, the two of you are probably at the end of your rope. With your current strength, I don't think you can activate the supreme demon ancient cauldron." The jade ice crystal beast's words clearly poked at Chu Tianxiong and the princess of Chu's sore spot. Just as the jade ice crystal beast said, the father and daughter duo were already at the end of their rope. Chu Tianxiong only had the last bit of his remnant soul power, so he was unable to activate the supreme demon ancient cauldron. It was the same for the princess of Chu. She had exhausted all the spiritual power in her body and could no longer support the supreme demon ancient cauldron. "Beast, don't be so smug. Today, I, Chu Tianxiong, will use up the last bit of my remnant soul power to accompany you in death." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong suddenly attacked the jade ice crystal beast. "Beast, give me your life." The princess of Chu also growled. She clenched her teeth and raised the long sword in her hand to attack the jade ice crystal beast. When the jade ice crystal beast saw the two attacking at the same time, his mind was shaken. After all, he was still being suppressed by the supreme demon ancient cauldron. Humph! The jade ice crystal beast let out a low snort from its nostrils. Its eyes suddenly emitted a bewitching red light. In an instant, it opened its mouth and spoke, "Chu Tianxiong, you said that my mouth is my weakest spot. Today, I will show you the power of my mouth." As he spoke, the jade ice crystal beast suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of pool water entered his mouth. Chu Tianxiong saw the jade water crystal beast open its mouth and thought of something, so he hurriedly shouted to Chu Wangfei, "Princess consort, you have to back off quickly. The spirit qi in your body has been depleted. You are no match for this sea beast. Back off quickly." The princess of Chu looked at her father's worried eyes and shook her head, saying, "Father, if this jade ice crystal beast doesn't die today, our monster palace clan will definitely not survive. How can I retreat?" Chu Tianxiong wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in the princess of Chu's eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right. Today, even if we can't defeat this jade ice crystal beast, we will drag him down with us." "Yes." The princess of Chu nodded. The two of them attacked the jade ice crystal beast at the same time. Rumble, unfortunately, the two of them were arrows at the end of their flight. Before they could get close to the jade ice crystal beast, they heard a loud noise. The jade ice crystal beast opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spat out countless water pillars. They directly hit the princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The two of them, who were already weak, were hit by the water pillars. They could not dodge at all. With a scream, they were sent flying and fell to the ground at the same time. Pfft! At this moment, the princess of Chu spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Chu Tianxiong, he was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if he was about to disappear. His entire body could not move. When the jade ice crystal beast saw the two of them, it immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, why do you still want to kill me? Ha ha ha, come on, kill me." Pfft! The jade ice crystal beast laughed proudly. However, it did not laugh for long before it spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed continuously. It was clearly suppressed by the ancient demon cauldron and launched such a powerful attack. The jade ice crystal beast was also heavily injured. When the princess of Chu saw this scene, she immediately picked up the long sword that had slipped from the ground. She gathered her qi and rushed towards the jade ice crystal beast. Unfortunately, she was heavily injured. Just as she stood up, she fell to the ground again. "Princess." When Chu Tianxiong saw the princess of Chu's appearance, his heart ached. He looked at the jade ice crystal beast with anger. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength. Now, he only had a trace of his remnant soul left. He could not pose a threat to the jade ice crystal beast. He could not even get close to the jade ice crystal beast. Chu Tianxiong looked and roared unwillingly, why? Hearing his roar, the jade water ice crystal beast was overjoyed. Even though it was heavily injured, it still laughed happily. Ha, Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. In the end, I am still the one who came out on top. Rest well today. Chapter 219. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, the jade ice crystal beast did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it laughed loudly, ha ha ha, Chu Tianxiong, don't be so arrogant. No matter how powerful this ancient demon cauldron is, without the support of spiritual power, it's just a piece of trash. And now, both of you are injured. Chu Tianxiong, you're about to disappear. Who else can stop me? Who else can kill me? Ha ha ha. The jade ice crystal beast looked at Chu Tianxiong and the princess of Chu's increasingly ugly expressions and became even more proud. Although it was also heavily injured. But for the current these injuries were just small matters. Because the jade ice crystal beast knew very well that as long as it left the suppression of the ancient demon cauldron, it could immediately use the water of the profound ice-cold pond to heal its injuries. Then, it would be the day it trampled over the monster palace. Thinking about it, the jade ice crystal beast's heart was filled with excitement. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, I've waited for 1,000 years. Finally, I can leave this place. Finally, I can defeat the Supreme Demon Clan. Ha, Supreme Demon Clan. Well said. Supreme Demons. Actually, you guys are nothing more than demonic beasts. Humph. Why can you demonic beasts be above humans while we, the sea beasts, can only live in this dark land of the Eastern Sea? From today onwards, I'll be above humans. I'll kill all of you Supreme Demon Clan. From now on, there'll only be the Sea Monster Clan. Only us sea monsters will be the overlords of this world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the jade ice crystal beast laughed more and more happily, more and more excited, and more arrogant. Chu Wangfei and Chu Tianxiong could only watch helplessly as the jade ice crystal beast ran amok. They could not do anything to stop it. As the power of the supreme demon ancient cauldron grew weaker and weaker, the two of them sank into despair. When the jade water crystal beast saw the despair on their faces, it began to laugh even more wantonly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, whoosh! Just as the jade ice crystal beast was laughing so arrogantly, it suddenly felt a huge pain in its mouth. Its laughter abruptly stopped, and its entire body shook. Die. A young man wearing elegant white robes and holding a black longsword stood in front of the jade water ice crystal beast. His eyes were filled with a resolute light as he looked at the jade water ice crystal beast and shouted harshly. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked the jade ice crystal beast's mouth again. The sword flashed and a strong burst of spiritual energy directly rushed into the jade ice crystal beast's mouth. Every sea beast had a weakness. The jade ice crystal beast was no exception. Its mouth was its weakest point. Now that its mouth had suffered such a serious injury, the jade ice crystal beast felt as if its entire body had been pierced. It immediately began to howl loudly. Who? The jade ice crystal beast roared crazily as its limbs twitched constantly. It wanted to break free from the suppression of the Supreme Fey ancient cauldron, but the power of the cauldron had yet to dissipate. Now that it was injured, how could it break free? He could only watch helplessly as he was continuously attacked and continuously endured the incomparably great pain. The feeling of complacency from before had completely disappeared. Under the continuous attacks, it became weaker and weaker. Slowly, it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Only its mouth still had a hint of unwillingness. It used its last bit of strength to roar, "Who is it? Who is it?" When it saw the white-robed youth in front of it, its eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Six bloodline saint, it's actually a sixth bloodline saint. Ha ha ha, the overlord of the East Sea, will actually die in the hands of a sixth bloodline saint today. Ha ha ha. The Jade Ice Crystal Sea Beast laughed miserably. Unfortunately, its weakest point had already been attacked. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't stop its life from flowing away. Bang! With a loud bang, its entire body turned into ashes. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the overlord of the East Sea, had fallen. Only a wave of unwillingness was left. It would never have thought that it would actually die in the hands of a sixth bloodline saint. A sixth bloodline saint. If this person was not Su Yan, who else could it be? Su Yan naturally did not do this to save the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The Princess of Chu had pried into his secrets and placed a restriction in his body. This had already crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Chu Tianxiong had even searched his memories. How could Su Yan not be angry? Su Yan could not wait for the two of them to die. Why would Su Yan save them? However, Su Yan knew that if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast did not die today, he would definitely not be able to leave this place. Therefore, at the last moment, Su Yan saw that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was heavily injured and laughed wildly. He finally mustered up the courage to attack. Su Yan also did not expect that he would really kill the overlord of the East Sea. Looking at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that had turned into ashes, Su Yan could not recover for a long time. The excitement in his heart was self-evident. Bang! At this moment, the loud sound of the High Demon Ancient Cauldron falling to the ground instantly woke Su Yan up. High Demon Ancient Cauldron. Su Yan looked at the High Demon Ancient Cauldron with a greedy look in his eyes. He licked his lips. Seeing the High Demon Ancient Cauldron shrink, Su Yan's heart stirred. He quickly reached out and put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron into his storage bag. At the moment of putting the High Demon Ancient Cauldron away, Su Yan saw a jade-colored bead the size of a pearl on the ground. Su Yan knew that this was the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core. His eyes suddenly lit up and he put it into his storage bag without any hesitation. Although Su Yan's actions were fast, it did not escape the eyes of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. When the two of them saw that Su Yan had killed the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, their faces were filled with disbelief because Su Yan was only a sixth bloodline saint. Similar to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's final reluctance, they simply could not accept this fact. When the High Demon Ancient Cauldron fell to the ground, they suddenly came to their senses and saw Su Yan put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core into his storage bag. The two of them could not help but frown. I never thought that I, Chu Tianxiong, who had dominated the 5 counties for a lifetime, would lose to a 6th bloodline saint in the end. Of course, when Chu Tianxiong said that he lost to Su Yan, he naturally did not mean that he had truly lost to Su Yan. After all, if Chu Tianxiong had not exhausted his strength, even if there were 100 Su Yan, he would definitely not have any power to fight back in Chu Tianxiong's hands. What Chu Tianxiong was referring to was that he had confronted the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast for 100 years. In the end, he had almost been counterattacked by the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast, but the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast had died at the hands of Su Yan. In contrast to Chu Tianxiong's bitter smile in his heart, Princess Chu looked at Su Yan and did not feel anything. Instead, she was quite happy. After all, she had already designated Su Yan as the next person in charge of the Monster Palace. Su Yan naturally did not know what the two of them were thinking. After putting away the 2 items, his eyes immediately surged with a murderous intent. The Princess Chu placed a restriction in my body and spied on me. She must know a lot of my secrets. Now that she is seriously injured, it is a good opportunity for me to kill her. Su Yan thought in his heart and immediately turned to walk in the direction of the Princess Chu. Although Su Yan also had the desire to kill Chu Tianxiong, he did not pay much attention to him. This was because Su Yan clearly knew that Chu Tianxiong had only left behind the last trace of his soul remnant. With just him, he would automatically disappear in less than an hour. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid that he would search his memories. On the contrary, the Princess Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace. She was only injured now. If he waited until she returned to the Eastern Palace, it would be a disaster for him. At that time, the one who would die would most likely be him. Moreover, in the ice-cold pond, it was definitely a good opportunity. If he killed the Princess Chu, no one in the Monster Palace would know. Thinking of Su Yan, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. When the Princess Chu came back to her senses, she was more concerned about her father and did not pay much attention to Su Yan. Moreover, she had already chosen to believe in Su Yan, so she did not think too much about it. Although Chu Tianxiong's eyes were on Su Yan. Unfortunately, he only had a trace of remnant soul power left. He could not even speak, so how could he feel the murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes? Looking at Su Yan, Chu Tianxiong frowned and thought to himself, since this person is the successor of the Futu Sword sect, and I am indebted to the Futu Sword sect, I am destined to disappear today. This person only has the power of a saint with 6 bloodlines. Why not help him? Thinking about this, Chu Tianxiong did not hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up, and the last trace of remnant soul power rushed directly into Su Yan's body. Su Yan was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to block it, but it was a pity that Chu Tianxiong's speed was so fast that he was simply unable to block it. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's remnant soul force enter his body, Su Yan felt even more astonished in his heart. Just as Su Yan was surprised, Chu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, "Junior Su Yan, although this remnant soul power of mine has been exhausted and only a trace is left, you are only a saint with 6 bloodlines. I believe this power can help you condense a saint bloodline." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, the blood in Su Yan's body suddenly surged. The spiritual qi was the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly used his cultivation method to absorb the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. It expanded in his blood and quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. Because of the help of Chu Tianxiong's power, Su Yan quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. 7 bloodline saint. Su Yan successfully condensed his saint bloodline. He opened his eyes and opened his hands. There was not much excitement, only shock and bitterness. Chu Tianxiong, this is only the last trace of remnant soul power, but it can help me condense a saint bloodline. When can I reach this level? Chapter 220. However, the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes only flickered for a moment before vanishing when he looked at the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu no longer looked like a queen. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sorrow. Su Yan could not help but frown. The Princess of Chu placed a restriction in my body and looked into my secrets. Now, she's even learned that I'm the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. That's already a death sentence. Now that she's heavily injured, it's my best chance to kill her, but, seeing the Princess of Chu's sadness and the power of her father's soul that he had just received, Su Yan felt a multitude of emotions. He did not know what to do. Su Yan had never thought of himself as a kind person. However, Su Yan knew what a conscience and gratitude were. The Princess of Chu had placed a restriction in his body and looked into his secrets. She had clearly crossed Su Yan's bottom line. If it were not for the power of Chu Tianxiong's soul, Su Yan definitely would have killed the Princess of Chu without any hesitation. However, Su Yan really did not know what to do now. The Princess of Chu had looked into his secrets, and Chu Tianxiong had searched his memories and revealed them. Clearly, the Princess of Chu knew that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. The identity of the successor of the Buddha Sword sect had always been a great taboo for Su Yan. This was because the Buddha sword sect carried far too many secrets. Even Su Yan, the successor of the Buddha sword sect, did not know all of these secrets. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan was unwilling to let others know of his identity. There were far too many secrets hidden within, and every single one of them could lead to a fatal disaster. Now that the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's secret, she had clearly violated Su Yan's taboo. However, Su Yan was also indebted to the Princess of Chu's father. This made it difficult for Su Yan to make a decision. Forget it, forget it. Speaking of which, I am indebted to the Princess of Chu. After all, she has saved me several times. If I were to really kill her now, I'm afraid that my conscience would be uneasy. Su Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He put away the ghost howl sword, and his killing intent towards the Princess of Chu gradually sank. Seeing the Princess of Chu's sad appearance, Su Yan didn't try to persuade her. Instead, he found a place to sit down and waited for the Princess of Chu's reply. Although the Princess of Chu was saddened by the death of her father. However, she was the palace master of the monster palace after all. Naturally, her wisdom would never be comparable to that of a normal person. After being sad for a moment, she recovered. She regained her usual aura of a high and mighty queen. She turned to look at Su Yan, who was sitting in the distance, and said, "Su Yan, I am heavily injured right now. You can definitely kill me. Why haven't you done so?" Su Yan was taken aback by this question. "So the Princess of Chu has already sensed my killing intent." Su Yan bitterly smiled and slowly stood up. He walked towards the Princess of Chu. He didn't try to hide it as he usually did. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, I can indeed kill you. However, I am indebted to you, so I can't do it." When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yan's words, she was stunned. In her heart, her evaluation of Su Yan increased. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, then you must want to know why I am spying on you." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. He didn't hide his inner thoughts. Instead, he directly said, "Palace Master Chu, although I, Su Yan, am not talented, I have my own secrets. You spying on me like this has clearly offended me. Then, wouldn't I have to apologize to you?" When the Princess of Chu heard Su Yan's words, her face suddenly emitted the aura of a ruler. Her usual majesty reappeared on her face. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu like this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This time, he could kill her with a raise of his hand. She actually dared to face him with such an attitude. If the Princess of Chu wasn't injured, Su Yan wouldn't mind the Princess of Chu treating him with such an attitude. After all, this was the world of warriors. It was a world where the strong were respected. Only strength was everything. The Princess of Chu wasn't injured. She was in the realm of radius. She could take his life with a flick of her hand. Su Yan naturally couldn't refuse. Now, the Princess of Chu was injured. Su Yan could take her life with a swing of his sword. Yet, the Princess of Chu still treated him with such an attitude. How could Su Yan not be angry? However, Su Yan thought that since he no longer wanted to kill the Princess of Chu, it meant that after today, the Princess of Chu would still be the same Princess of Chu. She was still someone he couldn't reach. Su Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master Chu, this lowly one wouldn't dare." When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's appearance, her expression eased a lot. She nodded and said, "Su Yan, I naturally have my reasons for spying on you. This reason, you will naturally understand in the future. Now, you don't need to know." "Oh." Su Yan nodded. Since he had already explained it to the Princess of Chu today, he didn't hide it anymore. He looked at the Princess of Chu and asked, "Then, Palace Master Chu, why did you put 2 restrictions in my body? What? When Su Yan said this, the Princess of Chu was suddenly stunned. This brat actually knows that I put restrictions in his body. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan. She was surprised. However, her expression didn't change. As cold as ice, she looked at Su Yan without the slightest emotion. She said coldly, "This is the rule of my monster palace. Otherwise, how can I ensure the loyalty of every disciple of the monster palace?" Is that so? The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Clearly, he didn't believe the Princess of Chu's explanation. However, Su Yan didn't ask any further. This was because Su Yan knew that since he had decided not to kill the Princess of Chu, the Princess of Chu was still the Princess of Chu. She was the Princess of Chu that he couldn't surpass now. She was a mighty figure of the Radius realm, and he was only a small saint. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the reason why Chu Wangfei was acting like this was only to test him. At the same time, he also didn't know that Chu Wangfei had already decided that he would be the next palace lord of the Supreme Demon Palace. Of course, with the Princess of Chu's identity, she naturally wouldn't tell Su Yan this now. Seeing that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions, the Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, "Okay, Su Yan, that's all for today. When you enter the ancient demon pagoda, there are some things that I will naturally tell you." After saying that, the Princess of Chu's body flashed and disappeared into the mysterious ice-cold pond. This stunned Su Yan. Wasn't the Princess of Chu already injured? How could she disappear into thin air now? If she disappeared, doesn't that mean that it would be impossible for me to kill her just now? Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, he felt a wave of doubt in his heart. What is the Princess of Chu trying to do? She didn't ask about the Buddha sword sect or the ancient demon cauldron. The ancient demon cauldron is a rare treasure of the monster palace. Why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Su Yan frowned and became even more puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out that the Princess of Chu wanted to groom him to become the next palace master of the Eastern Palace. In contrast to Su Yan's puzzlement, the people outside the mysterious ice-cold pond were all frowning. Their hearts were condensed into a fog. 9th level. Who is it? Who has the ability to reach this level? The mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond had spread throughout the monster palace over the past few days. In the past few days, all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who could squeeze in had squeezed in. They were already numb to seeing the red light that constantly lit up on the mysterious ice-cold pond stone walls. This was because over the past few days, the red light on the mysterious ice-cold pond stone walls had already made them unable to be surprised. Especially when the 9th light lit up, only confusion remained in their hearts. Who is it? Who is it in the 9th level? Xu Sang, Nangong Xiangming, Geng Ji, and the other top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace looked at the red light on the stone walls and frowned. In the past few days, they had their followers check almost the entire Monster Palace, but they still couldn't find out who had entered the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they still couldn't find out who had entered the Monster Palace. After all, those who had the ability to enter the mysterious ice-cold pond were all in the Eastern Palace. Even if they weren't in the Eastern Palace, they were out of the Hidden Demon area to train or to manage the Monster Palace's auction in the Hidden Demon area. No one was in the mysterious ice-cold pond. This made them fall into a state of melancholy. Nangong Xiangming was angry and didn't check on those who had the ability or not. He directly asked them to check one by one and find out which disciple wasn't in the Eastern Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. Checking all the disciples was obviously not a small task. The subordinates of the top 10 disciples worked together and spent a lot of time investigating. They didn't come back until now. Found it. The disciple who led the investigation knew that his bosses were waiting anxiously. He didn't care if others heard him as soon as he came in and shouted. Nangong Xiangming saw his subordinate come back and hurriedly asked, "What did you find? Did you find out who entered the mysterious ice-cold pond?" "Yes." The person nodded proudly and smiled. "Senior brother Nangong, we've checked the entire Eastern Palace and all the disciples. Everyone is in the Eastern Palace except for one person. Only one person is not here." "Who is it?" Nangong Xiangming and Xu Sang anxiously asked at the same time. "Su Yan, the Su Yan who just joined the Monster Palace." The disciple didn't keep them in suspense. "Su Yan." Nangong Xiangming heard the disciple's words and couldn't help but frown. Then, the figure of Su Yan appeared in front of his eyes. He suddenly slapped the disciple's face and shouted angrily, "Bullshit, Su Yan is only a four-veined saint. How can he enter the mysterious ice-cold pond? But he's the only one who's not here," the investigating disciple said with a face full of grievance. "So what if he's not here?" "Humph, with his strength, I'm afraid he'll be frozen to death before he even comes into contact with the mysterious ice-cold pond." Nangong Xiangming snorted and then waved his hand, "Quickly go and investigate again." "Oh." That person nodded with grievance and left. After he left, the entire profound ice-cold pool hall also boiled with excitement. "Su Yan, how is that possible? That kid is only a four-veined saint." "That's right, I don't believe that he has the ability to break into the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. If he can break into the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, I dare say that I can open the ancient demon tree." "Ha, if Su Yan can enter the 9th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, not to mention the ancient demon tree, I think I can cross from here to the 9 provinces continent." Chapter 221. His spotless white robes fluttered in the wind. His handsome face carried traces of coldness, making him look extremely charming. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that made people submit to him. "Su Yan. Su Yan. It's really Su Yan. How is this possible?" All the disciples looked at the figure and were dumbfounded. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Although the Xian ice-cold pond wasn't the holy land of the Monster Palace, it had always been a good place for many disciples to cultivate. It could be said that almost all the powerful disciples had cultivated in the Xian ice-cold pond. After all, the spiritual qi in the Xian ice-cold pond was incomparable to the outside world. Therefore, many people liked to cultivate in the Xian ice-cold pond before they reached a certain level of strength. Because of this, the disciples of the East Palace of the Monster Palace knew the Xian ice-cold pond very well. It was also because of this understanding that they knew the mystery of the Xian ice-cold pond. Even an Emperor Xianxia couldn't stay in it for long. How could they believe that Su Yan, who only had the strength of a Formeridian saint, could step into the 9th level of the Xian ice-cold pond? This was undoubtedly a fantasy for them. Even if they saw Su Yan's figure and saw Su Yan come out of the Xian ice-cold pond, they couldn't accept this fact. Impossible, how is this possible? Several disciples of the East Palace here were also surprised. They looked at Su Yan's figure and couldn't believe that the person they had waited for a few days and guessed for a few days was a disciple of a Formeridian saint. "What mission can't I have today? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Su Yan still didn't understand the reason. Seeing so many people gathered in the Xian ice-cold pond palace, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Nangong Xiangming stepped forward and shouted, "Su Yan, why are you here?" Among them, Nangong Xiangming was the one who didn't believe Su Yan the most. This was because Nangong Xiangming had cultivated in the frozen pond of ice before. However, even Emperor Xianxia could only reach the 6th level of the frozen pond of ice. Now, how could he believe that the person who broke into the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond was Su Yan? Nangong Xiangming. Su Yan didn't notice Nangong Xiangming just now. At this moment, when he saw Nangong Xiangming stand out, his face immediately darkened. Su Yan had never forgotten the humiliation that Nangong Xiangming gave him when he first entered the Supreme Demon Palace. Nangong Xiangming completely ignored Su Yan's expression and snorted, "Su Yan, you are only a saint. Why did you enter the ice-cold pond palace?" If someone else had asked him this question, he would not have been able to answer it. Su Yan might be able to answer properly, but Nangong Xiangming, Su Yan naturally wouldn't care about him. Especially when he saw Nangong Xiangming's arrogance, Su Yan was even more disdainful. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Nangong Xiangming with a cold expression. He completely ignored the spiritual pressure emitted from his body. Instead, he said coldly, "Senior brother Nangong, this frozen pond of ice is a place for disciples to train, and I am also one of the disciples of the Monster Palace. I'm afraid I don't need to report to you that I'm here." Although many disciples in the Eastern Palace didn't know about the existence of the Great Demon Ancient Pagoda, they also didn't know about the top 10 disciples. However, everyone knew that Nangong Xiangming was the recognized second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had the strength of a 5-star emperor. Among all the disciples, he was also one of the best. Usually, it could be said that other than the eldest senior brother of the Eastern Palace, Qin Luo, no one dared to disrespect Nangong Xiangming. Now that everyone saw that Su Yan, who was only a 4-bloodline saint, dared to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this, they immediately woke up from their shock and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan is really bold to speak to senior brother Nangong like this. That's right. Senior brother Nangong is the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace. Even eldest senior brother Qin Luo might not dare to speak to Nangong Xiangming like this. Yes, this Su Yan hasn't been in the Eastern Palace for long, and he dares to be so arrogant. He is simply courting death. Nangong Xiangming didn't expect Su Yan to dare to speak to him with such an attitude. His face immediately surged with a murderous look. He waved his hand and shouted, "Su Yan, do you want to die?" Su Yan had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered that day. Now that he saw Nangong Xiangming's attitude, Su Yan's heart surged with anger. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and was ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Even though Su Yan had now advanced to a 7-bloodline saint, he still had no power to fight back in the face of Nangong Xiangming. However, Su Yan naturally couldn't be afraid because of this. It wasn't because of anything, but simply because he was Su Yan. Hearing Nangong Xiangming's threat, Su Yan not only didn't have a trace of fear, but his eyes also flowed with a sharp light. He stared at Nangong Xiangming and sneered, "Nangong Xiangming, others are afraid of you, but it doesn't mean that I, Su Yan, am afraid of you. You are courting death." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, the spiritual qi in his body suddenly surged up. Then, a powerful force surged up and directly attacked Su Yan's body. When Su Yan saw this, he was shocked in his heart. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. As the cultivation method within his body quickly surged, the mysterious ice-cold cover instantly protected his body. At the same time, he took a step forward and had already moved dozens of steps back. Just this action alone caused everyone's hearts to involuntarily tremble. What a fast speed! Yes, how is this possible? Compared to Nangong Xiangming, they had already established the image of an overlord in their hearts. But Su Yan. In their hearts, they only thought of him as a weakling, a 4-bloodline saint. How could they not be shocked when he suddenly burst out with such a strong speed? Of course, while they were shocked, some people also noticed that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. Ratley was the first to notice it. When he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation in Su Yan's body, his whole body trembled. This is not the strength of a 4-bloodline saint, it's a 7-bloodline saint. Rat Li's body suddenly trembled as he thought about it. He knew very well that Su Yan was only a 4-bloodline saint when he came to the dark ice-cold pool palace with him. And this was only in a few short days. How was it possible to rise from a 4-bloodline saint to a 4-bloodline saint? Shu Li's face was filled with shock, but when he looked at Su Yan carefully, the aura on his body was indeed the aura of a 7-meridian saint. The power of a 7-meridian saint made him unable to not believe it. Not only him, Nangong Xiangming also noticed the difference when he saw the spiritual energy surge in Su Yan's body. A look of shock flashed across his face. 7-bloodline saint, how is this possible? The rest who were familiar with Su Yan and the others were all shocked when they saw Su Yan's strength. They could not believe what they were seeing. Su Yan looked at Nangong Xiangming and the others and guessed what they were thinking. He was secretly happy, but did not say anything. He just raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was not that Su Yan was unhappy. It was because Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was still too weak. Princess Chu, Blue Water Ice Crystal Beast, and Chu Tianxiong were all top experts, and they were Su Yan's goal. Su Yan was not too excited about his 7-bloodline saint strength. Su Yan was not too excited about his 7-bloodline saint strength. Su Yan, who are you? After Nangong Xiangming recovered from his shock, he immediately suspected Su Yan's identity. After all, it was simply unbelievable for a saint of the 4 meridians to become a saint of the 7 meridians in just a few days. I am who I am. Su Yan maintained his cold demeanor and said. Nangong Xiangming could not help but snort when he heard Su Yan's arrogant attitude. He waved his hand and shouted, "Arrogant man, so what if your cultivation speed is fast? You're only a 7-bloodline saint now. Today, I'll end you. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." As Nangong Xiangming spoke, he leaped up and was about to strike Su Yan with his palm. Su Yan was shocked. After all, Nangong Xiangming was a 5-star ruler. Su Yan was not a match for Nangong Xiangming with his current strength. When he saw Nangong Xiangming approaching, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. He was as fast as lightning and dodged Nangong Xiangming's attack. What? Nangong Xiangming was stunned. Although he had not used his full strength, he had long wanted to kill Yangming, so he was not slow just now. A normal 7-bloodline saint would not have been able to dodge it. Now that he saw Su Yan dodge his attack, how could he not be surprised? Everyone below the stage was stunned as well. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. He rose from a 4-bloodline saint to a 7-bloodline saint in a few days, and now he has such a rapid speed. If he's not eliminated, he'll definitely be a disaster in the future. Nangong Xiangming's eyes narrowed, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Although he was usually arrogant and reckless, it did not mean that he was a stupid person. Not only was he not stupid, but he was also much smarter than ordinary people. He knew very well that with Su Yan's aptitude, even if he was not his match now, he would definitely surpass him in a few years. Moreover, there was already enmity between him and Su Yan. If he didn't kill Su Yan today, then he would be the one in trouble in the future. Nangong Xiangming immediately had the intention to kill. He looked at Su Yan, and the majestic spiritual qi in his body slowly surged. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I didn't want to get rid of you, but now it seems that the more merciful I am to you, the more arrogant you are. Don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 222. Fear, that's right, Nangong Xiangming really felt fear. He was shocked by Su Yan's almost abnormal cultivation speed. He didn't dare to believe that if Su Yan was given a few more days, to what extent would Su Yan grow? Ordinary people might not be able to advance from a 4-meridian saint to a 7-meridian saint even after a few years. On the other hand, Su Yan had gone from a 4-vein saint to a 7-vein saint in just a few days. Nangong Xiangming was not the only one who felt fear at such an abnormal cultivation speed. Some of the disciples present also felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, when they saw that Nangong Xiangming wanted to kill Su Yan, no one made a move. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it. This was because Su Yan had given them too many surprises today. They were so shocked that they could not believe that everything was normal. It was like a dream. Only when Su Yan died and everything came to an end would the dream return to normal. When Nangong Xiangming heard Su Yan's words, although he was shocked, he naturally would not admit that he was afraid. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, he shouted sternly, "Arrogant person, you still dare to quibble when you're about to die." As he spoke, Nangong Xiangming quickly circulated his cultivation method, and a majestic spiritual qi was suddenly emitted. The moment the powerful energy surged, the disciples gathered around could not help but take a step back. When Su Yan saw such a powerful spiritual qi, he could not help but frown. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Previously, Su Yan might not have known Nangong Xiangming's strength. However, after obtaining the memory of the bone tablet from Consort Chu, Su Yan had always memorized the names of all the disciples in the Eastern Palace who were worthy of being mentioned. Nangong Xiangming was the second senior brother of the Eastern Palace and ranked 7th among the top 10 disciples. Moreover, Nangong Xiangming had a grudge against Su Yan. Su Yan naturally remembered Nangong Xiangming's strength clearly. He was a 5-star ruler. It was also because Su Yan knew that Nangong Xiangming was a 5-star saint that Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he was definitely not a match for Nangong Xiangming. The reason why he could dodge Nangong Xiangming's attack just now was only because Nangong Xiangming underestimated him. Now that Nangong Xiangming clearly wants to kill me, then Su Yan's face was filled with worry. He wasn't willing to submit to Nangong Xiangming only because his name was Su Yan, and because of the arrogance flowing in his body. As a result, he was unable to allow himself to be trampled upon, unable to accept Nangong Xiangming's humiliation. As the saying goes, when a man is alive, there are things he can do and things he can't do. He would rather die than be humiliated. It seems that I can only give it my all. When Su Yan saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Nangong Xiangming's body, he frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to run away, but he was surrounded and had nowhere to run. Su Yan, die. Nangong Xiangming let out a fierce shout. His body suddenly became like a long rainbow as he charged forward. His speed was as fast as lightning, and it was incomparable to his previous speed. He directly charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked. He quickly operated his cultivation method, and a majestic aura suddenly surged. He gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I can only rely on the Black Ice Shield to block it." Black Ice Shield. As Su Yan thought about it, he suddenly shouted. The profound ice-cold cover on his body suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. That light suddenly expanded and illuminated the entire profound ice-cold pond shrine. What is this, a defensive combat skill? Everyone saw the light surging from Su Yan's body, and they couldn't help but be stunned again. Not only them, even Nangong Xiangming was stunned when he saw this light, but he quickly recovered, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yan, in the face of absolute strength, all of this is just an opportunistic trick. Die. Bang! Nangong Xiangming's fist directly hit Su Yan's body, and a loud bang burst out, and a huge energy fluctuation swept out at the same time. What a strong power, worthy of second senior brother. The surrounding people showed a look of horror, and they all stepped back. Su Yan is dead for sure. Everyone looked at Su Yan, who was enveloped by the intense light, and said one after another. There wasn't any pity on their faces, but only a sigh of relief. Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed had made them unable to catch their breath. Humph. Seeing this, Nangong Xiangming instantly recovered his usual cold arrogance, and he didn't even look in the direction of Su Yan, and sneered in his heart, "No matter how fast your cultivation speed is, what can you do? At this moment, you're just a corpse." At this moment, a coughing sound came from within the light. Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. At this moment, Su Yan's clothes were torn, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked slightly embarrassed, but in his eyes, there was still a bright and sharp light. Especially the faint sneer hanging on his mouth, it suddenly made people's scalp tingle. No, how is this possible? How can he not die? Everyone looked at Su Yan, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. They could not believe everything that was happening before their eyes. When Nangong Xiangming turned his head and saw Su Yan, he was also stunned. In an instant, a surge of anger surged in his heart, and he shouted, "Su Yan, you can still stand after taking a blow from me. I'd like to see how you can still stand now." Nangong Xiangming suddenly let out a low growl, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. He, Nangong Xiangming, had always been the pride of the Eastern Palace, and none of the disciples in the Eastern Palace dared to disobey him. At this moment, Su Yan, a saint with only 7 meridians, not only disobeyed him, but also survived after taking a blow from him. This made Nangong Xiangming feel an unprecedented humiliation, and the killing intent in his heart soared to the extreme. The cultivation method in his body surged, emitting a fiery red light. "Su Yan, let's see how you're going to dodge this," Nangong Xiangming said. Suddenly, his body flashed as he threw another punch at Su Yan's head. Seeing this, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and there was not a trace of fear. It was not that Su Yan was not afraid of death, but that Su Yan knew that a man should live with his own pride. No matter what happened today, even if he died, he had to fight for his dignity. He patted his storage bag, took out the Ghost Hall sword, and was about to meet Nangong Xiangming's attack. Enough. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the ice-cold pond palace. This voice contained a huge amount of power, causing everyone in the ice-cold pond to involuntarily tremble. Then, a figure appeared in front of Nangong Xiangming. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Xiangming instantly retreated dozens of steps. "Who dares to stop me?" Nangong Xiangming had clearly entered a state of rage. Being blocked by someone, he became even more furious. He instantly took out his magic treasure and was about to attack the person who had appeared. However, when he saw the person who had appeared, Nangong Xiangming was immediately stunned. Looking at the ice-cold expression on the person's face, Nangong Xiangming's body trembled. His legs went soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground, respectfully shouting, "Palace Master." The person who appeared was Princess Chu. Princess Chu looked at Nangong Xiangming and ignored him. Instead, she glanced at Su Yan. Seeing that he was not dead, she swept her gaze across the crowd and said coldly, "My Eastern Palace disciples have been suppressed by the other 3 palaces for years. You dare to fight among yourselves?" Although his voice wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. One after another, they kneeled on the ground and respectfully shouted, "Palace Lord, this disciple and the others know our mistake." Chu Wangfei waved her hand and didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned to Nangong Xiangming and said, "Nangong Xiangming, you claim to be the 2nd senior brother of the Eastern Palace, but you don't follow the rules of the Eastern Palace. I punish you by sending you to the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison for 3 days. Palace Master." When Nangong Xiangming heard that Chu Wangfei had been locked in the Supreme Demon Ancient Prison, his body trembled. He hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Chu Wangfei waved her hand and shouted, "Nangong Xiangming, do you dare to disobey me?" I. Nangong Xiangming trembled and didn't dare to say anything more. His face was no longer as arrogant as before. When he thought of the supreme demon ancient prison, there was deep fear in his eyes. When he looked at Su Yan, there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. However, when he saw that the Princess Chu was present, he didn't dare to say anything and retreated. Princess Chu saw Nangong Xiangming leave and looked back at Su Yan. She slowly said, "The Eastern Palace has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. In the past 100 years, no one has ever entered the 8th level of the glacial pond. However, Su Yan has entered the 9th level as a saint of the 5 bloodlines. He is truly a role model for the Eastern Palace." When the Princess Chu said this, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. What? The one who entered the 9th level of the glacial pond is really Su Yan? How is this possible? That's right. Su Yan is only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if his cultivation speed is crazy, he is only a saint of the 7 bloodlines. How can he enter the glacial pond? What? Are you all doubting my words? Princess Chu heard the commotion and her face darkened. Everyone shut their mouths and hurriedly said, "We don't dare." Princess Chu glanced at them and ignored them. She continued, "Su Yan has done well in the glacial pond. Today, I will give the Eastern Palace Spirit Palace a place for Su Yan to cultivate." After that, the Princess Chu didn't wait for Su Yan to react. She waved her hand and a domino fell into Su Yan's hand. Spirit Palace. How is this possible? The Palace Master is giving the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. How is this possible? When everyone heard that the Princess Chu had given the Spirit Palace to Su Yan, they were shocked. Chapter 223. Among the disciples, the Princess of Chu had always been a quiet person. No one had ever seen her smile, and this time was no exception. After teaching Su Yan the Spirit Palace domino, she didn't say goodbye to the disciples. She waved her hand and left. This sudden action shocked all the disciples. They all knelt down and shouted, "Farewell, Palace Master." While they were talking, Chu Wangfei had already left the martial arts training hall 1,000 miles away. After everyone knew about the Princess of Chu, the entire martial arts palace was boiling. Of course, all the topics revolved around Su Yan. While talking, they looked at Su Yan from time to time with complicated expressions on their faces. He couldn't accept this fact at all. After all, this was too crazy for them. But they couldn't not believe it. After all, even the palace master of the monster palace said so. This matter was obviously not false at all, so they couldn't doubt it at all. Ratley also struggled for a long time in his heart. After a long time, he made up his mind. He walked in front of Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. I'll wait for you." After Ratley finished speaking, he turned his head and left with Rat Sang, who was still in a daze for a long time. Ratley's action stunned Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan entered the ice-cold pond was, in fact, largely related to Ratley. After all, if it wasn't for Ratley, Su Yan probably wouldn't have entered the ice-cold pond. Ratley originally wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Now, he didn't see a joke, but he was still able to maintain this indifferent expression. This made Su Yan's view of Ratley change a little. An opponent worth challenging. Su Yan smiled and didn't stop Ratley. He planned to leave as well, but before he could leave, he was surrounded by many disciples. These disciples were all between saints and emperors. Stopping Su Yan was nothing more than trying to build a relationship with Su Yan. After all, this unacceptable fact had come true, and they didn't want to end up like Nangong Xiangming. Since that was the case, the best choice was to build a relationship with Su Yan. Since then, Su Yan had not been good with words, and he had very few friends around him. Suddenly being surrounded by so many people, he was quite unaccustomed to it. However, looking at their sincere looks, Su Yan was too embarrassed to lose his temper. He could only brace himself and sigh with them. If the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace were not separated and combined, the disciples of the Monster Palace would number in the hundreds of thousands. Naturally, there were more than 4 people in charge of such a huge palace. In addition to the palace masters of the 4 great palaces, each palace also had an elder in charge of the disciples. Because the East Palace had always been lacking in talents except for the Princess of Chu, there was only one elder in the East Palace. Moreover, this elder was always in seclusion and rarely took care of the matters of the East Palace. As a result, very few disciples in the East Palace knew this elder. They only knew of her existence. Not only them, but even the Princess of Chu rarely disturbed this elder. This didn't mean that this elder was stronger than the Princess of Chu, but the Princess of Chu made this elder constantly cultivate in seclusion. This was because the Princess of Chu knew that if that day really came and she left, only this elder would be enough to support the entire East Palace. It could be said that this elder was the Princess of Chu's last trump card in the East Palace. It was because of this that the Princess of Chu had specially issued an order in the East Palace that all disciples were not to disturb this elder's cultivation. However, today, the Princess of Chu came to this elder's place of seclusion on her own. The Princess of Chu slowly pushed open the door and entered. She saw a person on the training platform in the palace. This person had a youthful face and looked to be in her 20s. However, between her brows, she faintly emitted the aura of a ruler similar to that of the Princess of Chu. One could vaguely sense the vicissitudes of life in her tightly closed eyes. Lu Lan. The Princess of Chu called out softly and sat down on a chair nearby. The elder of the East Palace called Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's call and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the Princess of Chu, her face immediately revealed a look of excitement. She stopped cultivating and greeted the Princess of Chu. "Palace Master, why have you come to my place today?" "All right, Lu Lan, there is no need for such formalities between us." The Princess of Chu waved her hand and looked at Lu Lan. There was not the slightest bit of coldness on her face. Instead, there was a hint of melancholy. Lu Lan saw the melancholy on the Princess of Chu's face and frowned. She raised her head and said in a sorrowful voice, "Palace Master, is the promise coming soon?" "Yes." The Princess of Chu slowly nodded and said, "It is indeed so. Thinking about the date, it should be in the next few years. You also know that those people always do things without leaving a trace. We don't know when they will arrive. Palace Master, Lu Lan is useless. She has been in seclusion for several years, but she still hasn't broken through to the origin state." When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she immediately knelt in front of the Princess of Chu with a face full of self-blame. The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Lu Lan, don't blame yourself. Some people can't break through to the origin state even after hundreds of years. You have only been in seclusion for a few years, how can you break through so easily?" The more the Princess of Chu acted like this, the more Lu Lan blamed herself in her heart. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she smiled slightly and said, "All right, Lu Lan, I am not here to discuss cultivation with you today. I am here to discuss something with you." "Discuss." When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she was stunned. She looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion and said, "Palace Master, although I am an elder of the Eastern Palace, it is only because the Palace Master has done me a favor by promoting me to an elder. Furthermore, I have never paid attention to the matters of the Eastern Palace. Palace Master, why do you want to discuss with me?" When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she shook her head and said, "Lu Lan, you are wrong. If it weren't for the matter of being frozen, I am afraid that you would be older than me right now. Therefore, there are some things that you know better than I do." Lu Lan shook her head and said, "Palace Master, although that is the case, Lu Lan has been frozen for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the Palace Master, Lu Lan, there is no need for such pleasantries between us. The Princess of Chu didn't wait for Lu Lan to finish and immediately waved her hand to interrupt her. She looked at her and continued, Lu Lan, you also know that the Eastern Palace has withered over the past few decades. The whereabouts of the previous elders are unknown. As such, the only person I can talk to in the entire Eastern Palace is you. If you continue to be so courteous with me, then I, the Princess of Chu, will not have anyone to talk to in the Eastern Palace. When the Princess of Chu said this, she didn't have the slightest bit of her usual aura of a queen. Instead, she seemed like a young girl with countless burdens on her shoulders. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she sighed slightly and revealed a self-deprecating smile on her face. Sigh, to think that my monster palace is so powerful and can be considered invincible in the 5 counties, but when faced with those people, sigh. As she said this, Lu Lan sighed again, and a wave of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Yes. The Princess of Chu only nodded and then looked at Lu Lan and said, Lu Lan, to be honest, I came today to discuss the candidate for the position of Palace Master of the Eastern Palace after I leave. The candidate for the position of Palace Master. When Lu Lan heard this, a bright light suddenly condensed in her eyes. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a face full of excitement. Palace Master, you finally found the right person. Yes. The Princess of Chu nodded and said, it is also a genius that has been found recently. Lu Lan's personality was clearly more cheerful than the Princess of Chu's, and she was not as cold as the Princess of Chu. When she heard the Princess of Chu's words, the corners of her mouth immediately rose to a smile. Palace Master, Lu Lan would like to know who this disciple of the Eastern Palace is, to be able to receive such an evaluation from you. Is it Qin Luo or none of them? The Princess of Chu waved her hand. When she thought of Su Yan's figure, she gave a rare smile and said, Lu Lan, you don't know this person. He has only been in the Eastern Palace for a few days. A few days. When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she could not help but frown. Palace Master, what is this person's current strength? A 7 Meridian Saint. What, a 7 Meridian Saint? When Lu Lan heard this, she immediately jumped up from her chair with a face full of surprise. Palace Master, are you sure you are not wrong? Although the disciples of the Eastern Palace are not as good as the other 3 palaces, the top 10 disciples are all Tianxiang emperors. Why would you take a fancy to a 7 Meridian Saint? The Princess of Chu seemed to have expected Lu Lan's reaction. She smiled gently and said, Lu Lan, you can't jump to such a conclusion without hearing the whole story. Let me finish first, then you can evaluate this person. Yes. Lu Lan nodded and sat down again, but her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, she did not believe that a 7 Meridian Saint could do anything. And it was because of this disbelief that when the Princess of Chu told her about Su Yan and what happened in the short few days after he came to the Monster Palace, the expression on her face kept fluctuating, and she was shocked. Until the Princess of Chu finished talking about what Su Yan did in the Eastern Palace, Lu Lan still could not recover from the shock. Looking at the Princess of Chu, she was even more doubtful. Palace Master, is what you said true? Of course it is true. The Princess of Chu said with a smile. How is this possible? Lu Lan kept shaking her head. I won't mention breaking through the sea dock. It is impossible for him to enter the ice-cold pool if he has some secret methods. But you said that he stepped from a 4 Meridian Saint to a 7 Meridian Saint in just a few days. How can I believe this? It's a little strange. The Princess of Chu nodded and thought for a while before saying, but I saw it with my own eyes, and now all the disciples of the Eastern Palace know about this person. How can I not believe it? From a 4 Meridian Saint to a 7 Meridian Saint in a few days, this cultivation speed. Lu Lan opened her mouth wide. She could not imagine how abnormal this cultivation speed was. The Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's expression and said, Lu Lan, if you know his identity, I'm afraid you will be even more shocked. Chapter 224. Identity. What identity? Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu in shock. What was this? Breaking into the sea dock. Entering the ice-cold pool. And going from a 4-bloodline saint to a 7-bloodline saint in just a few days. This was enough to shock Lu Lan. Lu Lan couldn't imagine Su Yan's identity. How could it shock her more than this? The Princess of Chu wasn't in a hurry to reveal Su Yan's identity. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. This was the first time the Princess of Chu smiled so much in all these years. The more anxious Lu Lan was, the more amused the Princess of Chu was. She deliberately kept it in suspense and didn't say anything. Lu Lan was so anxious that she couldn't help but ask, Palace Master, tell me. Who exactly is Su Yan? Seeing Lu Lan's face turn red, the Princess of Chu finally said slowly, the successor of the Buddha sword sect. What? Lu Lan jumped up from her chair when she heard the words, Buddha sword sect. She looked at the Princess of Chu in disbelief. Palace Master, you really didn't make a mistake. Absolutely. The Princess of Chu nodded. Thinking about the Buddha sword sect, her smile faded. She looked serious. Lu Lan, I think you know more about the Buddha sword sect than I do. Yes. Lu Lan nodded. The Buddha sword sect is a great favor to the Supreme Monster Clan. Indeed. The Princess of Chu nodded as well. If it wasn't for the Buddha sword sect, the Monster Palace wouldn't be what it is today. Chu Wangfei's face was filled with emotion as she spoke. She was silent for a long time before she spoke again. Actually, when I rescued Su Yan from the 10,000 Ghosts cave, I already knew that this person had many secrets when I observed the situation in his body. This is also why I have always thought highly of this person, but didn't dare to trust him. After all, based on this person's current performance, I'm afraid that he may also step into that legendary level. At that time, if this person has disloyalty towards the Supreme Demon Palace, I'm afraid that the 100 years of foundation of our Supreme Demon Palace will be destroyed by his hands. That's why I didn't dare to truly nurture him. I didn't come to you until I found out he was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. That's why I came to you. The Princess of Chu explained why she came to see Lu Lan today. After listening to the Princess of Chu, Lu Lan fell silent. Although Lu Lan was only in her early 20s, her memories were from 100 years ago. She was even older than the Princess of Chu. She knew about the Buddha sword sect and the relationship between the Buddha sword sect and the Monster Palace. When she heard the Buddha sword sect, the smile on Lu Lan's face disappeared. She became serious and thought for a long time before saying, Palace Master, the Supreme Monster Clan owes the Buddha sword sect a favor. Our Supreme Monster Tribe has never helped the Buddha sword sect when it was destroyed. It can be said that our tribe owes the Buddha sword sect a lot. If the successor of the Buddha sword sect hadn't shown up, it would have been fine. But now that the successor of the Buddha sword sect has appeared, we will definitely repay the kindness of the Buddha sword sect. Yes. Chu Wangfei's expression was serious as well. She nodded and said, Lu Lan, we have the same idea. However, the Buddha sword sect is too sensitive after all. I'm afraid that those people will be interested if they know about the Buddha sword sect. Therefore, I don't plan on telling Su Yan about it. We'll let him grow up in the Supreme Demon Palace first. First, we'll let him take over the position of the Eastern Palace Master, which will solve the problem of the Eastern Palace Master's lack of talents. Second, we'll let him hide his identity. When he truly grows up and is able to bear the name of the Buddha Sword Master, we'll let him decide for himself. That's a good arrangement, Palace Master. Lu Lan has no objections. But does Su Yan know about the Buddha Sword sect's burden? Lu Lan asked the Princess of Chu. I think he does. The Princess of Chu thought for a moment. She told Lu Lan about how Su Yan was furious when he found out that she was spying on him in the glacial pond. Lu Lan only hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that he's a genius. He's so young, but he's so cunning. No wonder he's the successor of the Buddha sword sect." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded and said, "Lu Lan, this way, the position of the East Palace is settled. If you and him are here when those people come, I'll be relieved." As Chu Wangfei spoke, she couldn't help but have a bitter look on her face. Lu Lan felt sad when she saw the Princess of Chu's expression. She asked in a low voice, "Palace Master, are those people really unstoppable?" "Lu Lan, too many things have happened in the past 100 years. You still don't know how powerful those people are. They're not something we can imagine." The Princess of Chu frowned. She no longer had her usual kingly demeanor. When Lu Lan saw this, he fell silent. The two of them remained silent. After a long while, the Princess of Chu said, "By the way, Lu Lan, although Su Yan has a bright future, he's still young and not strong enough. So, I'm going to open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree." "Open the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree." Lu Lan frowned and said, "Palace Master, the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree doesn't belong to the East Palace. If you want to open it, you must get the permission of the other 3 palaces. The relationship between the East Palace and the other 3 palaces is tense. How can the other 3 palaces agree?" When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she frowned and fell into deep thought. Lu Lan said, "Palace Master, even if the 3 palaces are opened, all the disciples of the Monster Palace will enter together. With Su Yan's current strength, he can't compete with the other disciples. When the time comes, I'm afraid that opening the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree will not only fail to increase Su Yan's cultivation, but it will also backfire." Hearing Lu Lan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned even more. Since she mentioned this today, she naturally thought of these things. It was because she was worried about these things that she wanted to ask for Lu Lan's opinion. Now, she heard that Lu Lan was worried about the same thing as her. The worry in her heart inevitably increased by a lot. Especially when she thought about those people who would arrive at any time, the Princess of Chu was even more worried. It's only a few years until the agreement. Those people's tracks are strange, and I don't know when they will arrive. During this time, if Su Yan can't grow quickly, I'm afraid that Lu Lan alone won't be enough to resist the other 3 palaces. Unless, as the Princess of Chu thought, a bright light suddenly surged in her eyes. She looked at Lu Lan and said, "Lu Lan, if the 3 palaces really don't allow the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree to be opened, then the East Palace will unify them all." "Unify?" Lu Lan was stunned. "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded, and her face immediately returned to its previous imposing manner. Her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was firm. "In the past 100 years, our Monster Palace has become more and more divided, and the other 3 palaces have become more and more rampant. Originally, I was still thinking about the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree clan's face, so I didn't want to go against them. However, recently, the people from the other 3 palaces have been restless, and have been eyeing the control of the East Palace. Therefore, the best way now is to unify the Monster Palace, and abolish the other 4 palaces, leaving only the East Palace." Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu with a shocked expression. She really didn't think that the Princess of Chu would have such a crazy idea to unify the 4 palaces. However, she had to admit that what the Princess of Chu said was the best way. In the past few years, the East Palace's talents had withered, and it had been supported by the Princess of Chu alone. If it weren't for the Princess of Chu, the East Palace would have been merged by the other 3 palaces. If the Princess of Chu left, the East Palace would fall into the hands of the other palaces. At that time, it would be impossible to protect Su Yan. Even the people of the East Palace wouldn't have a foothold in the Monster Palace. Since that was the case, the best way was to strike first and gain the upper hand. Only by unifying the Monster Palace would these things not happen. Lu Lan admitted that this was the best way, but she was still a little confused. She looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Palace Master, unifying the Monster Palace is naturally a solution, but have you thought about how to unify it? There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. It's impossible to kill all of them." When the Princess of Chu heard Lu Lan's words, she smiled coldly. Although it's impossible to kill all of them, it's still possible to get rid of the Palace Masters. As long as we get rid of those Palace Masters, I'm sure that with you in charge, those disciples won't dare to act rashly. Yes. Lu Lan nodded, hesitated, and said, "Even so, Palace Master, have you ever thought about how to make the other disciples obey Su Yan? After all, Su Yan's strength is too weak. How to make Su Yan obey the others?" Lu Lan's question hit the Princess of Chu's heart, and the Princess of Chu didn't know how to answer for a moment. No matter how crazy Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he was still too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for her stopping him, Su Yan would have died at the hands of Nangong Xiaoming. Strength, I have to make Su Yan quickly increase his strength. The reason why this child can rise so many levels is probably related to the mysterious ice-cold pond. If I want him to quickly increase his strength, I have to create some fortuitous encounters. But since it's a fortuitous encounter, how can I find it? He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, and the 10,000 Fei Ancient Tree can't be opened for now. Where in the Monster Palace can he train? The Princess of Chu frowned as she thought, and she fell into a state of worry. Lu Lan was the same. She frowned, sat across from the Princess of Chu, and let out a sigh. Chapter 225. When the Princess of Chu thought of this, she immediately looked at Lu Lan with a burning gaze. When Lu Lan saw the Princess of Chu's gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Although Lu Lan's actual age was about the same as the Princess of Chu's, they were of the same generation. However, because Lu Lan had been sealed in ice for over 100 years, her memory and mind were only stuck at the time when she was a young girl in her 20s. When she saw the Princess of Chu's burning gaze, how could she not blush? She pursed her lips and shyly asked, "Palace Master, why are you looking at me like that?" Hee. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan's reaction, she became more and more satisfied. She slightly smiled and pretended to be mysterious as she said, "Lu Lan, right now, if we want to quickly increase Su Yan's strength, I have thought of a good place in the Monster Palace." "Where?" Lu Lan slightly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu in confusion. Just now, she was also thinking about where in the Monster Palace would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate. However, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of such a place in the Monster Palace. Lu Lan even thought of finding a suitable place in the 5 counties for Su Yan to cultivate. Unfortunately, even after thinking of all the places that she was familiar with, Lu Lan still couldn't think of a place that would be suitable for Su Yan to cultivate and that would allow Su Yan to quickly grow. Now that she heard the Princess of Chu say that there was such a place in the Monster Palace, she was naturally confused. When the Princess of Chu saw the confusion in Lu Lan's eyes, she knew that she was anxious, so she didn't keep her in suspense. She turned her eyes and smiled. "Lu Lan, did you forget that our East Palace has the ancient demon pool that the other 3 palaces don't have? Supreme Fei Ancient Pond." Lu Lan's eyes lit up when she heard the name. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that place? The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond is where the essence of the Monster Palace's Palace Masters is gathered. Cultivating in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond will definitely increase one's cultivation speed." When Lu Lan thought of this, she could not help but smile. However, she quickly frowned and looked at the Princess of Chu. "Palace Master, this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool can help Su Yan grow faster, but this Supreme Demon Ancient Pool, before Lu Lan could say anything, she saw the light in Princess Chu's eyes. She seemed to have guessed something and her face flushed red. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of surprise, she looked at Princess Chu and said, "Palace Master, you can't be thinking of making me." "That's right." When the Princess of Chu saw that Lu Lan understood, she meaningfully pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Lu Lan, although you're over 100 years old based on your actual birth date, you're still only 20 years old. You're about the same age as Su Yan. It's naturally the best choice for the two of you to enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pawn together." Although Lu Lan was usually cheerful, she was still a young girl who had never experienced love. Furthermore, she had always been focused on cultivation. She had never thought about the matters between men and women. When she heard the Princess of Chu say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She felt a wave of shyness in her heart and her face was flushed red. She stared at Princess Consort Chu for a long time, unable to recover her senses. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan like this, she said, "Lu Lan, perhaps this is a bit too much for you. After all, you've never seen Su Yan before. But don't make a decision now. When Su Yan came out of the ice-cold pond, I already gave the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. Now, there are no servants in the Spirit Palace. You can pretend to be a servant and interact with Su Yan for a few days. If you like him, it won't be too late to talk about it then." "Palace Master, that's not what I meant." Lu Lan shook her head and said, "This Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. The Monster Palace owes the Buddha Sword Sect. I, Lu Lan, am fortunate enough to enter the ancient demon pond with him. It is an honor. But... Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu shyly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. "But what?" the Princess of Chu asked immediately. But when she saw the Princess of Chu's uncertain eyes, she understood. She smiled and said, "Lu Lan, are you worried about Ling, or?" "Yes." Lu Lan nodded shyly. When the Princess of Chu saw Lu Lan nod, she laughed and said, "Hee, Lu Lan, you don't have to worry about that. Su Yan is the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. In other words, he is the successor of an emperor. The world is so big. How many emperors don't have wives and concubines?" The Princess of Chu's face didn't change. Aside from the vicissitudes of life on her face, she was only about the same age as Lu Lan and Chu Linger. But she had lived for 100 years. Her wisdom was not something a young girl like Lu Lan could compare to. He could see through some things more clearly than Lu Lan. When she saw that Lu Lan still couldn't let it go, she continued to persuade her, "Lu Lan, to be honest, even if you don't enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond, if possible, I will still let you and Ling, be betrothed to Su Yan." When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, she blushed again. She didn't know how to respond. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she paused and said, "Lu Lan, in this huge monster palace, apart from the 1,000-year foundation of the monster palace, the people I am most worried about are you and Ling, Although you and Ling's talent is not bad, you are after all women. There should be a man standing in front of you to protect the two of you from the wind and rain. This Su Yan is clearly the best choice. If the two of you are really fated to be with Su Yan, then the three of you will be in charge of the Monster Palace. Even if I am not in the Monster Palace, I will be more at ease." When the Princess of Chu said this, a sorrowful look appeared in her eyes. Just as she said, no matter how powerful the Princess of Chu was in the Monster Palace, she was still a woman. Countless pressures and burdens were piled on her shoulders. She was willing to bear it, but she knew how tiring it was. It was also because the Princess of Chu knew how tiring and painful it was that she didn't want her daughter, her best friend, to bear all of this. For so many years, the Princess of Chu had been shouldering all of this by herself. She had never revealed it in front of others. Now, in front of the only person she could talk to in the East Palace, the Princess of Chu didn't hide the sadness and pain in her heart. Lu Lan felt the sadness in the Princess of Chu and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although the Gan border continent was a world of martial artists, it was a world where martial artists were respected. However, it didn't mean that in this world, all emotions were lost. Everyone lost the things they wanted to protect. It wasn't like that. In fact, in this cruel world, everyone had something that they wanted to protect. Su Yan, he persevered for the pride in his heart, worked hard for the kindness in his heart, and pursued forward for the kinship. The Princess of Chu, for the sake of protecting the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, for the sake of her daughter, and for the sake of kinship, she had been bearing all of the pressure. Lu Lan was the same, she endured the boring cultivation every day. She closed herself in here every day, never taking half a step out of here. She wanted to protect the supreme monster clan and help reduce the burden on the Princess of Chu. Now, seeing the sadness in the Princess of Chu's eyes, all of the confusion in Lu Lan's heart was solved at this moment. She clenched her fists and said in her heart, "Palace Master, you've already suffered too much for the Supreme Monster Clan. It's time for me to share the burden." The Spirit Palace could be said to be the best palace in the entire Monster Palace other than the main palace. All of the disciples had been working hard to obtain the Spirit Palace. Unfortunately, for so many years, the Spirit Palace had been empty in the East Palace. Even the great senior brother of the East Palace, Qin Luo, had never obtained the right to use the Spirit Palace. This made everyone think that the Spirit Palace was left behind by the Princess of Chu for Chu Linger. When Chu Linger got married, it would be used as the place for Chu Linger's wedding. But they never thought that the Princess of Chu would suddenly reward the Spirit Palace to Su Yan. This made everyone surprised, puzzled, and shocked. Not only him, but even Su Yan himself was surprised when he found out about the Spirit Palace's position in the East Palace. Because the Monster Palace was located in the East Sea, the sea breeze whistled all day and the weather was extremely bad. This made it difficult for many plants to survive in the Monster Palace. But in the Spirit Palace, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The trees were shady. Before even stepping into the Spirit Palace, just by getting close to it, the unique fragrance and unique aura of the Spirit Palace made people feel relaxed and happy. This Spirit Palace is quite luxurious. Su Yan came to the door of the Spirit Palace. Looking at the palace that was emitting countless golden lights, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Su Yan had always known that there was a rule in the East Palace. As long as the disciples of the East Palace made contributions to the Monster Palace, they could receive special rewards from the East Palace. But Su Yan only knew this. He did not know about the Spirit Palace's existence. When he received the reward from the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's expression did not change much. Later, when he heard the people who wanted to get closer to him say this, Su Yan truly realized the Spirit Palace's position in the Monster Palace. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Palace, Su Yan truly understood why the Spirit Palace had such a position in the East Palace. The walls were splendid, and the pavilions and buildings were decorated with colored glass and golden bricks. The Spirit Palace's layout was extremely luxurious. Looking at it, the disciples who came with Su Yan were all full of envy. Su Yan did not care. He was not a person who was greedy, vain, or extravagant. As for the Spirit Palace's luxurious appearance, Su Yan cared more about whether or not the Spirit Palace could help his cultivation. If it could not, then no matter how luxurious it was, in Su Yan's eyes, it was inferior to a straw hut. Standing in front of the palace, Su Yan could not help but take a deep breath. A burst of dense spiritual energy flowed over. Only then did Su Yan feel slightly satisfied. He thought to himself, the density of spiritual energy here is much denser than other places. Chapter 226. Feeling the spirit power of the Spirit Palace, Su Yan's anticipation for the spirit palace was piqued. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, Su Yan remembered that there was a large group of people behind him. Su Yan had never been good at dealing with situations like this. Seeing a dozen or so people surrounding him and looking at him with burning eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He smiled and said, "Okay, everyone can go back now. We'll play again when we have time." Although the disciples all wanted to enter the spirit palace to have a look, when they heard Su Yan ask them to leave, they were too embarrassed to say anything. They looked at the beautiful spirit palace and reluctantly left. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. It really is like that. Seeing these people leave, Su Yan's ears finally quieted down. He couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head, took out the domino, and moved it. Suddenly, a spirit power burst out from the domino. It went straight to the spirit palace's door. As the spirit power moved, the spirit palace's door opened with a creak. The moment the spirit palace's door opened, a fragrance came from inside the spirit palace. It made people feel relaxed and happy. This made Su Yan have a good impression of the spirit palace. He looked forward to it. When Su Yan walked into the spirit palace, he was shocked by the power of the monster palace. The spirit palace was so big that it was beyond Su Yan's imagination. It was at least the size of a sword in the hidden sword tomb. Such a big palace was only enough for one disciple to live in. It showed how big the monster palace was. Such a big palace, and I'm the only one living here. It seems a bit lonely. Su Yan had always been alone. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the big palace, he couldn't help but feel lonely. Looking at the houses one by one, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, although he was cultivating alone, when he had free time, there was Fatty Lu, Lu Fei, that clown, and Su Yan. At that time, Lu Fei brought Su Yan a lot of fun on the boring path of cultivation. Now, facing this huge palace, Su Yan couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan was in the hidden sword tomb. He only cared about the sword well, so he did not have too many responsibilities. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. But now, it was impossible. Right now, Su Yan had too many burdens on his shoulders. The Buddha sword sect, the promise of 10 years with the 3 C's beast, the humiliation brought upon him by the Gus sect, and the monster palace, countless pressures were pressing down on Su Yan. Usually, when he didn't think about it, Su Yan didn't feel tired. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt quite helpless. At the same time, he missed the carefree life in the hidden sword tomb. Thinking of the happy life in the hidden sword tomb, he couldn't help but think of the red-clothed figure on the fairy sword peak. That enchanting body, that face that made people yearn for, appeared in the depths of his mind. At this moment, it was all so clear. I wonder how she's doing now. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter as he thought about it. At the same time, his longing for Lin Hualu suddenly surged into his heart. He wished he could fly straight to the hidden sword tomb right now to find Lin Hualu. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was firm. He clearly knew that he had too many burdens on his shoulders. He simply didn't allow himself to do as he pleased. Moreover, Su Yan also knew that he had to bear these secrets. These things were all extremely risky. Now, he only had the strength of a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even compare to an ordinary disciple of the monster palace. Going back to the hidden sword tomb to find Lin Hualu would only bring trouble to Lin Hualu. At the same time, Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu's indifference when he left at the end. He faintly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "At this moment, if I could see her from afar, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness?" As Su Yan was thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in the main palace of the spirit palace, a graceful girl in red was standing there. A gentle breeze blew, and the red dress fluttered. Her enchanting body was unmistakable. Her slender hair covered half of her face, but it still couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful face. Senior Sister Lin. Seeing this, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but step towards her. Young Master Su, hello. Just as Su Yan approached, the girl respectfully called out. Immediately, Su Yan was startled. This also caused Su Yan to wake up. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Although she was also beautiful and alluring, and was wearing red clothes, she was not Lin Huatu. Su Yan could not help but feel disappointed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did I suddenly think of these things today? Young Master Su. At this moment, the girl in front of him called out to Su Yan again. Su Yan suddenly realized. Looking at the girl's dress, he immediately understood that this girl must be a servant of this spirit palace. After all, in the monster palace, every disciple who had their own palace had a servant to serve them. This spirit palace was the largest palace of all the disciples in the monster palace. Naturally, there would be no lack of servants to serve them. Su Yan wanted to be a lone traveler, and he had a lot of secrets. Originally, he wanted to let the servant go on her own and not serve him. However, when Su Yan turned around and saw the pretty face of the servant, Su Yan changed his mind. Instead, he asked the servant, "What's your name?" Lu Lan. When the girl looked at Su Yan's handsome face, her face blushed. It turned out that this person wasn't anyone else. She was the one who had been discussing the monster palace with Princess Chu. She was Lu Lan, the only manager of the East Palace of the Monster Palace. Lu Lan, Lu Lan. Su Yan murmured and nodded. Not bad. It's a good name. Lu Lan had a guilty conscience and didn't know how to respond. She could only timidly stick to the side. Su Yan wasn't good with words. Moreover, he rarely interacted with girls. Now that he saw such a girl in front of him, Su Yan didn't know what to do. A man and a woman were alone in the same space. It was quite awkward. Especially Lu Lan at this moment. Her face was flushed red and her hands were helpless. She didn't know how to face Su Yan. Ahem. After a while, Su Yan saw the awkward situation and coughed a few times to break the deadlock. He said, "Miss Lu, there are so many rooms here. Do you know which one is suitable for me?" After hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Lan suddenly realized. Seeing that Su Yan was staring at her, she hurriedly pointed to the room in the middle and said, "Young Master Su, the most suitable room for cultivation in the Spirit Movement Palace is naturally this Spirit Palace. The room in the main hall has the most spirit energy. It's most suitable for cultivation." Yes. Su Yan nodded. He wanted to go to his own room. However, when he thought about how it would be rude to leave, he felt embarrassed to leave. However, if he didn't leave, he wouldn't know what to do. For a moment, he fell into an awkward situation. However, this time, it was Lu Lan who reacted first. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Young Master Su, if you have something to do, you don't have to worry about me. If you have anything you don't know about the Spirit Palace, you can ask me." Oh. After hearing Lu Lan's words, Su Yan felt less awkward. He nodded and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I'll go back to my room first. You don't have to think of yourself as a maid here. You can cultivate as you wish. Don't worry about me." Yes. Lu Lan nodded and didn't say anything else. She just looked at Su Yan's back as he left. Her eyes were a little confused. This person is young and is the successor of the Buddha sword sect. His trip to the ice-cold pool has made him famous. However, he isn't arrogant. His mentality is commendable. No wonder the palace master values him so much. Apart from his identity as the successor of the Buddha sword sect, he is also a rare talent. After just meeting once, Lu Lan thought highly of Su Yan. However, when she thought about entering the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool with Su Yan in the future, Lu Lan's face flushed red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Su Yan naturally didn't know that Lu Lan was pretending to be a maid in this spiritual palace. He only thought that Lu Lan was a maid in this spiritual palace. The moment he left, thinking about Lu Lan's gentle face, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Why am I so emotional today? Su Yan couldn't understand why he, who was always decisive, would have such a sentimental side. Seeing that he was already in front of the spiritual palace's main hall, Su Yan shook his head. He threw away all the confusion and emotions in his heart. Su Yan, you have so many things on your shoulders. How can a mere 7 bloodline saint rest? As Su Yan thought about it, the melancholy in his heart disappeared. His slightly lonely eyes suddenly flashed and a bright light condensed in them again. At the moment when the light surged, Su Yan sealed away all his emotions and desires. In exchange, he only had a determined expression on his face. The cultivation technique in his body surged and he instantly started to absorb the abundant spiritual energy in this spiritual palace. However, after absorbing for a while, Su Yan stopped and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This spiritual palace is indeed the disciples' #1 spiritual palace. The abundant spiritual energy is probably comparable to that of the East Palace's main hall. It's a pity that I belong to one bloodline. This spiritual energy is useless to me for the time being. I am now a 7 bloodline saint and only have 2 more bloodlines to reach the peak of the saint realm. But where can I go to comprehend these 2 bloodlines? Su Yan frowned. What he experienced in the ice-cold pool had made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to comprehend the power of his saint bloodline, he had to have the strongest power in the world, such as the power of heavenly fire, the power of 10,000 poisons, the power of 10,000 ghosts. These were all the strongest parts of the wall of heaven and earth. Chapter 227. Although there is a lot of spiritual energy in this world, how many of them are the strongest? Not only that, but I also don't know what can condense my saint bloodline power. It's obviously even harder to find. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. In fact, if someone were to step into the 7 bloodline saint realm from a 4 bloodline saint realm in a few days, they would definitely be excited for a long time. However, Su Yan didn't because Su Yan knew very well that he was too weak. Just like today, if it wasn't for the Princess of Chu's appearance, Su Yan would have died in the hands of Nangong Xiaoming. During this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many deaths and was on the brink of death countless times. Su Yan knew that it wasn't because he was reckless or stupid, but because he wasn't strong enough. If he didn't want to be on the brink of death, he had to constantly improve his strength. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy to find the strongest item in the world and the element that was suitable for Su Yan to condense his saint bloodline power? If it was so easy to find, Su Yan wouldn't have remained in the saint bloodline realm. Forget it. More haste, less speed. During this period of time, I've been focused on pursuing the realm and neglected many things. Now that I'm free, why don't I take this time to sort things out? Su Yan shook his head and stopped thinking about finding the saint bloodline power. Instead, he calmed down and thought about what had happened during this period of time. Su Yan patted his storage bag and instantly, an ancient seal and a small cauldron appeared in Su Yan's hands. He looked at the ordinary ancient seal and small cauldron. If Su Yan hadn't seen the power of these 2 items with his own eyes, anyone else would have thought that they were just trash. The Princess of Chu mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Clearly, these 4 items are of the same origin. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron on her own. Clearly, these 4 items can be used separately. Su Yan looked at the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal and Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron and analyzed them. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method and poured his spirit qi into it. The square seal and ancient cauldron immediately trembled and exploded with a powerful force. Even though Su Yan's 2 items were not ordinary items, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he personally released such a powerful force. These 2 items are indeed extraordinary. However, as Su Yan thought about it, he was troubled. This thing has such great power, but why didn't the Princess of Chu ask me for it? Thinking about the Princess of Chu, Su Yan's eyebrows suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked around and didn't feel anything. However, he was still worried, so he put away the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Even after putting them into the storage bag, Su Yan still felt a little uneasy. He muttered to himself, the Princess of Chu can use her spirit qi to observe me under the ice-cold pool. In this spirit palace, if the Princess of Chu wants to spy on me, I have no secrets to hide from her. Su Yan thought about it. Although he felt a burst of anger, he was also helpless. After all, the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Monster Palace. She was not someone he could fight against. Furthermore, he didn't know if the Princess of Chu was spying on him. Sigh. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. Although the Princess of Chu is in the area realm and her spirit qi is shocking, I am in the ice-cold pool and far away from the East Palace main hall. Even if the Princess of Chu's spirit qi can reach into the ice-cold pool and feel my existence, how can she see me and hear me? I'm afraid that even the legendary dragon realm can't do that. As Su Yan thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he knew how strong the Princess of Chu was, he also knew that with the power of the area realm, it was not enough for her to spy on him. Because someone with such power had definitely entered the legendary realm. They were no longer mortals, but gods. Could it be that the Princess of Chu is using some kind of treasure to spy on me? As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He mumbled to himself, the ancient demon pearl. Could it be the effect of the ancient demon pearl? Although Su Yan had a guess, he couldn't verify it. In the end, he could only give up on it. Whatever. With my current power, I can't compete with the Princess of Chu. Now that the Princess of Chu hasn't done anything to harm me, and she has allowed me to quickly increase my power, I might as well wait until then and see what she has planned. I just have to be careful during this time. As Su Yan spoke, he stopped thinking about the Princess of Chu spying on him. Soon, the question returned to his own cultivation. Su Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile. Looking at the extremely luxurious spirit palace, he felt helpless. This is the disciple's first hole. It is the best place to cultivate, but it is useless to me. It seems that I can't stay here. I have to go out and search. As Su Yan spoke, he stood up and walked out of the spirit palace. Not long after he walked out, he bumped into Lu Lan. Mr. Su, are you going out? Lu Lan whispered to Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan had a good impression of Lu Lan. Seeing that she had asked him, he didn't hide it. He nodded and said, I have always been restless. So, I went to the martial arts training hall. Su Yan had just thought about it. In the entire Monster Palace, other than the martial arts training hall, he really didn't know where to go. When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, you are the master of the Spirit Palace. Why do you still want to go to the martial arts training hall? When Su Yan heard Lu Lan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she didn't keep him in suspense. She smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Su, there is something you don't know. This spirit palace is actually a small version of the East Palace. Not only does it have the martial arts training hall, but it also has the scripture pavilion, the elixir hall, and the weapon forging hall. What? When Su Yan heard Lu Lan say this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked around and couldn't believe that in this spirit palace, there were things that the entire monster palace had gathered. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's shocked expression, she laughed again and said, "Mr. Su, don't be too excited. Although there are all kinds of halls in this spirit palace, the elixir hall and the weapon forging hall don't have anyone refining in them. If Mr. Su wants to get elixirs, other than refining them yourself, you still have to go to the halls in the East Palace to exchange for them." When he heard this, Su Yan was a little disappointed. Just now, he thought that the Spirit Palace had the Elixir Hall and the Weapon Forging Hall. He thought that it would be the same as the halls in the East Palace. If that was the case, Su Yan would really be rich. If he could get all the elixirs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to improve his strength quickly. Now that he heard that he had to refine these things himself, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Even if there are no elixirs or utensils in here, it's still convenient for me to refine weapons. Originally, I was worried about not knowing where I could refine weapons. Now that there is a weapon forging hall in this spirit palace, it's a good place for me to refine weapons." As Su Yan muttered to himself, his eyes couldn't help but light up. However, he wasn't in a hurry to ask Lu Lan where the weapon forging hall was. Other than the fact that Su Yan didn't purchase any materials for refining weapons, he was even more embarrassed. After all, refining weapons and elixirs required spiritual stones. Of course, Su Yan was more worried that Lu Lan was the Princess of Chu's spy. How could Lu Lan not know what Su Yan was thinking? However, she didn't expose him. Instead, she continued, "Young Master Su, actually, you just entered the Monster Palace not long ago. Although you received some of the Palace Master's memories, the Palace Master couldn't have passed on all the memories of the Monster Palace to you. Therefore, I suggest that you go to the Scripture Hall to take a look." Scripture Hall? Su Yan frowned. Yes. When Lu Lan saw Su Yan's expression, she nodded and continued, "It's the Scripture Hall. Although the Pill Hall and the Spirit Palace and the Weapon Forging Hall are just decorations, the Scripture Hall isn't any less than the Scripture Hall in the East Palace. There are all kinds of ancient books stored there. There are also historical records about the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard what Lu Lan said, he felt that it made sense. He nodded and thought to himself, "During this period of time, I've been chasing after my strength and neglected too many things. Because I advanced too quickly, I didn't properly feel the power of the Saint Realm. This makes it quite inconvenient when fighting with others. Why don't I take advantage of this time to train the power in my body? I can also take a look at the scriptures in the Spirit Palace and see if I can find anything useful." Su Yan immediately made up his mind. Because he was excited that the Spirit Palace had these things, he forgot to be polite with Lu Lan. He directly said to Lu Lan, "Miss Lu Lan, if that's the case, then quickly take me to the Scripture Hall." Lu Lan looked at Su Yan's excited expression and smiled. Then she nodded and led the way for Su Yan. Su Yan followed closely behind. He didn't think too much. In fact, if Lu Lan was just a servant girl, she wouldn't dare to do these things and wouldn't know so many things. It was because Su Yan neglected these things that Su Yan didn't expect that Lu Lan was actually teaching him to cultivate. Although the Spirit Palace was big, because all the main halls were combined, the Scripture Hall was only behind the hall where Su Yan lived. The two of them didn't walk for long before they arrived in front of the Scripture Hall. Lu Lan pushed the door open and entered. Su Yan saw that in this huge hall, there were countless scriptures and ancient books. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't even greet Lu Lan and directly went in. With the benefits he gained from reading the scriptures on the heavenly sword peak of the sword burial mound, Su Yan naturally knew the importance of these scriptures. Familiarizing himself with the records of an ancient book was likely to give him an extra way to protect himself in his future cultivation. Looking at the countless ancient books and scriptures placed in the room, Su Yan dove in. Chapter 228. The hidden scripture hall was definitely the most important place in every sect. The number of scriptures and ancient books stored in a powerful sect was definitely proportional to the strength of the sect. Scriptures, ancient books, and memories were essential to the growth of every warrior. For example, if a person knew of the existence of a miracle, they could search for the miracle and obtain the inheritance from the miracle. And these memories, these records all came from a scripture, an ancient record. Su Yan had a deep understanding of this. For example, if Su Yan hadn't stayed in the hidden scripture hall of the immortal sword peak for so long, then Su Yan wouldn't have known about the monster palace. If Su Yan wanted to enter the monster palace, he would undoubtedly have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, Su Yan had always held a high yearning for these scriptures and ancient records. Now that he had entered the hidden scripture hall and looked at the different books on the shelves, he was like a fish in water. He dove into the books and immersed himself in reading. Su Yan was very clear that he hadn't taken on a master yet. These scriptures and ancient books were his masters. Of course, in the world of warriors, reading books was different from ordinary people. Every scripture and ancient book was recorded using ancestral spiritual energy. A good scripture and ancient book was priceless. As Su Yan read again, several days passed unknowingly. Because he constantly used the spirit qi in his body to read these books, he was too focused on studying. After a few days, Su Yan actually slept in the hidden scripture hall because his spirit qi was exhausted. In the world of warriors, every realm was a new beginning. The spirit realm was the beginning of exploring the world of warriors. Once one entered the spirit realm, they could feel the rhythm of all living things in the world. They could feel the spirit qi of heaven and earth and cultivate. And when one reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, they could use the spirit qi of heaven and earth to comprehend their own path of life and path of soul. They could feel their own fate and cultivate their own fate. When one reached the 9th level of life soul, they could comprehend the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth and use the power of the saint veins of heaven and earth. One bloodline was sacred, and 9 bloodlines were revered. When one reached the 9th meridian, they would be able to pry into the power of all things in the world. From there, they would be able to condense the power of the heavens and step into the celestial phenomenon stage. Every time he crossed a level, he would cross a huge chasm. Only by crossing this chasm would one be able to rise above others. Only with a 9th level life spirit and the power of the holy veins could one become a saint. After becoming a saint, the 9 meridians were revered, and they could pry into the power of all things in the world. It could also be said that a new era of cultivation had truly begun. Because after reaching the celestial phase, one would be able to control the energy of heaven and earth, cultivate the power of celestial phenomenon, and use celestial phenomenon techniques. This was also why Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint, was able to surpass 3 levels in a row. Now, a 7-meridian saint could not even withstand a single blow from Xianxia sage. This was because Emperor Xianxia had comprehended the power of nature. This wasn't just a difference of 1 level. It was a leap of a whole new era. No matter how powerful Su Yan was among the saints, he was still no match for Emperor Xianxia. At the same time, ever since Su Yan entered the monster palace, he had been constantly pursuing power and strength. Because of the strength of the disciples of the monster palace, Su Yan saw the gap between them. No matter how strong Su Yan's heart was. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. Even though he had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he still couldn't become a god. He still couldn't be without desires. The strength of the disciples of the monster palace made Su Yan feel the pressure. It also stimulated the pride in Su Yan's heart. This was also why Su Yan didn't dare to stop for a moment after entering the monster palace. He was constantly pursuing power. Su Yan didn't even have the chance to properly feel the power of a saint. This time, the reading, the relaxation, and the deep sleep made Su Yan wake up from this obsession. Su Yan slept for a long, long time. A full month had passed. Only then did Su Yan slowly open his eyes. Although saints didn't need to sleep and eat like ordinary people, they didn't need to. However, this did not mean that saints were invincible. Similarly, saints could feel fatigue and fatigue. For such a long time, Su Yan had been pursuing strength day and night. Although Su Yan was still glowing, his entire body had already reached a state of fatigue. In this deep sleep, Su Yan suddenly woke up. Senior brother Mu Zijian once said that haste makes waste. I was so impatient. I was really stupid. Su Yan understood the reason behind it. He couldn't help but feel bitter. The endless desire for strength in his heart was sealed. This wasn't because Su Yan had lost his pursuit of strength. It was because Su Yan understood that one mustn't be impatient in cultivation and abandon the desire in one's heart. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desires. Although Su Yan couldn't truly be without desires, the strength of his heart was obviously much stronger than before. Spirit guidance, life soul, saint bloodline. How much do I understand? Su Yan muttered to himself. He recalled the contents of the books he had read during this period of time and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sat cross-legged and the cultivation method in his body also followed. All the power of the saint bloodline through the rotation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. At the moment when the spiritual power flowed, Su Yan's body emitted a layer of light blue light. The light blue light gathered and instantly emitted a powerful force. The explosive force instantly wrapped around Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened as they emitted a bright glow. He rejoiced in his heart. During this period of time, I have blindly pursued the realm and forgot to cultivate my own strength. During this period of time, I even felt distressed about comprehending the bloodline, but I didn't know the benefits of comprehending the bloodline. With that, Su Yan immediately smiled. He suddenly opened his hands and shouted, "Power of the saint bloodline, open!" There was a loud bang. The light blue light suddenly emitted and turned into a seven-colored light. The power of the sword essence was white. The power of the heavenly fire was red. The power of the myriad poison was green. The power of the lonely soul was black. The power of the hurricane was gray. The power of the chill was blue. In the end, the power of the remnant soul that Chu Tianxiong had used up the last bit of remnant soul power to condense was black. The power of the seven bloodlines spread out and wandered around Su Yan's body like countless little dragons, constantly entangling and stirring up a storm of energy. When Su Yan saw this, he activated the cultivation method in his body again. The seven-colored small dragon immediately gathered together and burst out. Immediately, it charged forward. With a bang, the entire scripture depository hall suddenly exploded with a loud bang. I see. Su Yan looked at the huge pit in front of him and laughed excitedly. All this time, I only thought that comprehending the bloodline was a burden. I didn't expect to be able to use the different powers to burst out such energy. Su Yan carefully savored and his eyes once again condensed a ray of light. He thought to himself, in this way, doesn't it mean that if I condense the 9 bloodlines together, I can release 9 different powers? And the 9 powers can not only attack individually, but also together to burst out such a huge amount of energy. Su Yan had this discovery and could not help but nod. He muttered to himself again, it seems that in the future, I really can't blindly pursue the realm and neglect the cultivation of my own strength. Su Yan had always wondered why some martial artists in the same realm were stronger than others, while others were at a disadvantage. Now Su Yan truly understood that everyone's cultivation and realm had different powers. In addition to the realm and some martial skills, the cultivation of one's own strength was also very important. With this discovery, Su Yan was no longer in a hurry to improve his realm. Instead, he constantly honed his 7 bloodline powers in the scripture depository. Continuous running in and continuous testing. In the end, Su Yan was able to easily control the 7 bloodline powers in his body. Not only could he control one saint bloodline to attack, but he could also make the 7 saint bloodlines attack together. The power of the 7 saint bloodlines combined together was no less than the celestial phenomenon skill cultivated by Emperor Xianxia. This made Su Yan ecstatic. Looking at his hands, he smiled. The 7 bloodlines attacked together is not the celestial phenomenon skill of Emperor Xianxia. It can be considered a divine skill. Since it's a divine skill, it naturally needs a name. Su Yan muttered to himself and immediately fell into deep thought. Looking at the power that was faintly jumping between his palms, he was delighted. This 7 bloodline attack is like the shape of a dragon. In the future, when I condense the 9 bloodlines, it will definitely be a 9 bloodline attack. Then I'll call it 9 Dragon Sea Soul. 9 Dragon Sea Soul, 9 Dragon Sea Soul. Su Yan muttered a few times and couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. With this 9 Dragon Sea Soul, I think that even if I face a 9 bloodline saint now, I'll be in an invincible position. The martial arts realm was divided into different levels. The higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate and the stronger it was. In the world of saints, Su Yan could fight a 7 bloodline saint to a draw with a 4 bloodline saint. However, he couldn't fight a 9 bloodline saint with the strength of a 7 bloodline saint. But now that Su Yan had comprehended the 9 Dragon Sea Soul, Su Yan was confident that he could fight a 9 bloodline saint. Of course, if he faced a Saint Xianxia, Su Yan knew that he couldn't win. After all, a Saint Xianxia had already comprehended the power of Xianxia. At the same time, he could cultivate the celestial phenomenon skill. Whether it was spiritual qi or power, he was much stronger than a saint bloodline. Just like a saint bloodline cultivator who could cultivate the power of the saint bloodline, he was stronger than a life soul cultivator. Every stage of the realm was an insurmountable gap. This was also why there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace. There were as many saint bloodline cultivators as there were hairs on a cow, but there were only a few Saint Xianxiang emperors. Not to mention the spiritual sea realm, that was even rarer. Chapter 229. Su Yan now knew the importance of cultivating one's own strength, and had less desire for that realm. Now he could really calm down and think about some things. Thinking of his 9 dragon soul stealing ability, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. I've been pursuing the realm all this time. Apart from cultivating the ghost howl sword art, I've forgotten to cultivate other saint skills. But with this 9 dragon soul stealing ability, it makes up for this shortcoming. Saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill were similar. They were both combat martial skills, but saint skills were released through the power of the saint bloodline. Celestial phenomenon divine skill, after reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, spies on the power of heaven and earth, and the power released was much stronger than saint skills. Of course, if a martial artist wanted to cultivate saint skills and celestial phenomenon divine skill, they couldn't just casually cultivate. They needed the book of saint skills to cultivate. Su Yan could be said to have entered 2 sections. First, it was the hidden sword tomb, and then it was the monster palace. However, Su Yan didn't get the book of saint skills. In addition, Su Yan was blindly pursuing the improvement of the realm, and forgot to cultivate saint skills. Now that he had calmed down, Su Yan remembered that he had some regrets. But when he thought that the 9 dragon soul stealing ability he cultivated was not a saint skill, and was even comparable to the celestial phenomenon divine skill, Su Yan felt a little comforted in his heart. I just don't know if the 9 dragon soul stealing ability can be used with the sword. Su Yan thought, and immediately patted the storage pouch, took out the ghost howl sword, and the sun-colored glazed sword art in his body suddenly began to operate quickly. The powerful spiritual chi burst out from the saint bloodline, and immediately rushed into the ghost howl sword. Break! Su Yan roared as his body suddenly leaped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand chopped down horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual chi condensed on the blade of the ghost howl sword and burst out. It showed an arc of light, and directly exploded on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire floor of the scripture hall seemed to tremble. Its power was even stronger than when Su Yan had unleashed the 9-dragon seizing soul with his bare hands. Even though the 9-dragon seizing soul was created by Su Yan was still able to control the 9-dragon seizing soul. But now, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such a powerful burst of power. Looking at the deep crater in the ground, Su Yan recovered after a long time. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of excitement. Ha, I didn't expect that this 9-dragon seizing soul can not only be used with bare hands, but also with a sword. Its power is even stronger than before. Looks like coming to the scripture depository these days was indeed a wise choice. Su Yan smiled, but he didn't get carried away. He looked at the bookshelves again and saw that there were still countless scriptures and ancient texts that Su Yan hadn't read yet. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. I've been reading for a few days, and there are still so many of them. This monster palace is worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. There are so many scriptures and ancient texts, more than 10 times more than the sword depository tomb. Su Yan sighed, looking at so many scriptures and ancient texts, he couldn't help but frown. Because there were so many scriptures, not all of them were useful. Many of them were records of useless things, and such scriptures weren't worth reading. Unfortunately, there was no classification of books. This undoubtedly brought a lot of uncertainties to Su Yan's reading. Sigh, why aren't these scriptures categorized? Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Since I'm free now, I'll help categorize these scriptures. It'll be easier for me to read them in the future. Su Yan didn't hesitate. He didn't read the scriptures one by one like he did on the first day. Instead, he just looked at the records and used his own understanding to categorize the scriptures. This took a few hours. Even though Su Yan's mind was always better than ordinary people, when faced with such a boring task, he couldn't help but feel bored. He couldn't help but sigh. With so many scriptures, how long will it take for me to finish? If only I had someone to help me. Young Master Su. At this moment, a gentle and beautiful voice suddenly sounded from outside the palace. Su Yan was just thinking of finding someone to help. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel happy. He hurriedly walked to the entrance of the hall. Because of the excitement in his heart, he forgot that it was the first time he met Lu Lan. He directly pulled Lu Lan's hand and said, "Miss Lu Lan, you came at the right time." Su Yan said and was about to pull Lu Lan inside. However, just as he walked, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw Lu Lan standing there with a red face and a shy expression. Su Yan was stunned. Only then did he realize something. He hurriedly let go of Lu Lan's hand and apologized. "Miss Lu Lan, I didn't mean to offend you." Young Master Su, it's fine." When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, her already red face became even redder. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, her elegant hair, and her seductive body, Su Yan couldn't help but stare at her. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. As his heart thumped, the figure in red appeared in his mind again. He laughed at himself and no longer looked at Lu Lan. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and said, "Miss Lu Lan, I saw that the scripture depository hall was too messy and I wanted to tidy it up." Tidy it up? When Lu Lan heard Su Yan's words, she looked at the messy scripture depository hall and couldn't help but blush again. When she saw Su Yan going in alone to tidy up, she hurriedly followed him in. When she saw Su Yan tidying up, she didn't think much of it and laughed. "Young Master Su, actually you don't need to go through so much trouble. Lu Lan can help you find whatever scripture you want to read." As Lu Lan spoke, she didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and walked forward. She casually pulled out a dark green scripture from the pile of scriptures and handed it to Su Yan. "Look, this book contains records about the Monster Palace. I think it should be useful to you." As Lu Lan spoke, she saw that Su Yan didn't take it and couldn't help but be stunned. She then saw Su Yan looking at her with a strange expression and immediately understood something. She hurriedly explained, "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand. Actually, as a servant of the Spirit Palace, Lu Lan has always been here." Lu Lan naturally came to this scripture depository hall before, so she naturally knows where these scriptures are placed. "Young Master Su, don't misunderstand." "Oh." Su Yan nodded. Although he took the ancient scripture from Lu Lan, he still had doubts in his heart. This Lu Lan is just an ordinary servant. How could she be so familiar with the scripture depository hall of the Spirit Palace? How could she find what she was looking for as soon as she came in? ***, how could I forget that I am just an ordinary servant now? Lu Lan's heart was filled with self-blame. She didn't dare face Su Yan again. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Su, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned the palace today. I'll leave first." After speaking, Lu Lan didn't wait for Su Yan to respond and quickly ran out. Seeing Lu Lan's back as she ran away, Su Yan looked at the ancient scripture in his hand and suddenly frowned. Is this Lu Lan really just an ordinary servant? If she is, why is she so familiar with the scripture depository hall? Su Yan didn't believe what Lu Lan said. Just because she was a servant of the Spirit Palace, how could she know all these things? What kind of place was the Spirit Palace? It was the first palace of a disciple. For 100 years, no disciple had stayed in it. And how could the Monster Palace allow a servant to come in and out as she pleased, let alone go into the scripture depository hall to read the books? Could it be that this woman was sent by the Princess of Chu to spy on me? Su Yan thought about it and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He didn't want to continue tidying up, so he put down the book in his hand and walked out. Why am I so stupid? Now Su Yan must be suspicious. What should I do? Lu Lan didn't know how to face Su Yan, so she found an excuse to come out. Thinking about Su Yan's suspicious eyes, Lu Lan's heart was in a mess. How am I going to explain this to Su Yan? Do I have to confess to him directly? Lu Lan thought about it and couldn't help but blush. She felt ashamed. At this moment, Lu Lan suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind her. Who is it? Lu Lan shouted in her heart. She subconsciously used the technique in her body. With a shout, she waved her hand. A powerful force suddenly surged out from her arm and attacked. This is... Su Yan felt this powerful force and couldn't help but be shocked. It was too late to dodge. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked Lu Lan was Su Yan. The moment he saw Lu Lan obtain the ancient book, plus the fact that the Princess of Chu was spying on him, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to test Lu Lan. Su Yan never thought that this Lu Lan was actually a spiritual Sea Realm expert. Spiritual Sea Realm, that level of strength was definitely not something Su Yan could compare to. When Lu Lan waved her hand, Su Yan was immediately sent flying by this powerful force. His body immediately surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Su. When Lu Lan saw that it was Su Yan, her eyes suddenly froze. When she saw the direction that Su Yan was sent flying, her heart trembled. She thought to herself, not good. She hurriedly circulated her qi to catch Su Yan. Unfortunately, she used too much of her qi just now. Su Yan had already flown dozens of meters away. How could she make it in time? With a splash, Su Yan directly fell into a pool. The moment Su Yan fell into the pool, the water in the pool started to burn like a raging fire. It was like countless sharp blades piercing through Su Yan. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. Young Master Su. Lu Lan rushed over and saw the ferocious Su Yan in the pool. She frowned and didn't know what to do. Why is this happening? Where is this? In the pool, Su Yan continuously circulated his qi to resist. Unfortunately, the more Su Yan resisted, the more pain he felt. Seeing this, Lu Lan hurriedly shouted, "Young Master Su, don't resist. This is the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. The more you resist, the more pain you will feel." In the intense pain, how could Su Yan hear Lu Lan's words? He continued to circulate his qi to resist, but the pain didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Chapter 230. The Supreme Demon Ancient Pond contained the cultivation experiences of the previous Monster Palace Masters. Because of the Supreme Demon clan's bloodline inheritance, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond could only be cultivated by a man and a woman together. If only one person entered, they would definitely be burned to death by the pond water and 10,000 flames. Only 2 people could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond together and activate the secret technique left behind by the previous Monster Palace Masters. Only by cultivating together could they avoid this torment. Lu Lan looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond. Her eyes were filled with confusion. When the Princess of Chu told her these things that day, Lu Lan had already prepared herself. At that time, she had already made up her mind before she even met Su Yan. No matter what, for the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, so what if she gave up herself? But at that time, she was calm. Now that she was about to face it, Lu Lan's heart sank into a moment of hesitation. Yes, she did not dislike Su Yan, but it had only been a few days, so it was hard to say if they had any feelings for each other. Moreover, Lu Lan was only a young girl at the age of her youth. She had never experienced the affairs of a man and a woman. Now, how could she dual cultivate with a man she had only known for a few days? Lu Lan was conflicted. She looked at Su Yan, who was struggling in the pond water. She looked at the pain on his handsome face. Lu Lan did not know why, but her heart moved. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Forget it, forget it. I, Lu Lan, have always lived for the East Palace. For the sake of Monster Palace and the East Palace, I would even sacrifice my life. Why should I be conflicted? With that, Lu Lan made up her mind and slowly walked into the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond. But some things were easy to say, but difficult to do. As she walked step by step, thinking about what would happen next, Lu Lan's face flushed red. Her whole body trembled slightly. Looking at Su Yan, a trace of tears fell from her eyes. She bit her lip lightly. Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down in the future. Thump. After Lu Lan finished speaking, she dived into the pool without any hesitation and swam towards Su Yan. Lu Lan looked at Su Yan's muscular body and bit her lip. She reached out and hugged him. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and began to tremble. She slowly channeled the chant of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. As the chant was activated, the scorching heat of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool immediately turned icy cold, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into their bodies. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar under the turbulence of countless spiritual qis. His entire body fell into a state of confusion. Lu Lan could not help but let out a low growl as the spiritual qi surged into her body. A powerful force erupted from her body, and Lu Lan's eyes flashed with excitement. Realm of Radius. The realm of radius that I have been unable to comprehend for so long has actually made a breakthrough in the supreme demon ancient pool. Feeling the power of the realm of radius, Lu Lan no longer had the restraint and shyness from before. The cultivation technique in her body began to circulate faster and faster. The surrounding water of the supreme demon ancient pool began to boil, turning into countless streams of spiritual qi that surged into Su Yan's body. Ah, the spiritual qi exploded within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's face flushed red, and a demonic fire surged through his body. His eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Lu Lan's alluring body in his arms, the red figure that had been sealed in his mind for so long immediately appeared. The desire in his heart exploded at this moment. Looking at those seductive red lips, Su Yan kissed them without hesitation. His actions were rough and domineering. Lu Lan was shocked by Su Yan's sudden actions, and her face flushed red. Facing Su Yan's domineering kiss, Lu Lan was anxious and angry. She wanted to push Su Yan away, but she was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as she looked at Su Yan, not knowing what to do. Junior brother Su, junior brother Su. Just as Su Yan was about to ask, a voice rang out from outside the spiritual palace. The two people in the pool were shocked. Just as they were about to get up, it was too late. An alluring figure appeared beside the supreme demon ancient pool. This person was none other than Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan and Lu Lan kissing in the supreme demon ancient pool, she was stunned. For some reason, Chu Linger's heart felt terrible. Junior brother Su, looking at Su Yan, Chu Linger pouted. Her entire body trembled slightly. Even though she had not known Su Yan for long, at this moment, all the scenes of her time with Su Yan appeared in her mind. The scene of Su Yan risking his life to save her in the myriad ghosts cave was like yesterday. Why am I like this? Why? Chu Ling asked herself repeatedly, but she still felt terrible in her heart. She had always been carefree, but when she saw this scene, she could not help but cry. When she looked at Lu Lan, she could not help but feel a wave of anger surge up in her heart. Sister Lu Lan, didn't you say that junior brother Su was in seclusion? Could it be that he is in seclusion like this? It turned out that Chu Linger had come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan more than once. However, Lu Lan was afraid that Chu Linger's arrival would expose her identity. She told Chu Linger that Su Yan was in seclusion. Chu Linger did not think much of it. However, she was bored today and decided to come to the spiritual palace to look for Su Yan. How could she have expected to see this scene? Sister Lu Lan, I hate you. I hate you. And you, Su Yan. Su Yan, I hate you. Chu Linger suddenly shouted agitatedly. She turned around and left. When Lu Lan saw Chu Linger leave, she suddenly came to her senses. When she entered the supreme demon ancient pool, she never expected that someone would suddenly appear. After all, the spiritual palace was the first palace of the disciples. In this palace, other than Su Yan, Princess Chu, and Lu Lan, no other disciples could enter. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had neglected Chu Linger. Chu Linger also had the authority to enter the spiritual palace. When Lu Lan learned that the Princess Chu had chosen Su Yan to be the next palace master of the monster palace, Lu Lan knew that Chu Linger would be betrothed to Su Yan. This was also the first time that the Princess Chu had talked to her about dual cultivation. Lu Lan had been in a difficult situation. Because of the Princess Chu's persuasion, Lu Lan had agreed. However, she still felt guilty toward Chu Linger. Now that Chu Linger had encountered such a situation, Lu Lan felt even more guilty when she saw Chu Linger's teary eyes. She hurriedly jumped up from the supreme demon ancient pool and chased after Chu Linger. What's wrong with me? Su Yan also woke up at this moment. Thinking about how he had gone berserk, he was stunned. Thinking about that kiss, thinking about that beautiful body, Su Yan felt bitter. Of course, more than that, he felt guilty and blamed himself. Why am I like this? Why? Lu Lan and Su Yan had only known each other for a day. Although Su Yan had been in the spiritual palace for some time, Su Yan had been in the scripture hall all this time. He had never come in contact with Lu Lan. Although Su Yan didn't dislike Lu Lan, he didn't have any feelings for her. Even if he did, it was just a little bit of love for her. It definitely couldn't be compared to the feelings he had for Lin Hualu. Not to mention that Su Yan had discovered that Lu Lan was very likely sent by Princess Chu to spy on him. That little bit of affection in his heart was destroyed at that moment. That was why Su Yan thought of testing Lu Lan. How could Su Yan have thought that his test would end up in such a state? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Su Yan smiled bitterly. In his mind, the image of Chu Ling's clear eyes and that sweet smile appeared once again. But that sentence, I hate you, yet, she was so compassionate and heartbroken. Senior Chu. Su Yan fell into a daze. Bang! At that moment, a bright light exploded in the sky. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Su Yan had been in the monster palace for some time. He had inherited many memories. Naturally, he knew what this light represented. This light represented a signal that an enemy had invaded the monster palace. Assemble. Su Yan, whose heart was already in a mess, furrowed his brows when he saw the sudden gathering signal. He couldn't think of anyone who dared to invade the Supreme Demon Palace given their strength. Forget it, forget it. After all, I'm a member of the Monster Palace. I'd better go take a look. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He stood up from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pond and rushed to the East Palace main hall. Not long after, he arrived at the East Palace main hall. The East Palace main hall was already filled with countless disciples. At this time, Su Yan saw that, aside from the East Palace disciples, there were also disciples from the other palaces. Su Yan immediately understood that it wasn't an invasion. It was another palace that had invaded the East Palace. The East Palace main hall was big. Even if all 4 palaces gathered here, it wouldn't be crowded. Su Yan stood in the crowd, and no one noticed him. But with Su Yan's eyesight, he could clearly see everyone in the main hall. In the middle of all the disciples, there was an old man with red hair and a white beard. He was holding a walking stick. His face was kind, and he smiled faintly. At first glance, he gave off an amiable feeling. However, Su Yan wasn't fooled by this smile. This was because Su Yan knew who this person was. This was the Monster Palace's palace master, Xianxia. He was a sinister and ruthless person. Standing beside him was an old man with a gloomy face. Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with him. This was the West Palace master, Zhu Tian Demon King. Beside the two of them was an old woman with a face full of vicissitudes. This was the North Palace master, Luo Yaofeng. She looked at the Princess of Chu with a hint of anger in her eyes. Behind him were the elders of the 3 great palaces, as well as the disciples of their respective palaces. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw that so many people from the 3 great palaces had gathered here. Normally, although the 4 great palaces often have internal conflicts, they have never gathered here on such a large scale. Now that all 3 great palaces have suddenly come to the Eastern Palace, what is the matter? At this moment, the voice of the Princess of Chu, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, rang out in the main hall. Xiao Wuchang, why did you 3 palaces suddenly come to my East Palace today? The Princess of Chu's face was as cold as ice. Her expression didn't change at all. She looked at the experts gathered by the 3 palaces without fear. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. Princess of Chu, you're wrong. We Monster Palace are one family. The East Palace is also a Monster Palace. We're here today to travel. Why should we come here for a reason? Xia Wuchang said with a kind smile. Who would have guessed that this person was a sinister and ruthless person? Chapter 231. Chu Wangfei looked at the three palace lords of the three great palaces without a trace of fear on her face. Instead, her expression became even colder. The moment her eyes focused, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. As Princess Chu spoke, she suddenly stood up from her chair. A majestic aura burst out from her body. The powerful force attacked everyone in the main palace. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the three palace masters, Princess Chu said in a low voice, "You can come, but you have to report first." Chu Wangfei's last two words were obviously infused with spiritual energy. As her words rang in everyone's ears, everyone could not help but tremble. Especially the three palace masters. Their faces darkened, and all the laughter from before stopped abruptly. The three of them were shocked at the same time. However, it was obvious that they had come prepared today. They quickly recovered. Palace Master Xia Wuchang of the South Palace opened his mouth again. He smiled and said, "Palace Master Chu, why are you so angry? We are all part of Monster Palace. We are here today to pay a visit. Why are you so angry?" That's right, that's right. Palace Master Zhu Tian of the West Palace also said, "Palace Master Chu, our four palaces are all part of Monster Palace. There is no need to report." Princess Chu didn't believe that the three palaces had come today just to pay a visit to her East Palace. Originally, Princess Chu wanted to get rid of the three palaces, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. Now that the three palaces have gathered in my East Palace, it has given me a chance. Princess Chu sneered in her heart. She still maintained her arrogant attitude, looking down at them with the demeanor of a ruler. Looking down at them, she waved her hand and pointed at the three of them. She said coldly, "Although I am part of Monster Palace, my East Palace is the palace of the Palace Master. If you want to pay a visit, you have to report." Palace Master Chu. Wu Chang wanted to say something, but before he could speak, Chu Wangfei shouted coldly, "Guards, the people of the three great palaces are here today for no reason. Take them down with me." "Yes." A loud voice echoed. The disciples of the Eastern Palace immediately took out their weapons and magical treasures and surrounded the people from the three palaces. The reason why Xia Wuchang and the others came to the Eastern Palace today was to find out about the recent strength of the Eastern Palace. But who would have thought that the Princess of Chu would make a move? Although they were afraid of the Princess of Chu, she was still the palace master of the three great palaces. Seeing this, Luo Yaofeng was the first to say angrily, "Princess of Chu, we are only here to visit the Eastern Palace today. You dare to use force against us? Visit?" The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Luo Yaofeng. She smiled wickedly and said, "The three of you are the masters of the three palaces, but you didn't follow the rules. You brought your disciples to offend my East Palace. If I don't punish you, where is the dignity of my East Palace? Where is the dignity of my Monster Palace?" As the Princess of Chu spoke, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from her body. The powerful force swept across the entire palace. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The three palace masters looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with shock. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both glanced at Xia Wuchang. Clearly, Xia Wuchang was the leader this time. Although the two of them had only glanced at each other, how could this glance escape Chu Wangfei's eyes? "Xia Wuchang, I'll start with you today." Having said that, the Princess of Chu suddenly leaped forward. Her speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Only a shadow could be seen flashing by. The Princess of Chu's figure was already in front of Xia Wuchang. So fast. All the disciples, including Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yufeng, were shocked. Xiao Wuchang, on the other hand, still had a faint gloomy smile on his face. Su Yan looked at Xiao Wuchang's smile and couldn't help but frown. Why is he smiling like this? Has he already planned everything? Today, so many people from the three palaces have come. Obviously, things won't be so simple. However, the three palace masters have always been weaker than the Princess of Chu. With the Princess of Chu here, although the three palaces have a slight advantage in terms of disciples, they wouldn't dare to offend the Eastern Palace. There must be something fishy about the three palaces coming here today. As Su Yan thought about it, he noticed a faint evil aura surging from Xiao Wuchang's body. He suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Palace Master Chu, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. The Princess of Chu was too fast. She reached out and punched at Xiao Wuchang. Asterisk bang, asterisk with a loud bang, a huge energy storm swept out. The surrounding disciples all retreated dozens of steps. Seeing the Princess of Chu launch such a powerful attack, everyone frowned. This was especially true for Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King. Their faces were pale because they had come here because they believed in Xiao Wuchang. If it wasn't for Xiao Wuchang, they wouldn't have accepted Chu Wangfei. Even so, they didn't dare to casually attack. Xiao Wuchang was their guarantee today. If Xiao Wuchang was killed by the Princess of Chu, they wouldn't have an easy time either. The two looked at each other and immediately jumped up to help Xiao Wuchang. However, the moment they jumped up and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. Not only them, but even the cold and arrogant face of the Princess of Chu changed. How can this be? The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? The corner of Xiao Wuchang's mouth immediately surged into a sneer. He reached out to grab the Princess of Chu. Fortunately, Consort Chu reacted quickly. With a leap, she suddenly retreated dozens of steps back, avoiding Xiao Wuchang's attack. Although she avoided it, the Princess of Chu felt a surge in her body and spat out another mouthful of blood. Palace Lord, Palace Lord. The guards of the East Palace came forward to support the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha ha. Seeing the Princess of Chu's pale face, Xiao Wuchang suddenly laughed. Princess of Chu, you have occupied the Monster Palace's East Palace for so long, I think you are going to change hands. Humph, although the Princess of Chu was injured, her expression didn't change. She faintly emitted the aura of a king. She coldly looked at Xiao Wuchang and said, Xiao Wuchang, you are really sinister. You dare to cultivate 100 poisons. Ha ha ha, I am sinister. Xiao Wuchang was not the slightest bit angry because Consort Chu called him sinister. Instead, he felt quite proud. He smiled coldly and said, Consort Chu, let's stop here today. I'll tell you the truth. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. The Monster Palace has always been guarded by the East Palace. Today, it seems that the position will change. Let me, the Nangong Palace, sit. While speaking, Xiao Wuchang's body suddenly leaped up and floated in the air. A faint black light appeared around his body and rotated. Perimeter State. The Princess of Chu saw the rhythmic light on Xiao Wuchang's body and couldn't help but be stunned. Her face was no longer calm, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked at Xiao Wuchang with surprise. Xiao Wuchang, when did you enter the perimeter state? Do I have to report to the Princess of Chu when I enter the perimeter state? Xiao Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered. When his eyes fell on the Princess of Chu, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, Princess of Chu, 100 years ago, I, Xiao Wuchang, have been coveting you for a long time. Unfortunately, Yulongzi beat me to it. Humph! The princess of Chu heard Xia Wuchang and coldly shouted, Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, even without you Longzi, I, the princess of Chu, will never be with you. Ha ha ha. Xia Wuchang heard the princess of Chu and laughed, so what? Princess of Chu, let me tell you, today, not only will I destroy the East Palace, I will also make you submit to my bed and let you have a taste of my, Xia Wuchang's, skill in bed. In your dreams. No matter what kind of person the princess of Chu was, she was still a woman. Hearing Xia Wuchang's obscene words, she immediately became angry and wanted to stand up. Unfortunately, she was hit by Xia Wuchang's 100 poisons. Just as the spiritual qi in her body surged, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Xia Wuchang saw this and laughed again. It's useless, Princess of Chu. Let me tell you, after being hit by my 100 poisons, you can forget about using your spiritual qi. Just wait for your death. Damn it. The Princess of Chu cursed in her heart, but her expression didn't change. She looked at the crowd and calmed down. Because the Princess of Chu knew very well that if she let her emotions affect her decision, today would really be the doomsday of the East Palace. Xia Wuchang looked at the Princess of Chu and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he turned to Luo Yaofeng and Tian Zhu and said slowly, the two of you, go and find Elder Lu Lan of the East Palace. Oh. Although Luo Jiaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon King were unhappy with Wu Changxia's direct order, they didn't dare to disobey because of Wu Changxia's strength. They waved their hands and called for the disciples they had brought today and left. When Su Yan heard Xia Wuchang mention Elder Lu Lan, he was surprised. Elder Lu Lan. Lu Lan is an elder of our East Palace. Then, he thought about the kiss he had with Lu Lan in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool. Thinking of all these things, Su Yan felt a wave of panic in his mind. Even though the disciples of the East Palace weren't as strong as the other three palaces, because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace had always been the leader of the Monster Palace and was in charge of the Monster Palace. But now, they were suddenly attacked by Xia Wuchang. This was enough to make Su Yan suspicious. Now, with the addition of Lu Lan's identity, Su Yan was even more confused. What's going on? Why did things turn out like this? What are these people doing? Su Yan looked at everyone in the main hall and felt more confused than ever. More importantly, there was a sense of oppression. Chapter 232. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only to investigate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. Su Yan only wanted to use the Princess of Chu to protect her. Because of Princess Chu's snooping on him and her cold and arrogant attitude, Su Yan still felt a trace of hatred towards Princess Chu. But now, Su Yan knew that if the Princess of Chu was defeated today, the entire East Palace would be finished, and he would also be implicated. Only when the Princess of Chu stood up, and only when the Princess of Chu protected the East Palace could he accomplish what he wanted to do in the Monster Palace. Looking at that face, Xia Wuchang had a sinister look on his face. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. At the moment of anger, he also felt a sense of helplessness. Circumference realm, how can I block it? Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint. Even Emperor Tianxiang could not resist it, let alone Feng Yuan's state. Power, when will I be able to reach this level? Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. Looking at Xia Wuchang's gloomy face, he felt more helpless. What can I do to save this situation? Su Yan frowned. Looking at the weak Princess of Chu, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he slowly approached the Princess of Chu without anyone noticing. Xia Wuchang noticed Su Yan's action, but seeing that Su Yan was only a 7-meridian saint, he did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu and continued, Princess of Chu, you must have never thought that you would have such a day. Ha ha ha. Xia Wuchang said and laughed. He did not care what the Princess of Chu thought. He just vented the joy in his heart. Princess of Chu, I'm afraid to tell you today. Do you think Yulongzi died in the 10,000 demon ancient tree? Let me tell you, you're wrong. Ha, I killed Yulongzi. What? Hearing this, the Princess of Chu's eyes suddenly surged with hostility. She endured the pain in her heart, stood up, looked at Xia Wuchang and shouted, Xia Wuchang, what are you talking about? You killed Yulongzi. Ha, you didn't expect this, did you? Xia Wuchang saw that the angrier the Princess of Chu was, the prouder he was. Impossible, the Princess of Chu immediately shouted, Xia Wuchang, how can you kill Yulongzi with your strength? Of course I can't, but what if I have the ancient Taiyao ancient bell? What about the demonic power of the 10,000 demons ancient tree when it was sealed? Do you think Yulongzi, who was only an Emperor Tianxiang back then, could withstand it? The more Wuchang Xia spoke, the gloomier his expression became. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, all these years, I've been enduring, waiting for this opportunity. Chu Wangfei, I'm telling you, you forced me to do all this, do you understand? The more Xia Wuchang spoke, the more agitated he became. The muscles on his face kept twitching. How deeply did I love you back then? But what about you? You only had Yulongzi in your eyes. I, Xia Wuchang, didn't even have the chance to confess. Xia Wuchang said. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. In return, impermanent Xia smiled darkly. That being said, Consort Chu, I have to thank you for all of this. If you hadn't married Yulongzi, I wouldn't have been so disheartened. I wouldn't have cultivated the power of 100 poisons, and I wouldn't have become the Nangong Palace Lord. And I wouldn't be able to stand in front of you today, surpassing you. Xia Wuchang suddenly burst into laughter. The Princess of Chu frowned at Xia Wuchang's words. Killing intent surged in her eyes. She had never had any relationship with Xia Wuchang. If he hadn't become Nangong Palace Lord, even the Princess of Chu wouldn't know him. How would she know that Xia Wuchang was hiding so many things in his heart? She couldn't help but be surprised by Xia Wuchang's forbearance and insidiousness. He had actually been able to keep it a secret for 100 years without saying anything at all. Of course, no matter what, Chu Wangfei would not pity such a person, nor would she sympathize with such a person. This was because he had killed her husband, and now he was trying to usurp the throne. Looking at him, Chu Wangfei only felt anger. Xia Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu and laughed. Princess of Chu, now that you know the truth, are you regretting it? Yes. The Princess of Chu sneered and shouted. Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, there is no such thing as regret in my eyes. Also, marrying Yulongzi was the best decision I made in my life. You. Xia Wuchang, even if I have 10 or 100 lifetimes, I, the Princess of Chu, won't like you. Princess of Chu. Xia Wuchang's chest surged with anger when he heard the Princess of Chu's words. He shouted sternly. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you really think you are still the high and mighty Princess of Chu? Let me tell you, Consort Chu, you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, I can kill you at any time. Kill me. The Princess of Chu sneered. Her arrogant attitude didn't change at all. She felt the poison in her body slowly dissolving. Her face became even colder. She looked at Xia Wuchang and said coldly. Xia Wuchang, let me tell you, as long as I, the Princess of Chu, am here, you can forget about seizing control of the monster palace. Bang! While speaking, the Princess of Chu suddenly spread her hands and a majestic spirit chi burst out. What? Xia Wuchang was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at the Princess of Chu in surprise. How is this possible? Princess of Chu, how did you dispel my poison? Poison of 100 powers. The Princess of Chu sneered and looked back at Su Yan. Although she didn't know how Su Yan dispelled the poison, her eyes were full of praise for Su Yan. At the same time, she was convinced that she had made the right choice by choosing Su Yan to be the next palace master of the Monster Palace. Xia Wuchang saw the Princess of Chu looking at Su Yan's eyes and suddenly understood something. But he still felt incredulous. He kept shaking his head and said, "How is it possible? That boy is only a 7 meridian saint. How can he dispel my poison?" That's right, Su Yan was the one who dispelled the poison in the Princess of Chu's body. Su Yan had been thinking when he saw the Princess of Chu injured. Thinking that the Princess of Chu was only poisoned, he immediately came up with an idea. His 100 poison saint bloodline could absorb any poison in the world. And the Princess of Chu was poisoned. Would he be able to absorb the poisonous gas with his special saint bloodline? This was the reason why Su Yan approached the Princess of Chu. Su Yan was afraid that Xia Wuchang would stop him, so he had been hiding behind the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu was surprised when she felt Su Yan's ability to absorb the poison. However, Chu Wangfei quickly regained her senses and continued talking with Xia Wuchang. Only when the 100 poison power was completely removed did they erupt. "Xia Wuchang, you killed my husband. Come to the East Palace and die," Chu Wangfei shouted. She didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Xia Wuchang. But this time, Chu Wangfei stayed behind. She did not attack with her bare hands, but took out her sword, the fish dragon sword. When Wuchang saw Chu Wangfei's attack, he was stunned at first, but then he laughed and said, "Chu Wangfei, I really didn't expect your Eastern Palace to have someone who can detoxify my 100 poison power. But do you think you can use it just because you detoxified it? Do you think you can deal with me? Chu Wangfei, you're wrong. I, Xia Wuchang, in order to obtain the position of Supreme Demon Palace's leader, I didn't hesitate to use my own body to cultivate and enter the boundary state. Do you think you can defeat me?" Xia Wuchang suddenly shouted, and the black gas on his body suddenly filled the air. The Princess of Chu and Xia Wuchang immediately wrestled. "Kill!" At this moment, someone shouted, and the disciples below also recovered from the shock of Su Yan being able to detoxify hundreds of poisons. The disciples of the Nangong Palace and the East Palace immediately wrestled. The battle of the century in the 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace was finally triggered at this moment. All the disciples of the East Palace, no matter what grudges they had, gathered together to fight against the foreign enemy. The two sides fought fiercely, and people were constantly injured and killed. After a short while, the entire main hall of the Monster Palace was stained with blood. "Kill that boy. He is the one who ruined our palace master's plan." In the midst of the battle, someone pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Countless disciples of the Nangong Palace cast a hostile look at Su Yan. Without Su Yan, the Nangong Palace would have replaced the East Palace and become the new leader of the Monster Palace. Unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Su Yan. The disciples of the Nangong Palace naturally hated Su Yan. With a shout, countless disciples rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Looking at the disciples who kept rushing toward him, he couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. Su Yan came to the East Palace only for his own business. He didn't even really want to join the Monster Palace. However, during this period of time, Su Yan had also built up some feelings for the East Palace. Now that these people wanted to invade the East Palace, Su Yan was naturally angry. 7 Bloodline Saint, Humph, lowly weakling. A disciple of the Nangong Palace, an 8 Bloodline Saint, came in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan. He couldn't help but sneer and then shouted, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently kill yourself, lest I..." Bang! Before this person could finish speaking, his eyes widened abruptly. Su Yan's sword had already pierced through his throat. When the person looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with unwillingness, but there was even more astonishment in them. The people around who saw this scene were completely shocked. A 7-bloodline saint had actually killed an 8-bloodline saint in seconds. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 233. How could a 7-meridian saint kill an 8-meridian saint in seconds? Everyone who saw this scene felt a wave of doubt in their hearts. However, while they were in a daze, the ghost howl's sword in Su Yan's hand flashed and another person fell under the sword. Only then did the disciples come to their senses. Kill this brat for me. Kill this boy. The Nangong disciples did not know whether it was because of fear or not, but they kept shouting. Countless disciples rushed towards Su Yan, and among them, there was no lack of Emperor Xianxia. Good. When Su Yan saw these people coming, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a gleam of excitement. He didn't like killing, and even more so, he didn't like killing without a purpose. However, in the short few months since he entered the monster palace, Su Yan was constantly suppressed and humiliated because of his strength. Su Yan had had enough. The 8-meridian saint's words about the lowly weakling aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan admitted that his strength was indeed lowly at the moment. This was an indisputable fact. Su Yan didn't want to quibble, but Su Yan wanted to tell these people that even though he was lowly, he wasn't someone who could be casually trampled on and casually manipulated by others. He knew very well that the final decision of this battle was still in the hands of the Princess of Chu and Xianxia. The Princess of Chu and Xianxia were the key to victory. They were the masters of this battle. Therefore, Su Yan's massacre this time was not for the Eastern Palace, nor was it for fame or fortune. He only wanted to kill his way out of the pride and arrogance in his heart. Bang! Under the encirclement of the Nangong disciples, Su Yan unleashed an unprecedented amount of fighting strength. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost in the middle of the battlefield. Countless people fell under his ghost howl's sword. Fresh blood dyed his white robe. His blood-red eyes emitted a sharp light. Though he was not the strongest here, he was like the god of death. Even the emperors of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but feel fear when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. And it was precisely because of this fear. More and more people surrounded Su Yan. This was because they had long been afraid of Su Yan. This fear was the same as the worry that Princess of Chu felt when she first met Su Yan. The Princess of Chu wanted Su Yan to inherit her position as the Eastern Palace head, so she didn't kill him. Therefore, she chose to plant a restriction in Su Yan's body. However, none of these people wanted anything from Su Yan. They only wanted to get rid of Su Yan. Only when Su Yan disappeared from this world would the fear in their hearts disappear. Die! Die! There were constant shouts and attacks coming at Su Yan. No matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only a 7-meridian saint. He couldn't even defeat an emperor of Xianxia. At this moment, under the encirclement of many Nangong disciples, Su Yan still gritted his teeth and persevered. However, he also fell into a state of fatigue, and his speed became slower and slower. However, the light in his eyes did not dissipate. Instead, it became brighter and brighter. Life and death were magnanimous, from the Su family to the hidden sword tomb, and then to the monster palace. Su Yan had experienced countless hardships and pain along the way. He had even wandered around the gates of hell countless times. Between life and death, Su Yan had long been numb. At this moment, Su Yan didn't want to die. He only wanted to kill out the pride in his heart. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Palace? At this moment, an Eastern Palace disciple suddenly shouted and jumped to Su Yan's side. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and blocked an attack for Su Yan. Su Yan glanced at that person. This person was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, ranked third, Ma Chao. Su Yan looked at him gratefully. Ma Chao returned a smile and rejoined the battlefield. With someone's help, Su Yan naturally became more and more courageous. He jumped up and was once again engaged in a fierce battle. Because of Ma Chao's help, more and more Eastern Palace disciples began to help Su Yan. What was originally a chaotic battle suddenly became a battle to protect Su Yan. The Nangong disciples kept breaking out of the encirclement, wanting to kill Su Yan. The Eastern Palace disciples united to protect Su Yan. Although the Nangong disciples were stronger than the Eastern Palace disciples, today was still the Eastern Palace's territory. Some of the Nangong disciples had not come, and the Eastern Palace disciples had always been the most numerous among the 4 palaces. Now, the disciples of the 2 palaces were locked in a stalemate. Only blood continued to splatter, dyeing the entire Eastern Palace's main hall red. At the same time, the battle between the Princess of Chu and Wuchang also entered a white-hot state. The boundary of circumference comprehended the power of circumference. The so-called Emperor of Sky Form learned the power of Sky Form and cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. 1 star was Emperor, 9 stars was Venerable. At the peak of 9 stars Sky Form, one expanded their dantian, turned it into a spiritual sea, and condensed it into a spiritual sea. Absorbed the power of heaven and earth into their dantian. 1 spiritual pulse, 9 spiritual pulses. At the peak of 9 spiritual pulses, one fused with the Saint Pulse, comprehended the power of circumference, stepped into the boundary of circumference, and used the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. 1 direction, 1 form, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions, 9 directions. The spiritual energy in the body combined with the power of heaven and earth. It was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it affected heaven and earth. Both the Princess of Chu and Wuchang were in the boundary of circumference. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to manipulate the power of heaven and earth. The battle between the 2 of them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Just now, the 2 were worried that their power would be too strong and blow up the Eastern Palace. However, at this moment, the 2 of them no longer restrained their strength. Wu Chang's body emitted a black light. Princess of Chu's body emitted a dark green light. The 2 were locked in a stalemate. Clearly, they were going to fight to the death today. Die! Chu Wangfei shouted and swung her sword. The fish dragon sword in her hand suddenly shined brightly and transformed into countless sword images. They were like dragons and phoenixes that intertwined with each other. With a roar, they quickly attacked Xia Wuchang. Wuchang maintained his sneer when he saw this. He waved his hand and a small black goo appeared in front of him. As soon as the small black goo appeared, it emitted a burst of black qi. The black qi quickly erupted and collided with Princess of Chu's light. Bang! When the 2 collided, there was a loud explosion. The powerful energy swept out, and the disciples of the Eastern and Southern Palaces who were fighting at the bottom were attacked by this wave of energy. They instantly screamed and were forced to retreat. What a powerful force! Everyone's attention returned to the 2 of them. Just now, they had only noticed Su Yan. Even Nangong's disciples had thought that as long as they killed Su Yan, they would be able to win this battle. But now, they suddenly realized. Princess of Chu and Wuchang were the masters of this battle. All the disciples looked up at the 2 and saw the powerful spiritual energy erupting from them. They were so shocked that they forgot about the battle and retreated hundreds of meters. They carefully looked at the Princess of Chu and Wuchang in the air. Princess of Chu, it's useless. You and I are both in the square sphere realm. It's impossible for you to kill me. Wuchang blocked Princess of Chu's attack and immediately showed his signature smirk. Princess of Chu's face was still cold. Facing Wuchang, there was no change in her expression. The only thing that changed was the killing intent in her eyes. Princess of Chu had long planned to unify the Monster Palace. But this was only for the future of the Monster Palace. However, facing Wuchang now was not only for the future of the Monster Palace, but also for the hatred in her heart. Wuchang killed her husband. How could she not avenge him? Princess of Chu thought of the tragedy of her husband's death, and a murderous aura immediately surged in her chest. She looked at Wuchang, shouted coldly, and raised her sword to attack Wuchang again. As he swung his sword and moved his body, a gust of wind swept out. A huge amount of power burst forth, and some of the decorations in the surroundings instantly emitted clear and crisp sounds as they cracked. This showed the power of this force. When Wuchang saw this, there was no fear in his eyes. For him, today's Princess of Chu was no longer the former master of the Monster Palace, but a plaything on his bed. Because Wuchang knew very well that no matter how hard Princess of Chu tried, it was impossible to defeat him. As for him, as long as he waited for Zhu Tian Monster King and Luo Yaofeng, the two masters of the North Palace and the West Palace, the one who would be defeated would be Princess of Chu. Therefore, Wuchang was not in a hurry at all. Compared to every killing move of the Princess of Chu, Wuchang just avoided it and did not rush to counterattack. He was delaying time, waiting for the two masters to come back. Whether it was the disciples of the East Palace or the disciples of the East Palace, they would no longer have the power to fight back at that time. Wuchang thought about it, and the corner of his mouth could not help but float a gloomy smile. Of course, how could the Princess of Chu not know about this plan in his heart? Although the killing intent in the Princess of Chu's eyes surged, she was not blinded by this killing intent. The Princess of Chu knew very well that if she did not kill Wuchang now, it would be more difficult to kill him when Luo Yaofeng and Zhu Tian Monster King came back. Therefore, the Princess of Chu used all her strength in every move. Unfortunately, after all, both of them were in the first order boundary, so it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more complacent Wuchang's face became. He looked at the Princess of Chu and sneered, "Princess of Chu, I tell you, the East Palace will lose today. Surrender obediently and don't make unnecessary struggles." "Humph, Wuchang, don't be so complacent. I, the Princess of Chu, will kill you today even if I have to exhaust my last trace of spirit power." The Princess of Chu shouted coldly and once again attacked Wuchang with her sword. Bang. But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the palace. The smile on Wuchang's face became even more brilliant and he laughed. "Ha, Princess of Chu, Zhu Tian Monster King and the others are back, you should surrender obediently." Chapter 234. Ha, Princess of Chu, I have to admit that you're very strong. However, now that Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng are back, I'd like to see how you're going to win if the three of us work together. Xianxia's smile grew brighter as he thought about how he was about to counterattack the East Palace and obtain the Princess of Chu. Princess of Chu frowned slightly when she heard Xianxia's words. Just as Xianxia said, if Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were to come back, she wouldn't be their match if the three palace masters worked together. After all, Xianxia was at the Radius realm like her. Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng were both at the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. If the three of them worked together, the Princess of Chu would naturally be wary. Of course, Princess of Chu wasn't worried about these. She was worried about Lu Lan. Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng had gone to look for Lu Lan. If the two of them came back, wouldn't that mean that Lu Lan was already? Princess of Chu's heart trembled at the thought. "Princess of Chu, I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make such a pointless struggle." Xianxia laughed proudly when he saw the Princess of Chu's worried expression. At this moment, the disciples of the West Palace and North Palace who had just left rushed in. Seeing this, Xia Wuchang laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha, Consort Chu, surrender. Ha ha ha, surrender obediently. As long as you are obedient, perhaps I can be gentler to you in bed tonight. Princess of Chu saw the disciples of the two palaces come in and thought that Lu Lan might have died. Sadness welled up in her heart. When she heard Wu Xianxia's obscene words, the Princess of Chu was instantly enraged. She shouted coldly, Wu Xianxia, even if I, Princess of Chu, die today, I'll take you down with me. After saying that, Chu Wangfei's body suddenly leaped forward. Her entire body burst out with countless rays of light. The fish dragon sword in her hand also rotated and became bigger and bigger. It quickly attacked Xia Wuchang. Although Wu Xianxia was laughing wildly, he didn't dare to underestimate the Princess of Chu's attack. He hurriedly circulated his qi to block. Countless black qi condensed around his body, and the small black qi cup in his hand also jumped up. Pudong, with a loud bang, the two collided together. Countless rays of light burst forth, and the huge amount of energy swept out like a wave. The entire palace shook with a loud bang. All the disciples in the main hall retreated one after another. Their faces were filled with horror. Puchi both Chu Wangfei and Xia Wuchang spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Obviously, both sides were injured by this powerful move. Falls Xia and Wu Xianxia. Puchi, Wu Xianxia couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Ha, Princess of Chu, we've both suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how you're going to deal with Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng when they return. Wu Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Princess of Chu with a smug smile. He wasn't worried about his injuries at all. Compared to Wu Xianxia, the Princess of Chu was frowning. If Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng really returned, she wouldn't be able to resist them with her current strength. The more Wu Xianxia saw the Princess of Chu's expression, the more smug and excited he became. Princess of Chu, I've already told you not to struggle. Look at you, why do you have to suffer? But don't worry, Princess of Chu. When Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng return, I won't hurt you. I'll only treat you well. What can they do when they return? At this moment, a cold but sweet voice came from outside the main Luo Yaofeng. Then, two beautiful figures appeared in the East Palace main hall. One of them was holding Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The person who appeared threw the two of them aside and flew to Chu Wangfei's side. Lu Lan, Ling, Princess of Chu's eyes shone with excitement when she saw the two figures. She held Lu Lan's hand and asked excitedly, Lu Lan, are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Lan shook her head. Then, she saw the blood at the corner of Princess of Chu's mouth and asked worriedly, Palace Master, are you all right? When Chu Ling, saw her mother's appearance, she also had a worried expression. Mother, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at the unconscious Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng on the ground. She was stunned and asked Lu Lan in surprise, Lu Lan, this. Lu Lan naturally knew what Princess of Chu was thinking. She smiled and said, Palace Master, I've already comprehended my power of circumference and entered the state of circumference. What? You've already comprehended the state of circumference? Princess of Chu was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Then, she saw Wu Xianxia and said coldly, Wu Xianxia, the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng you've been waiting for have returned. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Xianxia was no longer as calm as before. He looked at the unconscious Luo Yaofeng and Heavenly Pig Demon King on the ground and said frantically, How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it not possible? Princess of Chu sneered and said to Lu Lan, kill Wu Xianxia. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he approached Xia Wuchang. Xianxia and Princess of Chu were both injured. How could he be a match for Lu Lan, who was in the state of circumference? Lu Lan waved her hand and a majestic spirit energy surged out. She slapped Xianxia's face. Bang. Under the assault of that tremendous power, Xia Wuchang was sent flying, coughing up another mouthful of blood. No, impossible. Xianxia slowly stood up from the ground and roared, impossible. Princess of Chu, you're mine. You're mine. The entire monster palace is mine. How can Lu Lan be in the state of circumference? How is this possible? Ah, Xianxia shouted. His blood and qi surged. He was unwilling to accept the fact that a state of circumference had fallen. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they were all stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe this sudden change. They all thought that the East Palace was finished, but they didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Especially when the disciples of the Nangong Palace saw Wu Chang's body fall, they couldn't believe it, but more than that, they felt fear. The state of circumference. The East Palace had 2 state of circumference experts. As they thought about it, they couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, they seemed to have realized something. No one knew who reacted first, but that person immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, Palace Master Chu is mighty, Palace Master Chu is mighty. This shout woke all the disciples up. Whether it was the Nangong Palace, the North Palace, or the West Palace, they knew that the 3 palaces had lost. They knelt on the ground and shouted. They were afraid that this matter would affect them. Princess of Chu heard these people shouting. She waved her hand and said, Okay, get up. When these people heard Princess of Chu's words, they stood up, trembling. Princess of Chu looked at these people expressionlessly. When she saw Lu Lan, a rare smile appeared on her face. She asked Lu Lan, how did you comprehend the state of circumference? Princess of Chu had thought about the future of Monster Palace. Princess of Chu had asked Lu Lan to go into seclusion a long time ago. She wanted Lu Lan to step into the state of circumference one day. Unfortunately, Lu Lan had been in seclusion all these years. She couldn't comprehend the state of circumference. Princess of Chu didn't expect that Lu Lan would comprehend the state of circumference at such an important time. Naturally, she was astonished. Lu Lan looked at Princess of Chu and thought about how she comprehended the state of circumference. Her face couldn't help but flush. At the same time, she happened to see Su Yan standing in the crowd. Her face became even redder. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain it to Princess of Chu. Lu Lan's gaze couldn't escape Princess of Chu's eyes. Seeing this, Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan standing in the distance. She suddenly understood something and laughed. Her usual coldness was gone. Su Yan naturally saw Lu Lan looking at him. Looking at Lu Lan's enchanting body, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He kept shaking his head. For a moment, he didn't know how to face it. Especially when he saw Chu linger next to him, he didn't dare to walk in that direction. Fortunately, Lu Lan and Princess of Chu had things to deal with, so they didn't come up to ask Su Yan anything. Lu Lan looked at the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng on the ground and said to Princess of Chu, Palace Lord, these 2 originally wanted to kill me, but they didn't expect that I had already reached the state of circumference. I defeated them and knocked them unconscious. Now, how do you want to deal with this? After a brief moment of joy, Princess of Chu immediately returned to her usual coldness. She looked at Luo Yaofeng and the heavenly pig demon king on the ground before turning to the disciples in the main hall. The heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng led disciples to break into the Eastern Palace and broke the rules of the Monster Palace. Today, they will be executed on the spot. Who has any objections? Palace Lord's prestige, Palace Lord's prestige. The disciples all knelt down and shouted. In fact, Princess of Chu was just going through the procedure. After all, at this time, no disciple would dare to say no. That was the same as courting death. This was especially true for the southern, northern, and western palaces. They were even more afraid. As long as they weren't implicated, they could pray for Buddha. The reason why Chu Wangfei did this was because she wanted to build up the hearts of the people in the future. After all, in the entire Supreme Demon Palace, while they could eliminate the 3 palace masters, they could not kill all the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace. Chapter 235. Yes, Palace Master. Lu Lan nodded. Just as she was about to step forward to carry out her orders, there was a loud explosion in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire roof of the East Palace's main hall was blasted open. Everyone was stunned. Lu Lan and the Princess of Chu also looked up at the sky at the same time. When the Princess of Chu saw a few people floating down from the sky, her entire body suddenly stiffened. Princess of Chu, Monster Palace Master, come with me. A voice sounded. At the same time, a few black figures appeared above the East Palace's main hall. These people who appeared were all dressed in black. Even their faces were covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The Princess of Chu saw these people fall to the ground. Lu Lan did not understand the reason. She wanted to go forward and ask, but she was pulled back by the Princess of Chu. Lu Lan, don't. These people are the ones I told you about. Don't, what? When Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu say this, she could not help but be stunned. All these years, this was not the first time the Princess of Chu had told her about this matter. Lu Lan naturally understood the hidden strength behind this and what it meant. Chu Linger did not know what the two of them were talking about. She could not help but wonder, Mother, Sister Lu Lan, what are you talking about? The Princess of Chu looked at her daughter and felt a wave of sadness in her heart. However, she still could not bear to tell her daughter the truth. She waved her hand and said, it's nothing. These people need Mother to do something. You have to take good care of yourself in the future, okay? Although Chu Linger was usually carefree, it did not mean that she was not smart. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, how could Chu Linger not see that things were not so simple? Looking at her mother's sad appearance, tears immediately fell from her eyes. Mother, no, I don't want you to leave me. I don't want you to leave me, Linger, be good. Princess Chu patted Chu Linger's head, then turned to Lu Lan and said, Lu Lan, I'll leave the Monster Palace to you. Asgard Master. Lu Lan looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but tear up. Lu Lan, it's fine. I didn't say that I wouldn't be coming back. Now that the Monster Palace is unified, and you've comprehended the realm of square and circle, it's enough for you to shoulder the burden of the Monster Palace. In the future. When the Princess of Chu said this, she glanced at Su Yan who was standing in the distance and didn't say anything else. Instead, she changed the topic and said, Lu Lan, I won't say anything unnecessary. You've grown up, you know what to do. Asgard Master. Lu Lan heard the Princess of Chu's words, which sounded like she was saying her last words, and her entire body was covered in tears. Chu Linger also kept wiping her tears. At that moment, the black-clothed man standing there said, All right, Princess of Chu, it's time to go. After saying this, those people were about to come forward and capture the Princess of Chu. No. I can't. Chu Linger actually heard about this from her mother. Even though she now knew how strong the other party was, even if the other party was not someone she could match up to, Chu Linger still couldn't watch her mother be taken away like this. Chu Linger shouted loudly, took out her sword, and attacked the black-clothed man. How dare you go against the Devil Sect? You're courting death. When the black-clothed men saw that Chu Linger dared to attack them, they immediately shouted. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy surged out, and Chu Linger was directly sent flying. Ling-er! Ling-er! When the Princess of Chu and Lu Lan saw Chu Linger flying out, both of them were stunned. Lu Lan directly leaped up and caught Chu Linger. When Lu Lan saw that Chu Linger was injured, a surge of anger immediately surged from her chest. Looking at the black-clothed men, she channeled her cultivation technique, and a majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out. Today, all of you will die. When the Princess of Chu saw this, she was shocked and wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured in the fight with Xianxia. How could she stop Lu Lan, who was also in the radius state? Lu Lan leaped up and waved her hand, and a powerful force suddenly burst out. The black-clothed men were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Several black-clothed men screamed at the same time and were sent flying. Die! Lu Lan did not intend to let them go so easily. With a shout, she charged forward again. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from midair. In the snort, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Everyone in the main hall felt their eardrums vibrate, and they all took a step back. Lu Lan's body shook, and under the powerful force, she was sent flying. Following that, a purple-clothed figure descended from the sky. This person had a cold expression and his eyes were dim and lifeless. Between his brows, there was a faint murderous aura that could cause anyone who looked at him to tremble in fear. I didn't expect that the Monster Palace would have another radius state expert, and such a young one. This person glanced at Lu Lan, and his coquettish red lips slightly opened, revealing a cold smile. This person is stronger than the Princess of Chu. Let's take this person with us today. After the person finished speaking, without asking for anyone's opinion, he opened his hand, and Lu Lan's body flew in his direction. Protector. The black-clothed men also followed up, and called out to the purple-clothed man with cupped hands. Yes. The purple-clothed man nodded, and threw Lu Lan's body to the black-clothed men like a commodity, and said, "Take this person back today. The Princess of Chu will let him stay in the East Palace. Let's go." Yes. The black-clothed men followed the purple-clothed man, and flew into midair. Lu Lan. This sudden change made the Princess of Chu unable to react. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away by the purple-clothed man, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses, and cried out in grief, "The person you want is not me. Why did you take Lu Lan away?" When the purple-clothed man heard the Princess of Chu's words, he paused for a moment, and revealed a devilish smile. "Princess of Chu, this person's qualifications will always surpass yours. Naturally, I will take this person. Today, I am in a good mood, and will not bicker with you. You in the Monster Palace have offended me, a protector, otherwise, the purple-clothed man suddenly snorted, and a majestic spiritual aura suddenly burst out. The entire palace trembled, and the Princess of Chu fell into a state of despair. These people's strength was always beyond her belief. With her current strength, she could not resist at all. The Princess of Chu even blamed the heavens. She had guarded the Monster Palace all her life, but at the last moment, she still could not protect it. She could only watch as the elder of the Monster Palace, the person she had watched grow up, was taken away. But she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Despair, the Princess of Chu felt unprecedented despair. The Princess of Chu, who had always been above others, who had always exuded the aura of a ruler, could not help but shed tears that she had not shed for many years at this moment. "Leave Lu Lan for me." And just as the Princess of Chu was in despair, suddenly a loud shout echoed in the void. "Su Yan!" The Princess of Chu looked over, and could not help but be stunned. Then, she suddenly panicked, and hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, no, quickly retreat. Retreat. Su Yan sneered, looking at the purple-robed man in front of him, his eyes emitting a sharp light. He was already angry when he saw Chu Linger being repelled by the black-robed man. If it were not for Lu Lan, Su Yan would have already attacked. Now that these people wanted to take away Lu Lan, how could Su Yan endure? Although Su Yan did not know how to face Lu Lan, Su Yan absolutely could not allow others to hurt her. 7 Meridian Saint. When the purple-robed man heard that someone dared to block him, a burst of anger surged in his body. However, when he saw the spiritual power surging in Su Yan, he could not help but laugh. 7 Meridian Saint, a little 7 Meridian Saint dares to block this protector. When the princess of Chu heard the purple-robed man's words, she panicked again and shouted to Su Yan, Su Yan, quickly retreat, you are not their match. When Su Yan heard the princess of Chu's words, he could not help but laugh. So what if I am not their match? Even if I die today, I will not allow the person I am supposed to protect to be taken away. Su Yan knew that he might not be a match for these people. However, Su Yan still chose to attack. For no particular reason, it was merely because as a man in this world, he should know what to do and what not to do. If he couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect, then what was the point of living in this world? Ha ha ha, I want to see how you are going to stop me. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he heard Su Yan's words. Die. When Su Yan heard the purple-robed man's words, he did not waste any more words. With a roar, he immediately attacked the purple-robed man with the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. The moment the Ghost Howl sword attacked, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was the power of 10,000 poisons in the 9 dragon soul-snatching technique that Su Yan had created. You overestimate yourself. The purple-robed man could not help but laugh when he saw this. He waved his hand to block Su Yan's attack and reached out to seal Su Yan's throat. The powerful force directly imprisoned Su Yan, making Su Yan unable to move. 7 Meridian Saint, how dare a 7 Meridian Saint hoot in front of this protector? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The purple-robed man looked at Su Yan and laughed again. You. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, Su Yan will definitely crush you into pieces one day. Su Yan clenched his teeth and said. Oh, when the purple-robed man heard Su Yan's words, he laughed again. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan was sent flying. Chapter 236. Stay here. Su Yan roared angrily as he watched the purple-robed man leave. He had only just met Lu Lan, and even Su Yan didn't know how to face her. However, Su Yan knew that he had to protect Lu Lan. But now that the purple-robed man had left, Su Yan couldn't do anything. That feeling of helplessness and loneliness filled him. Looking at the blasted roof of the palace and the blue sky, Su Yan sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not only him, but Chu Linger and the princess of Chu also fell into sadness. Lu Lan's departure was too big of a blow to them. They couldn't face the pain and helplessness of watching their loved one being taken away. For a long time, they stared blankly in the direction that the purple-robed man had left. Although the other disciples didn't have any feelings for Lu Lan, they were stunned. However, this sudden change also caused them to be stunned. Of course, what they felt more was fear. In the perimeter state, the princess of Chu had always been a supreme existence in their hearts. But even the princess of Chu couldn't resist in front of that person. How strong was that person? And what kind of sect was the demonic sect? Why did they feel so unfamiliar with it? Everyone was puzzled and shocked, and the East Palace fell into a dead silence. No one noticed Luo Jiaofeng and the Celestial Pig Demon King in the corner. The Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were originally going to capture Lu Lan. But the two of them didn't expect that Lu Lan had also entered the perimeter state. And because Lu Lan didn't know what had happened, she didn't do anything to the two of them. She only knocked them out. Now that the two of them woke up, they were completely shocked by the sudden scene before them. But when they saw the Princess of Chu, they quickly reacted. The two of them knew that if the Princess of Chu recovered, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. The more powerful a person was, the more fear they would feel. Seeing Lu Lan being taken away, they were not sad at all. Instead, they were happy. Because Lu Lan had left the monster palace, it meant that they had a chance. The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng exchanged a glance before nodding toward each other. Both of them began to circulate their cultivation arts, and a burst of majestic power erupted from their bodies. Princess of Chu, die! Zhu Tian and Luo Yaofeng both roared and attacked Princess Chu at the same time. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were very clear that as long as they killed the Princess of Chu today, they would be able to kill her. Then everything would change. Not only did the two of them not have to die, but they could also become the leaders of the entire monster palace. The two of them attacked so suddenly that all of the disciples were stunned. The Princess of Chu was still in grief when she suddenly saw the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng attacking her. She was also stunned. Then, she realized something and hurriedly used her qi to resist. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was seriously injured in the confrontation with Wuxia and had not recovered yet. In addition, Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch attacked suddenly. Suddenly, the Princess of Chu could not resist. Bang! With a loud bang, she was directly hit by the two of them and flew dozens of meters away. Mother! Seeing this, Chu Linger suddenly woke up from the sadness of Lu Lan being taken away. She hurriedly walked in the direction of the Princess of Chu. She supported the Princess of Chu and looked at the blood overflowing from the Princess of Chu's mouth. Chu Linger was furious. She took out her sword and was about to attack Luo Yaofeng and the celestial pig demon monarch. Seeing this, the Princess of Chu was shocked. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger. Linger, don't. You are not their match. Mother. Chu Linger was about to say something, but she was stopped by the Princess of Chu. The Princess of Chu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took a step forward. Looking at the celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng, her face was cold. Her eyes were surging with a murderous intent. Although she was injured, she was still domineering and majestic. Looking at the two of them, she said coldly, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, are you two trying to rebel?" The celestial pig demon monarch and Luo Yaofeng already knew that the Princess of Chu was injured. But after all, the Princess of Chu was still dignified. If they didn't know that if they didn't kill the Princess of Chu today, they would be the ones to die. The two of them didn't have the guts to attack the Princess of Chu. After testing, the two of them immediately knew that the Princess of Chu was seriously injured this time. Seeing the blood at the corner of the Princess of Chu's mouth, the two of them no longer felt the slightest fear. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. The celestial pig demon monarch looked at the Princess of Chu's enchanting body with a hint of greed in his eyes. Looking at the Princess of Chu, he sneered, "Princess of Chu, you're already seriously injured. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Why are you still putting on airs? Hurry up and surrender." Luo Yaofeng also said, "That's right, Princess of Chu. You're already seriously injured. Even if you're at the circumference realm, it won't be the two of us who will attack you. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble." Ha ha ha, hilarious, hilarious. Hearing the two of them, the Princess of Chu laughed out loud. Then, her face darkened. Looking at the two of them, she snorted and shouted, "Celestial pig demon monarch, Luo Yaofeng, the two of you are only at the spiritual sea realm. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death." As she spoke, the Princess of Chu's body suddenly moved. Her body turned into a rainbow as she rushed towards the two of them. That speed was as fast as lightning. Especially the fish dragon sword in Chu Wangfei's hand. It was like a flood dragon of the Eastern Sea. Golden light flickered, and that majestic aura was like a hurricane that violently swept forth. Seeing this, the hearts of Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch couldn't help but tremble. The Princess of Chu is injured, but she's still able to erupt with such powerful strength. Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch thought to themselves. However, the two of them didn't retreat because they knew very well that they had no choice today. Only by killing the Princess of Chu would they have a chance to survive. The two of them looked at each other, then leaped up at the same time. They each took out their own Dharma treasure and attacked the Princess of Chu. Although the Princess of Chu's move was majestic, the Princess of Chu was still seriously injured. She didn't have enough spirit qi. The moment she swung her sword, the qi and blood in her body surged. Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch weren't as strong as the Princess of Chu. However, the two of them were also palace masters of the two great palaces of the Monster Palace. Their strength was also in the spiritual sea realm. With the two of them working together, the power increased by a few points. Bang, for a moment, under the pincer attack of the two, the Princess of Chu was actually struggling. Her body was suddenly hit by the two of them. With a loud bang, the Princess of Chu's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng saw this scene and no longer had any scruples. They looked at the Princess of Chu and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, Princess of Chu, I already said that you're injured and no longer a match for me. Quickly capture me. Humph, the Princess of Chu coldly snorted. Looking at the two of them, her expression didn't change. She shouted, Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, don't be smug. With your strength, you want me to surrender? No way. Although she said this, the moment the Princess of Chu finished speaking, her body surged. A flash of hesitation appeared in the Princess of Chu's eyes. She thought to herself, Wu Chang and I are both injured. Our injuries are too serious. Now, the qi and blood in my body are flowing backward. If I force my qi, I'm afraid that before the two of them do anything, I'll die from the qi and blood in my body. I didn't think that I, the Princess of Chu, would be forced to this point by a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator. Thinking about this, the Princess of Chu smiled bitterly. Similarly, the Princess of Chu knew that she was no longer a match for the two of them in her current situation. Is my East Palace really going to suffer this calamity? Lu Lan has been captured. Am I going to die in the hands of these two? The Princess of Chu thought, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in her body. No, absolutely not. I, the Princess of Chu, am the Palace Master of the East Palace. How can I let the East Palace fall into the hands of these two? Today, even if I burn the last bit of blood in my body, I can't let these two get away with it. The Princess of Chu thought to herself. She silently chanted the incantation and suddenly shouted, Tai Yao's secret technique, open. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Princess of Chu's entire body suddenly jumped up. Her face was as cold as ice. The cold air emitted seemed to condense the surrounding air. This is, Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, seeing the powerful force that erupted from the Princess of Chu, the two of them couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch, Luo Yaofeng, you two dare to rebel. Today, I will get rid of you two scum for the Monster Palace. The Princess of Chu said coldly. Her eyes emitted a sharp light. She waved the fish dragon sword in her hand and instantly closed in on Luo Yaofeng and Celestial Pig Demon Monarch. The fish dragon sword swept horizontally. The powerful force was like a hurricane, invading. Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both shocked. But at this point, the two of them were also very clear that now they could only brace themselves. The two of them looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "Go to hell." At the same time, the two of them joined forces and attacked the Princess of Chu. "Humph, you overestimate yourselves." Seeing that the two of them dared to resist, the Princess of Chu coldly snorted. She raised her sword with one hand, and with a wave of her hand, a powerful force suddenly surged. Bang! Celestial Pig Demon Monarch and Luo Yaofeng were both in the spiritual sea realm, but they were also the strongest people here. It was a pity that the two of them were so weak in front of Chu Wangfei's great power.
Chapter 28:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer standing at his original position. Only a 100-meter-wide crater was left. However, just as the four of them were feeling smug, a voice was heard. "Why? Do you want me to die so badly?" It was Yi Xian's voice. The four people's expressions changed drastically. Their joint attack actually did not insta-kill a mere celestial deity realm guy. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Step by step, Yi Xian walked out from the dust. There was a faint barrier of light around his body that prevented even the dust from touching him. QWPM. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here. Perhaps I can spare your lives. Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the Undying system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on 4 ants? Humph, you deserve to die. You actually wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, it looks like I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual control. This time, Yi Xian's spiritual control was targeted at the four of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't be of any use. It was impossible to control all four of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he'd pick the weakest among them. Yi Xian's spiritual control was actually just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Yi Xian's target was the peak sky god. Who asked him to be the weakest? Boom! With a slash of the sword, that person was sent flying. He didn't manage to land a critical hit? Then take this. Deity Slaying Slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest since his first attack had failed. He had already decided that this time, he would definitely kill someone. Boom! This time, it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god, who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense, died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one of them. When the other three finally broke free from the control of their spiritual senses, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns were unwilling to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the truth was the truth. Yi Xian had instantly killed one of them without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Yi Xian had a plan for Yi Xian. Then you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-grade domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent. It was like he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-grade domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he had probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain enlightened spirit god after all, and Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm. Moreover, Yi Xian was heavily injured, so he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unguarded like before? How could that be possible? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon god rank mounts. In an instant, 1,000 god rank mounts appeared, and they split into two groups at the same time that they pounced towards one of the domain enlightened spirit gods. So, it was practically effortless to use 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Wei Zhentian over, and then Wei Zhentian took Godslayer and charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Yi Xian. Dang! Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. Wei Zhentian's Godslayer was even more powerful than Yi Xian's Godslayer when he controlled it himself. That person was clearly flustered. They clearly had the absolute advantage, and they clearly had the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they made a move, they knew how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The god-slaying sword controlled by Wei Zhentian arrived at that person's side before Yi Xian's attack. It pierced through that person's body and shattered his godhead at the same time. That mysterious person had an extremely dazed expression in his eyes. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand how exactly he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of surviving since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the God-class mounts. You've got some guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. This wasn't something that they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 God-class mounts were divided into two groups and charged continuously. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they spare any time to attack Yi Xian? Then which one of you wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare your life if you tell me first. Speak. Don't test my patience. Wei Zhentian controlled the Godslayer and circled around Yi Xian, as if he could kill one of them at any time. Humph, kid. We underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled slightly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll tell you. Will you let me go if I tell you? That's right. I, Yi Xian, have always been a man of my word. I've said before that I'll let go of whoever tells me who's behind this. Chapter 28:18. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree. This place, for the time being, could be called a forest, and it was an incomparably strange forest. Because these trees were growing in two directions at the same time, it was as if this place was a mirror, and those trees were just a reflection of reality. However, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a reflection, but a real existence. Because Yi Xian didn't have a reflection here. Each of these incomparably strange trees was emitting countless pillars of fire. Those pillars of fire soared into the sky, but after they broke through the sky, they strangely returned to the reflection, forming a cycle. This caused the energy of these pillars of fire to not be wasted at all. Yi Xian looked at this space in astonishment because everything here had already overturned his understanding. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if he chose to fly towards the sky from the start, would he be like these flames and go to the other side of the reflection? In addition, Yi Xian also wanted to know if he could use that illusory existence to go to the reflection plane. As soon as this thought appeared, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and directly summoned the withered bone sword attendant. In reality, the withered bone sword attendant wasn't of much use to Yi Xian, but it was suitable to be used as a scout. Go pass through there. The place Yi Xian was talking about was beneath his feet, an existence that seemed to be the surface of a lake. At the very least, looking at it with his eyes, it was as if he could reach the reflection surface as long as he passed through that barrier. Of course, the withered bone sword attendant didn't hesitate at all, so it directly charged towards the void. Yi Xian watched the actions of the withered bone sword attendant with rapt attention. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, the withered bone sword attendant seemed to have rushed halfway into the lake and directly plunged into the void. There was no reaction. Yi Xian didn't see a reflection on the other side. Instead, a system notification rang out in his ears. Ding. System notification. Host, please note that the withered bone sword attendant has suffered a destructive blow and is completely dead. It is unable to revive. What? Complete destruction. And he couldn't revive. Yi Xian was shocked. What exactly happened just now? Yi Xian couldn't help but want to ask, but unfortunately, no one asked. It could be said that everything that happened just now, even the slightest change, was seen by Yi Xian. However, the withered bone sword attendant had disappeared so easily, and Yi Xian didn't even know what had happened. It was clear that the withered bone sword attendant was like entering a lake, just fusing into it. However, when it completely fused into it, it was also completely destroyed. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky, then lowered his head to look at his feet. He knew that although it looked like a reflection, it was definitely not a reflection. It was an unknown existence that Yi Xian didn't even know about. Not daring to easily explore the area beneath his feet, Yi Xian directly stood up and walked forward. Yi Xian was a person who could afford to let go. Since he said that he didn't have the ability to explore the void, then there was no need for Yi Xian to continue wasting time there. He might as well continue exploring the forest in front of him. Looking at the various types of flames, Yi Xian knew that he might have made a huge profit this time. He originally thought that there would be some sort of divine beast, but what Yi Xian saw was only a treasure trove that he could collect. Yi Xian didn't know what this forest was, but he still knew what was inside every single tree. System, what exactly are these trees? Can you detect it? Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, this analysis requires 500,000 faith points. Would the host like to continue? 500,000 faith points? If it was in the past, it really would be quite a bit. But now, Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. This was because during this period of time, he possessed the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Under Yi Xian's deliberate arrangements, Fei Yan had always been rebuilding his faith. Therefore, many people in the 9 directions 60,000 realms had already started to believe in Yi Xian. The 9 directions 60,000 realms were extremely large. Even if only a small portion of them completely believed in Yi Xian, it would still be an enormous accumulation for him. Moreover, he had already stayed in the main god's battlefield for so many years. Therefore, Yi Xian already had some faith points in stock. All right, permission granted. Yi Xian agreed to the system's prompt. Ding, system prompt, using faith value analysis, analysis successful. Target, ancient law sapling of the fire tree. Ancient law fire tree. A special plant from the ancient era. The ancient era was an era even older than the ancient era. People could still have some records of the twilight of the ancient gods, but people only had legends about the ancient era, and there were very few real records. Of course, the primordial era, which was even older than the ancient era, was probably only a guess. Yi Xian never imagined that he would accidentally discover something that belonged to the ancient era. One had to know that the ancient era had always existed in legends. Even in the ancient era, people had no understanding of it, let alone the ancient era. However, the system had already said that this was the sapling of the law fire tree from the ancient era. How could Yi Xian not be excited? Yi Xian wasn't greedy as he looked at the endless forest. In his heart, he would be satisfied if he could obtain one of them. System, I want to obtain a sapling of this ancient law fire tree. Is there any way? Ding, system notification. Please note that all the trees in front of the host are actually the saplings of an ancient law fire tree. What? This time, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in anymore. The system said that this boundless forest was actually just a sapling? Of course, although Yi Xian was surprised, he didn't doubt it. After all, it was something from the ancient era. Then who would know so much? There weren't many records of the ancient era. It could be said that even Miemo didn't know anything about the ancient era. In fact, Miemo didn't even know about the sapling of the ancient fire tree. After all, if they knew, then countless experts would have entered to search for it. But from the looks of it, Miemo and the divine master of the demon god realm only knew that this place was extraordinary, but they didn't know that there were ancient things here. System, how do I collect this sapling of the ancient law fire tree? Ding! System notification. Host's level is not high enough, unable to provide information. System, then, how much do you know about the ancient era? Ding! System notification. Host is not waiting for you enough, unable to provide information. Chapter 28:19. 2047 Unknown effects. That's right, all of this seemed to be too far away. Even if it was the ancient era, it was only a legendary existence to Xian. However, he didn't expect that something from the ancient era would actually appear. Xian looked at the forest. He really wanted to collect it, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Xian knew that this time, he could only take a gamble. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree could be said to be an existence that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. If Xian missed this chance, he might not even have a second one in his lifetime. Thus, Xian didn't want to let it go, even if he knew it was incomparably dangerous. However, Xian was willing to gamble. Without any hesitation, Xian extended his hand towards one of the tree trunks and instilled his spiritual will into it in an attempt to communicate with it. Suddenly, it was as if time had stopped. Xian seemed to have been teleported to a mysterious space. In front of Xian was a small sapling. There was nothing around Xian and the sapling, only silence and darkness. Everything had disappeared, whether it was the laws or everything else. It was as if everything had completely disappeared at this moment. System, what's going on? No reaction. It was as if even the system had disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. This was the first time Xian had completely lost contact with the system. Xian looked around, not knowing what to do. But a moment later, he walked towards the sapling. Step by step. There were no fluctuations of energy, nor were there any laws. It was as if an ordinary person was walking towards a sapling. However, it was so different. The sapling only had 2 leaves. Moreover, it looked malnourished, as if it could wither and die at any moment. Xian gently caressed the sapling, but his heart was incomparably calm. He subconsciously said to the sapling, "How pitiful. I don't know what you need to continue growing, but since you've existed since ancient times, then I can be sure that you've been through countless years, but you still can't grow up. Little sapling, what are you? Ancient law fire tree sapling. Do you possess the law of fire?" It could be said that Xian was truly a bit stupid right now. He was actually talking to a sapling. However, Xian himself didn't know why he was doing this. It was just a subconscious action. In Xian's heart, this sapling of the ancient law fire tree had experienced countless years. It was already an extremely strange thing for it to be able to survive. However, not only did he survive, he didn't even grow in the slightest. From this, one could tell how lonely he was. It was unknown if it was because of this loneliness that affected Xian, or if it was because of some other reason, but at this moment, Xian actually began to recall his past and everything that had happened on his path of cultivation. Moreover, he subconsciously spoke to the sapling. In the outside world, the 2 people from the divine domain finally began to fight each other because of the exploration. They were constantly snatching the white jade. After all, their main mission was to bring out the jade. However, no matter how much the 2 sides fought, there was a place that no one dared to go to. Because there were countless flames that soared into the sky. There were also experts who tried to enter it to see if there were any treasures. Unfortunately, before they could even enter, they would be engulfed by the flames that suddenly appeared. However, if they didn't get close to the area of flames, the flames wouldn't affect them in the slightest. Thus, as time passed, people selectively forgot about that place. No one paid any attention to that place because they couldn't enter it at all. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any treasures there. The slaughter continued without end. Countless experts fell and those white jade stones were constantly being snatched away by others. Then, it was plundered by others. A bloody massacre unfolded in this secret realm. After all, for the sake of the mission, for the sake of their own divine domain, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Only in the midst of the flames, there was silence. Little sapling, do you know? Actually, when I think about it sometimes, I realize that it really wasn't easy for me to walk this path. Sometimes, I also doubt my future. I don't know how far I can go. Little sapling, I feel that I might be much younger than you. However, I feel that you are even more pitiful than I am. You only have 2 leaves now. In that case, according to us humans, perhaps you are just a baby. Poor you. You have no idea how long you have been here. It seems like you are even more pitiful than I am. Little sapling, can you understand what I'm saying? Sigh, I'm really silly. You are just a little sapling. How could you possibly understand what I'm saying? It was as if Xian had just reacted and laughed at himself. He even felt that he wasn't the same as before. Because at this moment, Xian actually gave up on all of his defenses. What divine will, what power of law, what divine power. It was as if none of this had anything to do with Xian. He was just an ordinary person who didn't know his future. However, the instant Xian stood up, the entire secret realm, no, not only the entire secret realm, but the entire God realm, underwent an unbelievable change. Especially those who had grasped the power of the law of fire, they could clearly feel it. At this moment, in the secret realm, a Kunlun divine realm upper 6th grade god king who had grasped the law of the 9 heaven obsidian flames was bathed in blood. Beside him, there were several fire dragons protecting him. However, it was obvious that he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Around him, a dozen experts from the monster god divine realm were looking at him mockingly. Among them, there was even a lower divine emperor expert. It seemed that this person from the Kunlun divine realm was definitely going to die. Indeed, there was no way for him to escape. Haha, human, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Leave your life behind. The god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm said gleefully. In his eyes, this person from the Kunlun divine realm had no chance of escaping at all. However, all of a sudden, the flames that the Kunlun divine realm expert was controlling broke free from his control. 9 fire dragons danced around in the sky happily, completely out of the control of the Kunlun divine realm expert. Humph. Still trying to resist? Kill him. However, it was a pity that the god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm could no longer say his final words. That was because the 9 fire dragons had actually attacked on their own. Chapter 28:20. Eternal supremacy. Although they were all fire elemental laws, they were also divided into countless types. However, at this moment, all the fire elemental laws in the divine world seemed to be overjoyed. The power of laws? Emotions? Perhaps no one would believe this, because this was already something that no one could believe. However, everyone in the divine world could feel this. It wasn't just the divine world. Even the other worlds could feel this, because as long as it was the power of fire, it would be incomparably joyous. The furnace flames danced, and the heavenly flames cheered. It was as if all the flames had lost control at this moment. Big brother. A voice entered Xian's mind, causing him to instantly wake up. At the same time, the sapling in front of Xian disappeared. To be more precise, the forest in front of Xian had completely disappeared. Xian clearly remembered that word, big brother. But he didn't hear it again. In the blink of an eye, all the changes stopped. As for Xian, he was also dumbfounded as he watched everything. He didn't know what had happened. Xian continuously released his divine sense in an attempt to find the sapling of the ancient law fire tree, but everything had already disappeared. Of course, this change didn't last long, so no matter if it was God or anyone else, they didn't notice it at all. They were only puzzled as to why the power of the fire elemental laws had become active for a moment, but they didn't know what had happened. Xian stood on the spot and puzzledly rubbed his head. Just what had happened just now? Where did the sapling of the ancient law fire tree go? Ding. System prompt. Host is in an unknown space, completely lost contact, confirmed to be dead. The system will activate the self-destruct program. The system's voice returned, but Xian didn't clearly hear what the system said, so he subconsciously asked, System, what did you just say? Ding. System prompt. Cancel execution. Then, the system's voice didn't continue. Xian didn't think too much about it. In any case, the system often prompted him to ignore some things. This time, Xian also subconsciously ignored it. With a move of his voice, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to accompany Xian as they flew upwards. Xian lowered his head to look at the void realm and said with some disappointment, It's a pity that my withered bone sword servant disappeared just like that. Sigh, this time, I've suffered a loss. I wonder where the sapling of the ancient fire tree went. As Yi Xian spoke, he flew upwards. However, if Yi Xian were to take a look at his divine deity, he would discover that there was an imprint of a sapling engraved on it. Of course, no one, including Yi Xian himself, would be able to see through that imprint. The battle in the outside world continued because the time to teleport away was about to arrive. This time, the battle was about to end. In other words, the war between the two divine realms would finally come to an end, and the final victor would be decided by this final battle. The people had already fallen into a frenzy. Not long after Yi Xian advanced, he saw a battle. This was a battle between two experts from the Kunlun divine realm and two experts from the demon god realm. Both sides wanted to kill the other and snatch the white jade from the other party. When Yi Xian suddenly appeared, he heard an expert from the Kunlun divine realm shout, "Quick, kill them! They have white jade on them." These words were obviously meant for Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Of course, he still remembered his mission. Wei Zhantian, go! The two god-slaughtering swords quickly moved out, and Yi Xian also drew his rule god bow. Die! Boom! One arrow, just one arrow, but Yi Xian had killed an enemy. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-grade third-grade god king. High third-grade god king? What was going on? Yi Xian was rather puzzled because Yi Xian didn't seem to have the strength to instantly kill a third-grade god king. One must know that what he shot out was only a spatial law divine arrow. Originally, he only hoped to restrain the enemy and then use the law of devouring arrow to kill the enemy. But why was the enemy killed by Yi Xian with a single arrow? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He once again opened the divine palace of laws and shot an arrow at another enemy. Boom! A huge devouring vortex appeared, and the enemy was actually unable to resist at all as he was directly devoured. This enemy was also a high-grade third-stage divine king. Wei Zhantian directly brought the two's universe rings into Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, the two people from the Kunlun divine domain looked at Yi Xian in astonishment because Yi Xian's attack power was simply too domineering. He actually killed two enemies with 2 arrows. Most importantly, they could all tell that Yi Xian's cultivation realm was only at the first-grade god king realm. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained a special opportunity. From now on, Host will forever have the title of Sovereign Level First Crown. Forever? In other words, no matter how much Yi Xian leveled up, he wouldn't be able to remove the title of First Crown. Special opportunity? Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Just what kind of special opportunity did he obtain? It seemed that in Yi Xian's heart, he didn't obtain any inheritance. Of course, this was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian just didn't understand why it was like this. You're the God Domain's law envoy, Lord Yi Xian? At this moment, an expert of the Kunlun divine domain arrived in front of Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian looked at that person, nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Yi Xian." This subordinate pays his respects to the God Domain's law envoy. The two of them hurriedly bowed. After all, perhaps Yi Xian's identity as the commander of the 9 Directions 60,000 realm was only effective in the 9 Directions 60,000 realm. However, the identity of the God Domain's law envoy allowed him to move unimpeded in the entire Kunlun divine domain. Get up! Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating for the two of them to stand up. After one of them stood up, he said to Yi Xian, "Lord Law Envoy, we won't delay any further. Right now, there are only 4 hours left before we leave the secret realm. We must kill as many enemies as possible and obtain more white jade. Only then will we be able to guarantee our victory." Yi Xian nodded and let the two of them leave. However, Yi Xian himself fell into a daze. He discovered that he'd actually lost track of time. He clearly remembered that he had just entered the secret realm and had only said a few words to the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and the competition for the secret realm was about to end. Of course, no matter why it was like this, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to find an enemy and snatch the white jade. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged towards his surroundings. Chapter 28-21. It was the 9th prince's voice again. That fellow seems like he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and said loudly, "We can't retreat. We can't allow these demonized mermen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity." Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow disappear for over a year? Why did he suddenly appear again? What does he want? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who said it isn't? That fellow's cultivation increases every time I see him. How exactly is he doing it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods would subconsciously back off when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian would be at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius with boundless natural talent. "Master Yi, what are you doing here?" Master Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. It seemed like he was aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian smiled at Master Moonless and said, "We definitely won't retreat." "Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary calamity. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped to completely eliminate them here." "Humph, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here?" Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixio was furious. However, Yi Xian was too lazy to even look at him. He continued speaking. "I know, what you are most worried about right now is the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I will think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I will deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the more we kill, the fewer demon fishmen there are. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, do you have a way for me to set up such a restriction?" It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room, and with Master Moonless' promotion, everyone knew that he was a restriction grandmaster, even more formidable than Master Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of a way to stop the black gas, but they had all failed. Thus, they were still somewhat conservative. "Don't believe him. Just him? What right does he have to say such a thing?" It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now, Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian, but unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned his head and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words infuriated Yi Lixio. "If you don't want to participate, you can scram." Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian already suspected that this guy had been bribed by Annihilation, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. However, he didn't have any proof right now. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. You, what did you say?" Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't plan on paying attention to him. "How about this? All of Ling Xian Pavilion's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of a way right now." "All right, we'll listen to you." It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Pavilion. "Let's go as well." However, unexpectedly, the restriction grandmasters from the other factions all took the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian didn't expect them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian also had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all of the demonized fishmen's corpses? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian took his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, The people from Mo Shang's training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. The people who also felt apologetic included by Lu and the other factions that had wronged Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian had left Mo Shang's training camp because of their wrongdoings. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Some people might say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly over. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, in his heart, he asked the system, "System, do you have any ideas?" Ding! System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating the restriction ability. When the restriction ability is strong enough, the host may be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding! The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F***CKU. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just ask him to exchange for it? What research? How long would he have to research? Previously, the system had activated the exchange function, but Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the exchange function of the system was very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it. Ding! System notification. The best restriction that the host can choose is the demon slaying restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding! System notification. The host does not have enough resources to exchange for it. The system has activated the ability to force exchange. If the host is forced to exchange for it, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 28-22. This was a peak-level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection, and that person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the Yao celestial projection charge towards Yi Xian, but that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly enraged, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded out from the surroundings of the god-slaying sword, directly protecting Yi Xian. That powerful attack was directly blocked when it arrived at Yi Xian's side. This time, Yi Xian did not control the God-Slayer, but it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made the move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the God-Slayer all this while, and now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the Yao celestial projection and the superior heavenly god rushed over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this time, Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely. Above his head, the God Slayer emitted a faint light, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother was constantly circling Yi Xian, launching fierce attacks. Of course, it was futile. At this time, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked at how Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. Being able to withstand the combined attacks of a peak-level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection and a superior heavenly god was something that many people could do. There were even some who could do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle grand profound realm of the first god realm. In fact, just a few months ago, he was just a true god realm trash. QWPM, however, such a person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage was actually able to defend against the attack of a powerhouse who was many times stronger than him, and he did it so effortlessly. Under such circumstances, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that treasure, right? That sword seems very powerful. Someone said. At this time, the God Slayer was the most eye-catching of Yi Xian's performance. It could be said that the God-slayer had done all this on its own. It could be said that Yi Xian was the God-slayer sword itself. It could be said that it was manipulated. It could Yi Xian's eyes. There were many weapons and equipment. There were also many weapons that could fight God weapons. Of course, its flaws, its Zhentian heavenly weapon. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god projection and Big Brother Hong Yuan's attacks? Weapon spirits could never surpass their master's strength. This was an ironclad rule that no one could violate. They couldn't understand. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so powerful. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. That was why Yi Xian didn't want to fight this guy. All right, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news, but if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide anything when I do things. You didn't do it? Humph, Yi Xian, you damned guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you still want to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. Saw him with his own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Humph, Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. Today I'll kill you. Haha, Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. All right, I've said it before. It wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, no matter who it is, I'll catch them. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian said calmly as he scanned his surroundings. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow others to take advantage of him. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian understood each other. In an instant, two beams of light burst forth. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the god-slaying sword could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the god-slaying sword was bound to deal a critical blow to the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he still had some sense of reason. From the moment Yi Xian didn't make a move, to the moment Yi Xian explained himself. Combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother still had some doubts. The day before, his demon deity phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon deity phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak celestial god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother hadn't encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had spent in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, perhaps he wouldn't have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian didn't make a move. Instead, his sword alone was enough to force him to retreat. Chapter 28-23. Divine Phoenix Primogenitor Dharma Idol High 6th Grade God King Realm? That was enough. Although there was still a gap of 2 grades between him and the enemy, don't forget that Yi Xian had the title of Honorable Rank, while the enemy only had the title of King Rank. It could be said that Yi Xian was confident in killing this person. Of course, since he knew that the other party was one of the 5 imperial clans of the demon god's domain, Yi Xian wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, doing so might attract the attention of the enemy experts. There were less than 4 hours left until he left the secret realm. Yi Xian didn't want any accidents to happen in these last 4 hours. The battlefield of the main god was not a place for individuals to show off. If they wanted to show off, they wouldn't even know how they died. For example, the guy who relied on his strength to charge into the enemy's army. So what if he was strong? Ordinary soldiers could even rely on magic treasures to overwhelm you with numbers. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had already raised his level, he was still only emitting the pressure of a high-level god king. Humph, human brat, die! A powerful pressure suddenly exploded out from Yi Xian's body. That seemingly corporeal pressure instantly surrounded Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian's performance, he seemed to be powerless. He could only rely on his own pressure to defend in front of him. However, no matter how much more strength he used, Yi Xian was able to defend against it. Just a little bit was enough to break through Yi Xian's pressure defense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unable to do so. His expression changed slightly, and a moment later, he actually laughed out loud. Human brat, looks like I've still underestimated you. You're not bad. You're actually able to resist the suppression of my pressure. It looks like if I want to kill you, I'll have to move my hands and feet a little. What an arrogant tone. He actually said that he'd kill Yi Xian, but he was just moving his hands and feet. Needless to say, when that fellow said such words, it actually made the people of the Kunlun Divine Region feel the same way. Even the people of the Kunlun Divine Region didn't think highly of Yi Xian. However, no one stepped forward to help. This was because Yi Xian and CI House statuses were far higher than theirs. Even if they were slightly stronger, it wouldn't be good for them to interfere in such a duel. This duel was like a confrontation between 2 armies, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and kings against kings. And right now, Yi Xian was the king representing the Kunlun Divine Region. That CI How was the king of the Demon God Divine Region. Because one of them was a law user of the Kunlun Divine Region, and the other was a member of the 5 imperial clans of the Demon God Divine Region. Therefore, it was impossible for these ordinary experts to interfere in the battle between the 2 of them. Unless Yi Xian or CI How gave the order to attack. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hung a smile, but he didn't say anything. The more arrogant this fellow was, the more silent Yi Xian became. Because Yi Xian really wanted to see his expression when he was defeated. Accompanied by CI Hao's roar, CI Hao's figure suddenly moved and pounced towards Yi Xian. CI Hao's original body was a world-annihilating divine phoenix, so his grasp of the law of fire was extremely strong. At the same time he moved, 10,000 divine phoenixes appeared in the sky without any warning. These divine phoenixes were actually made up of different types of fire energy. The moment they appeared, they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He instantly activated his unlimited teleportation, but the divine phoenix's speed wasn't weak either. After a moment, it caught up to Yi Xian. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A divine phoenix directly collided with Yi Xian. A scorching wave of air suddenly exploded, causing the entire area to instantly turn into lava. However, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This divine phoenix's attack didn't seem to be very strong at all. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to be injured because he couldn't dodge this attack. However, when the divine phoenix collided with him, Yi Xian discovered that these divine phoenixes only had their appearances. Since that was the case, then what was there for Yi Xian to be afraid of? With the god-slaughtering sword in hand, Yi Xian's figure moved. In an instant, countless figures of Yi Xian appeared in the sky. This was because Yi Xian's teleportation was too fast, leaving behind afterimages. Yi Xian was either chopping, stabbing, or slanting. The god-slaughtering sword in his hand was rapidly attacking. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! One by one, the divine phoenixes were all slashed apart. This move caused the surrounding onlookers to widen their eyes. Lord Law Envoy, what method did you use to be able to directly cut through the enemy's divine phoenix that was blessed with the power of the ancient code? This is too powerful. Why can't I tell what kind of law power the law envoy is using? Why does it seem to me that the law envoy is using his sword to kill those divine phoenixes? This doesn't make sense. Those divine phoenixes are supported by the power of the ancient code. How could they be killed by ordinary attacks? Damn it, how did that human do it? Although Lord Xiao's myriad phoenix cry isn't too powerful, it shouldn't be something that a mere first-grade god king like him can break. The key point is, that human actually didn't use any power of the ancient code. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Everyone discussed animatedly. They were filled with disbelief that Yi Xian was able to kill those divine phoenixes so easily. Even Xiao was extremely astonished. He originally thought that just this myriad phoenix cry would be enough to injure Yi Xian. But now, it actually didn't injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Thus, he was naturally extremely puzzled. However, Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit surprised because he didn't even feel any power of the ancient code from these divine phoenixes. In Yi Xian's eyes, these divine phoenixes were merely condensed from divine power. Even if they had different attributes, they didn't have the support of the ancient code. Could it be that breaking a divine phoenix that didn't have the support of the ancient code was something to be surprised about? However, in reality, other than Yi Xian, who couldn't tell that those divine phoenixes possessed the support of the ancient code, everyone else could tell that not only did those divine phoenixes possess the support of the ancient code, many of them also possessed the extremely powerful power of the ancient code of fire. It could be said that Xiao's mastery of the laws of fire was extremely high. His movements abruptly stopped as he looked at Yi Xian. He was also puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this fellow grasped a special magic treasure? However, Xiao quickly understood that since this fellow was a law user of the Kunlun divine domain, it was reasonable for their divine master to give him some special magic treasures. Therefore, Xiao didn't suspect anything and continued to attack. Humph, human brat, I don't have time to waste with you. Next you can go and die. Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol. Xiao is actually able to summon the primogenitor's Dharma Idol. How is this possible? Chapter 28-24. Birdie. The progenitor image was the most powerful innate divine ability of the monster god divine realm. No matter which clan the monster god divine realm expert was, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to summon their clan's progenitor image. Of course, the strength of the summoned progenitor image would also differ. However, summoning the progenitor image could only be performed by divine emperor realm experts. Unexpectedly, Xiao was able to summon the progenitor image before reaching the divine emperor realm. Indeed worthy of being one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black divine phoenix Dharma form suddenly appeared behind Xiao. The divine phoenix's entire body was pitch black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the divine phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be on fire. On the ground, even the soil was on fire. In an instant, it turned into lava, and the sky was the same. In the blink of an eye, the sky within 10,000 miles had changed color. What was even more tyrannical was that the moment the divine phoenix appeared, the surrounding power of law actually had the ability to retreat by 30%. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that he was actually able to ignore the power of the law of fire. At this moment, although Yi Xian could feel a bit of heat, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or oppressed. This time, even Yi Xian himself felt that it was inconceivable. System, what's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the divine phoenix law? Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system because he discovered that at this moment, even the divine emperor of the Kunlun divine domain couldn't help but retreat a distance away. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground let Yi Xian know that the enemy must have launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it? Could it be that the enemy did it on purpose? Ding! System prompt. Insufficient data, the system is unable to provide the answer. Ding! System prompt. Detecting the host, detection successful. Discovered that the host is affected by an unknown power, immune to all attacks from the power of law. The system suddenly notified Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What's going on? I'm actually immune to the power of all the laws of fire? Yi Xian quickly thought about it, but couldn't remember what he'd done. However, he was immune to the power of all the laws of fire. What was going on? This time, even Yi Xian himself was puzzled. Yi Xian couldn't help but think, Could it be that there's some expert secretly helping me? After all, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, he launched his attack. The divine phoenix instantly flew above Yi Xian's head, circled once, then opened its mouth and spat out flames at Yi Xian. Of course, this ancestral divine phoenix Dharma idol couldn't exist forever. Moreover, the ancestral divine phoenix that Xianxia had summoned only knew this one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until all of his energy was used up. A faint smile hung on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the full-force attack of the divine phoenix ancestor. One had to know that the flames that were spat out possessed a powerful suppressive ability, and would continue to increase in strength. Xianxia didn't believe that anyone would be able to persevere. Even if he didn't immediately turn into ashes, he would definitely be devoured by the constantly increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment, Yi Xian wasn't affected in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian only felt rather warm. Right. That's it. Yi Xian only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or injury at all. Those so-called powerful flames were only equivalent to roasting the sun for Yi Xian. They posed no threat at all. Yi Xian suspiciously raised his head to look at the divine phoenix ancestor hovering above his head. He was a little confused as to why Xianxia would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Yi Xian still couldn't understand, so he turned around and took a step towards Xianxia. One step. It was just a single step, but in an instant, everyone's expressions changed, including Xianxia's. The people of the Kunlun divine region were in disbelief and ecstasy. As for the people of the demon god realm, they were actually panicking and shocked. At this moment, Xianxia was the most shocked. After all, he was the most clear about the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol that he had summoned. Such a powerful Dharma idol actually had no effect on that person. How was this possible? How did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Xianxia actually stuttered a little. Yi Xian indifferently glanced at Xianxia and said without a care, "You released this little bird. Do you want to roast meat for me?" Little bird. He actually called the World Annihilation Divine Phoenix Clan's Dharma idol a little bird. Not to mention Xianxia and the other people of the demon god realm, even the people of the Kunlun divine region looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this god realm's law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's Dharma idol like this? What was the primogenitor's Dharma idol? In the human race, it was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Yi Xian's words were spoken by a human, it would be as if he was calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was arrogant and domineering at the same time. He was angered by Yi Xian. However, the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol in the sky was still locking onto Yi Xian as it continuously spat out flames. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the divine phoenix ancestor's flame attack followed suit. Yi Xian could ignore it, but that didn't mean that others could. Even this thorn was impossible. In the hearts of the people of the demon god realm, the power of the ancestor was a supreme power. It was also a power that was absolutely impossible to contend against. It was just like how Yi Xian had used the mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestor's return. He was able to kill countless people from the demon god realm and scare the rest of them into fleeing. The power of the ancestor was something that no one in the demon god realm could resist. At this moment, he saw Yi Xian walk towards him with the divine phoenix ancestor's attack. That thorn actually subconsciously screamed, "You don't come over here." He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all, but the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Yi Xian's head. Of course it was more or less the same. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol was originally following behind Yi Xian. Every step Yi Xian took, it would follow. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. Pretending to be a ghost, go die. Chapter 28-25. 5 million Jade. Yi Xian abruptly brandished the god's slaughtering sword, and 7 sword beams instantly charged towards the thorn. Most importantly, the 7 sword beams actually carried a portion of the power of the divine phoenix law as they charged towards the thorn. No! The thorn screamed in fear, but his body couldn't move at all. This was because, when facing the primogenitor's Dharma idol, no one in the demon god's domain could resist it. In Yi Xian's eyes, The thorn was like a fool. He gave up on all defenses and allowed the 7 sword beams to hit him. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom! In a situation where he was defenseless, Yi Xian's deity slash actually shattered the thorn. He couldn't be more dead. Even Yi Xian hadn't expected such an attack. He'd originally thought that no matter what, this move wouldn't be able to kill the thorn so easily. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The thorn had actually given up on defense. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that all of this was because the deity slash that Yi Xian had unleashed already carried a portion of the primogenitor's Dharma idol's attack. With a casual wave of his hand, the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. As for the other people from the demon god's domain, they actually quickly fled without looking back. At this moment, because Xianxia was already dead, the primogenitor's Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Thus, he immediately activated teleportation, and the other people from the Kunlun divine region also chased after him. When they killed the people from the demon god's domain, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body, and all the people who were still alive were teleported out. At this moment, Mi Chu and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out of the cave walked up to their respective divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had harvested. Even though the white jade looked like it could be seen everywhere, it wasn't that easy to collect it. At this moment, the people who handed over the white jade were about the same from the Kunlun divine region and the demon god's domain. The more of them might have tens of thousands of them, and the less of them were only a few hundred. It could be said that this was something that concerned the final outcome of the war. Thus, even Mi Mo and the divine masters of the demon god's domain were observing carefully. Of course, no one would fake it now. After all, this was something that had already been negotiated from the very start. Since it was a decision that had already been made, both sides would abide by it. Whichever side obtained fewer white jade stones would be the side that would lose. At the same time, both sides had sent a person to the other side's camp. This person was the supervisor, and he would report the exact amount of white jade that both sides had. Kunlun God Region, 1,863,200. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123. As the two supervisors kept reporting the number, everyone's attention was attracted by the sound of the numbers being reported. As more and more people handed over their white jade, it could be said that the Kunlun Divine Region was starting to fall into a disadvantage. Finally, the only godly venerable realm expert from the Kunlun Divine Region walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a small hill appeared. Kunlun God Region, 19,637,000. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable realm expert from the other side had yet to hand over his white jade. However, the crowd was still rather excited. One must know that this godly venerable realm expert had actually taken out more than 5 million white jade. At that moment, the godly venerable realm expert from the demon god's domain finally walked over. With a wave of his hand, a small hill appeared as well. Demon god's domain, 2,103,200. It was a difference of nearly 2 million white jade. At that moment, the master god from the demon god's domain was already smiling because he already felt that victory was within his grasp. After all, there were only less than 10 people from the Kunlun Divine Region, including Yi Xian, who had yet to hand over the white jade. Yi Xian lifted his feet and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade. However, the master god from the demon god's domain's voice rang out. Haha, Master Miyu, looks like our demon god's domain has won this battle. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item. Was the master god from the demon god's domain celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 god king realm experts left in the Kunlun Divine Region. Normally, a godly monarch would at most be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones, and that would already be considered pretty good. Therefore, even if all of them took out their jade, they would at most have 1 million or so. Indeed, it seemed like the demon god's domain had already won. After all, there were more than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had yet to hand over their white jade. Miyu furrowed his brows. In reality, even he felt that there was no hope for this battle. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already walked over. With a casual wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. In that instant, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Xian. The master god from the demon god's domain subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The meaning behind the master god's words was clear. However, he did not believe that Yi Xian, who was merely a god king, could possibly take out so many white jade. In fact, he also had to thank Xianxia. Due to the bloodline of Xianxia's emperor, many white jade were kept in his hands. Since Yi Xian killed Xianxia, then Xianxia's interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more, no less. Yi Xian obtained 5 million. In other words, even if Yi Xian was compared to 2 hierarch experts, he was still much weaker. One should know that Yi Xian was merely a god king, yet he actually took out a number of white jade that was equivalent to that of a hierarch expert. In a split second, everyone's expression changed drastically. Kunlun Divine Domain, 24,640,000. The overseer of the demon god's sacred realm shouted in a trembling voice. As the overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out. Quick, take out all your white jade stones. The divine master of the demon god's domain turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people did not hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had tens of thousands of jade at most. Even if there were more than 10 of them, how could they possibly compete with Yi Xian's 5 million jade? Even the remaining people of the Kunlun Divine Domain did not need to take out the white jade because the result was already out. Divine Master of the Demon God's Domain, it seems like you were happy too early. That thing is destined to belong to me. Miyu smiled and looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 28-26. 12 Seeds. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to bring him a pleasant surprise. The demon god Divine Realm's Divine Master looked at Miyu. Of course, he knew that the outcome was already determined. At this moment, unless he started a war, the outcome would be determined. However, he didn't want to start a war here. It could be said that if a war were to start, then it would be a battle to the death between the 2 divine realms. It could even be a war of extermination. The demon god Divine Realm wasn't ready for a war of extermination, so he could only give up. Humph, useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the demon god Divine Realm's Divine Master instantly killed all the demon god Divine Realm experts who participated in the treasure hunt. Even that godly venerable expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Yi Xian's eyes twitched slightly. Was this the power of a Divine Master? Even a godly venerable expert couldn't struggle at all. Of course, this was an internal matter of the demon god Divine Realm. Even if the demon god Divine Realm's Divine Master killed all his subordinates, it had nothing to do with the Kunlun Divine Realm. Retreat! The demon god Divine Realm's Divine Master suddenly roared before his figure immediately disappeared. Obviously, he had already left the place. Upon hearing the order, the people of the demon god Divine Realm quickly retreated from the overgod battlefield. In an instant, the people of the Kunlun Divine Realm burst into a series of excited roars. They had won this battle. After paying the price of tens of billions of people, they had finally won. Miyu looked at Yi Xian and revealed a rare smile. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. After saying that, Miyu's figure also disappeared. Yi Xian took the universe ring. Although he didn't know what Miyu gave him, he knew that it wasn't something simple. After all, this was a reward given by Miyu, so how could it be simple? Of course, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to care about this right now. Instead, he quickly returned to his own army and began to retreat with his men. A war that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally come to an end. The entire Kunlun Divine Realm was in a state of jubilation. In the following period of time, the Divine Palace Guards would distribute the rewards to the various provincial governors according to their contributions. And these rewards would be distributed to the people of their own divine domain by the provincial governors. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yi Xian naturally had to rest for a few days. Fei Yan had already been waiting for Yi Zong. During this period of time, Yi Xian had been fighting in the overgod battlefield, and it could be said that the entire 9 directions 60,000 realm was managed by Fei Yan. It was obvious that Fei Yan had taken good care of it. Young master, you're back. Fei Yan looked at Yi Xian as she spoke with an excited expression. At this moment, everyone from the 9 directions 60,000 realm had already gathered at the Yi sect. At this moment, the 9 directions 60,000 realm was no longer the 9 directions 60,000 realm that Xian had left. Along with the transmission of good news from the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realm dared to be dissatisfied with Xian in the slightest. It could be said that the current Xian had already become the true master of the 9 directions 60,000 realm. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Governor. Xian casually waved his hand and said, "Let's disperse for today. I'm a little tired. I'll reward you according to your contributions in a few days." "Yes, Lord Regional Governor." Naturally, no one dared to object. In fact, it was just the 9-directional 60,000 realm. Rewards based on merit were not complicated at all. After all, there was a complete system of attack, so every warrior already knew how much they would be rewarded. Sure enough, after a few days, under Fei Yan's control, the rewards began to be distributed without the slightest objection. After all, because of the military contribution system, everyone already had a rough idea of how much they would receive. Kuan Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Xian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kuan Buyu was considered Xian's earliest friend. While the 9 directions 60,000 realm was celebrating, Xian opened the reward that Miyu gave him. Xian was very clear that the thing that Miyu gave him was probably not that simple. However, when he saw the things inside the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that if Xian was an ordinary cultivator, he would probably be able to advance to the hierarch realm. Even if Xian devoured them now, it would be enough for him to advance to the high divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Xian not to pay attention to the divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained an endless amount of life energy, causing Xian to notice it the moment he opened the interspatial ring. Xian didn't hesitate and directly took it out. However, when Xian opened the wooden box, he was still a little surprised. This was because there were actually 12 seeds inside the wooden box. Seed? What kind of seed was this? Xian was a little confused. "System, what are these things that you are detecting?" Xian directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt. Please pay attention. This detection will consume 5 million faith points. Does the host confirm? He actually had to consume 5 million faith points. Xian was slightly shocked. System, how many faith points do I have right now? Ding. System prompt. The host currently has 513 points to play with. 5,130,000. However, just to investigate these seeds, it actually required 5 million? Xian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be easily obtained. However, when he thought about how this thing's origins were definitely not simple, Xian still gambled. Alright, confirm. Ding. System prompt. The target is the tree of law of the 12 main laws. Ding. System prompt. The law tree contains a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, it can also improve the structure of the god power in the secret realm, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc. It was actually the seed of the law tree. Xian received the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. It was just a sapling, yet it possessed such a powerful strength. Although these tree of law seeds were far from being comparable to the seedlings of the ancient law fire tree. But after all, this was also a tree of law. He'd made a huge profit. Xian was overjoyed because he'd already found a good place for these tree of law. That was Xian's own devouring space. It could be said that Xian had always been worried about the matter of devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the power of law, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat insufficient. In this way, the most direct manifestation was that it would not be as easy for the people living inside to advance as it was outside. Moreover, due to the insufficient power of the laws, the devouring space was rarely used in actual combat. But imagine, if the devouring space was nurtured by Xian to be similar to the outside world, or even surpass the outside world, what would the result be? Chapter 28-27. Planting trees. Xian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him with extreme excitement. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the law tree, Xian's devouring space would definitely change greatly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian's divine sense moved and he entered the devouring space. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power, causing it to be damaged. This pitiful devouring space had never been peaceful during this period of time. It had been heavily injured time and time again, and Yi Xian had taken its power time and time again. When Yi Xian entered the devouring space, he saw desolate, withered trees, collapsed mountains, dusky sky, gray earth, and the lack of laws that made people feel uncomfortable. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that he'd really asked too much of the devouring space. However, today, Yi Xian was going to make it up to him and change the devouring space. Even if it was just a little bit of change, Yi Xian believed that if he continued to accumulate, the devouring space would continue to grow. System. Gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Yi Xian indifferently said to the system, but in his heart, he was extremely excited. Yi Xian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather resources. What he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees, but the 12 Law God trees. Following Yi Xian's orders, the system continuously gathered all of Yi Xian's resources together. These resources would become nourishment for the Law Tree, and at the same time, they would be used to change the devouring space. Yi Xian didn't want to be seen by the people who devoured the space. Although Yi Xian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived here, as long as it was a human, it was inevitable that they would have selfish desires. Yi Xian didn't want to see the people in the devouring space fight because of the Law Tree. What he was more willing to see was that the 12 Law Trees would silently contribute their power of law to transform the entire devouring space. Rise! Yi Xian's divine sense enveloped the entire devouring space. Following his order, 12 different locations in the devouring space underwent a huge change at the same time. In a place that was originally just a desert, countless sand and stones quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was the palace? Other than Yi Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was a huge maze with only one path to the center. Moreover, Yi Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. However, in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree. That was the Law Tree. There were a total of 3 of these palaces, each of them strange and unique. In the sky, numerous restrictions began to condense. Soon after, floating islands began to appear one after another. These floating islands were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Moreover, Yi Xian had used the power of the formation to connect the hundreds of lakes on the ground to the floating islands in the sky. Therefore, there shouldn't be a waterfall on the floating island, but it did. Moreover, it was flowing down the island endlessly. The waterfall was 1,000 miles long, and the silver belt covered the sky. The rainbows seemed to never disappear, making this place look like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 parts, each protecting the 3 seeds of the divine Law Tree. There were flowers, grass, and naturally, beasts. One powerful divine beast after another appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission, to protect the sapling of the divine Law Tree. Moreover, Yi Xian had already made a new decision in his heart. That was, he would arrange for the sword attendants that he would retire to be around the sapling of the divine Law Tree, so that they could live the rest of their lives in peace and protect the divine Law Tree for Yi Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that beside these divine Law Trees, the pets and sword attendants that couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps because of their aptitudes would also have the possibility of advancing once again. Since the sky and the desert had already changed, the sea would naturally change as well. The power of the laws still had differences in attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time and space, life and death, light and dark. These were the attributes of the 12 main laws, and the 3 main laws in the sky were the planes of time and space. In the desert, Yi Xian had arranged for the power of the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine Law Trees. Water and wood. At the bottom of the sea, Yi Xian had used his spiritual will to construct 2 seabed dragon palaces. They were resplendent and magnificent. If the desert was a maze and the sky was a fairyland, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the 8 seeds of the divine Law Tree, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Because what he was going to arrange next was the light and dark of life and death. Law of life. Law of death. Law of light. Law of darkness. It could be said that regardless of how powerful these 4 laws were, they were still the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on devouring space and even Yixian himself. Therefore, Yixian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Yixian didn't want others to know about the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too ordinary and too important. However, at the same time they were also the most comprehended power of the laws. Thus, Yixian hid them away because the power they emitted was enough for the people in the devouring space to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the laws of the plane alone, if someone wanted to obtain it, would they use the laws of the plane to challenge Yixian's authority? Yixian didn't know, but he didn't want his devouring space to be disturbed in the slightest. Thus, Yixian hid them as well. However, Yixian was more willing to let people come into contact with the 4 laws of life, death, and light. Especially the law of life and death. It was extremely important to Yixian. Needless to say, the 2 laws of life and death could extend the lifespan of the people in the devouring space. After all, the flow of time in the devouring space was different from the flow of time in the outside world. Yixian didn't want to see the creatures in the devouring space fall one by one because their cultivation wasn't high enough, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, Yixian wanted people to come into contact with his power and allow them to properly use it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that 2 incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain, there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of power of law. Chapter 28:28. Reign of Divine Power. Yixian didn't deliberately arrange for anyone to guard that place, nor would he interfere too much with the operations of the 4 halls. Apart from informing everyone in the devouring space that they could go and approach the law tree to obtain power, Yixian didn't do anything else. This was because what Yixian wanted was to let nature take its course. The power of the laws was a fortuitous encounter. Even in the devouring space, even if Yixian was the owner of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of the laws. After all, even if it was Yixian himself, the only thing he could do was borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Yixian only left behind a fortuitous encounter in the surrounding palaces. Whoever could obtain it would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the 4 palaces naturally caused countless people to exclaim in admiration. Moreover, the first group of people had already begun their challenges. Yixian didn't care that much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the law tree. That place was an infinite loop that Yixian had used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space. When you get there, you can see the law tree, but you will never be able to touch it. This was because Yixian had used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and rely on your own strength to walk out of the devouring space, you would not be able to step into it. As for those who devoured space, no matter how strong they were all marked with the mark of devouring space. In reality, no matter how strong they were, without Yixian's approval, it was impossible for them to leave the devouring space. Therefore that place was an unsolvable place. Yixian looked at the 4 palaces that the people of the devouring space called the Holy Land, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were even more important things to take care of. Even though the 12 nomological tree seeds had already been planted, it wouldn't take a day for them to take effect. Therefore, Yixian wanted to catalyze the law tree. At the same time, he wanted to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Yixian indifferently said to the system. At this moment, the system had already gathered almost all of Yixian's resources, spirit stones, and so on. Yixian wanted to make the devouring space reign, a reign of divine power. Ding, the transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding, the resources have been successfully decomposed, the divine power has been successfully dispersed, the divine power rain has begun to fall. It was raining. It was drizzling throughout the entire devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, countless beasts, and countless plants were pleasantly surprised to discover that it was the rain of divine power that was falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants shook as they greedily absorbed the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with cheers and laughter. In Yixian's eyes, the entire devouring space was undergoing a huge change. The sky began to clear up, the flowers, plants, and trees began to recover, and even evolve. One by one, the originally ignorant wild beasts slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space began to slowly condense into its true shape. An isolated island, an incomparably huge island, floated high above the entire devouring space. In fact, it was the continent that devoured space, and around him was endless chaos. Those places of chaos were the places that Xian would need to unlock in the future. This continent was the entire devouring space that Xian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to clearly show that the power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire continent was slowly expanding towards the primal chaos zone. Of course, that speed was extremely slow. However, Xian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and plenty of time to expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Xian discovered that something was missing. A moment later, he reacted. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars would be much better if they were made with special resources or things that contain the power of the laws. However, Xian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the laws of the divine moon, or the laws of the divine sun. Thus, Xian could only wave his hand helplessly. In an instant, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun also appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose, and the moon fell and the sun rose. This way, the entire devouring space could be considered to have its true appearance. Of course, at this moment, the devouring space was like a bowl with its lid on. There was only the front, not the back. The sky was round and the earth was round, but that was all Xian could do right now. Those suns, moons, and stars were actually only constructed by Xian using some ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was enough. Xian also knew that it was impossible for him to perfect the entire devouring space in one go. After all, he didn't have that kind of powerful strength and foundation yet. It was just like the saying, eating a mouthful at a time. As for the devouring space, it had to be perfected step by step. Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while to see if he could make any adjustments. At one moment he was moving mountains, at the other, he was transforming rivers, or he was moving entire races. In beautiful places, he was building pavilions, tall buildings and palaces out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and decisively carried out the transformation. Of course, the division was still necessary. After all, if different powers were to suddenly fuse together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. But this time, Xian had constructed a special area at the edge of the devouring space. Prison area. This was a place that Xian was prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially set up to defeat enemies that were drawn into the devouring space. Here, Xian meticulously constructed a great formation and a mystical restriction. Here, it was the complete opposite of the brightness of the outside world. There was only darkness and the aura of death, poisonous gas, and strange beasts running amok. This was because this was a place that Xian had prepared for his enemies. As long as someone entered this place, even if Xian didn't kill them, they would still be able to experience all the hardships in the world. After doing all of this, Xian withdrew his divine will from the devouring space. Chapter 28-29. 2417. Another exploration of the City of Nine Secrets for the past 3 days. Xian had been in his chambers the entire time. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were silently waiting for Xian to leave. After all, the Kunlun Divine Region had won the War of Overgods this time, and the Divine Master had also bestowed countless rewards. Under Xian's leadership, the Kunlun Divine Region had achieved outstanding military merits. Even though the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were able to obtain their own rewards due to the military merit system, they still hoped to see Xian. Seeing their esteemed Lord Regional Governor, everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they silently looked at the tightly shut doors of the palace. They all knew that it was their Lord Regional Governor's wise leadership that allowed them to obtain such generous rewards in this war. It could be said that their harvest this time was so generous that even those ancient great forces would not be able to find a second time. Thus, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were waiting for their Lord Regional Governor to appear. Look, the doors of the palace are open. It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the entrance of the palace. A moment later, a youth slowly walked out. One step at a time. However, every step seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation level was, no matter what your background was, at this moment, when you saw that youth, there was only one action. That was to kneel down and worship. Xianxia walked out of the palace. However, as soon as he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Some of them had participated in this war, while others hadn't. However, regardless of whether they had participated in this war between the overgods or not, they could only worship Xianxia. Greetings, Lord Regional Governor. A voice shook the entire space. It was the simultaneous shouts of 10 billion people. That was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, row after row, 10 billion people lined up in a neat square formation, starting from the ground and reaching all the way to the clouds. Xianxia raised his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. Get up! Xianxia casually waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Thank you, Lord Regional Governor. 10 billion people stood up at the same time. However, it was just a small action, but it was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from this place. These were 10 billion people, and there was no lack of experts among them. The power of 10 billion gods, how could it be that simple? Xianxia knew why these people had come, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Whether it was the regional governor or the law enforcer, Xianxia didn't care too much about it. Especially now that the war between the overgods had ended. In fact, Xianxia had already made a new decision. Xianxia wouldn't be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the reverence of these billions of people. After all, Xianxia still had his own matters to take care of. After Xianxia completed the overgod battlefield, the 9 directions 60,000 realms were actually already prepared to leave. Xianxia looked around and smiled as he looked at the excited people. I know what everyone is here to do, but I don't like such formalities. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally see it in my eyes and will naturally reward you. Xianxia's words were extremely calm. He didn't make any passionate speeches, and he didn't even say a single word to Xianxia. However, it was precisely these calm words that were truly convincing. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Thus, there weren't many words, and Xianxia's words were the truth. Cultivate well. What should be yours will be given to you. This was Xianxia's promise, and it was also Xianxia's encouragement. It was just such a calm sentence, but it was enough to make the experts of the 9 directions 60,000 realms understand Xianxia's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Xianxia waved his hand again, ending the meeting. This was the first time Xianxia had faced his own people as the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. It was obvious that the effect was extremely good. After receiving Xianxia's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Those were countless experts leaving this place. Only after everyone had left did Xianxia walk forward with a smile. There were many things that were still waiting for Xianxia to do. However, right now, Xianxia was going to the 9 secret city once again. Most of the strength of the organization had been wiped out, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with, and that was the fragment of the headquarters of the ancient organization that had been destroyed in the Middle Ages. Of course, with Xianxia's current strength, he probably didn't even have a way to enter. After all, that place was protected by the laws of primal chaos. However, just because Xianxia couldn't enter now didn't mean that he'd forgotten where it was. Xianxia was waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps it could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. The god realm was so big that even a treasure like the seed of the law tree could be used. Then, it wouldn't be strange for a treasure to appear that could break through the seal of the laws of primal chaos and enter that space. Of course, being able to enter that place and eliminating the members of the ancient organization were two different things. Xianxia was very clear about this in his heart, so this time, he didn't go to explore the first secret realm that he already knew what was contained within. It was the second one. Because Yi Xian was constantly fighting in the 9 secret realms, he didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, Yi Xian had a lot of time to explore them one by one. The last time he obtained several Dharma idols, they were all fused into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. This was Yi Xian's confidence. This time, Yi Xian didn't bring anyone with him as he walked towards the second secret realm by himself. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At the very least, the first secret realm had some things from Tai Su'a. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 great death realms, actually had no clues. It wasn't that no one had entered before, but they all died. Yi Xian didn't have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. This was because in the second secret realm, it was the only secret realm that someone had come out alive. Even though the people who came out seemed to have suffered some kind of great shock, they were basically either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian wasn't completely confident that he'd be able to enter the second secret realm with his first-grade Divine King cultivation, but that didn't mean that he'd give up. Chapter 28:30. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to sit at home and peacefully be his provincial governor? No. What Yi Xian pursued was great power, because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, find Luo. However, after entering the god realm for so long, other than knowing that Luo was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian didn't have any other clues. After living a peaceful and stable life for too long, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only fight for it himself. The war of the god's domain was indeed a place that could quickly increase one's strength. However, the war of the god's domain was something that only happened once in hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yi Xian was still sitting here and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years? Step by step, Yi Xian directly stepped into the second secret realm. At the beginning, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yi Xian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Other than Yi Xian's footsteps, there didn't seem to be anything else here. However, there was something strange that caused Yi Xian to be on guard. That was, in this place, Yi Xian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious power. It could be said that Yi Xian's divine will could only detect the wall, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. The most important thing was that he didn't even know what that wall was. The other thing was the pressure. Within the cave, with every step Yi Xian took, the pressure would increase by a bit. This feeling was as if the second secret realm was simply a place that didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, it used pressure to try to force people to leave. However, was that really the case? Was this place that was called the Realm of Death really that simple? He just wanted to rely on pressure to force Yi Xian back? Yi Xian walked forward step by step. At this moment, faint beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. This feeling of constantly increasing pressure was truly unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the boundless feeling. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but want to turn around and return. It was as if a voice was constantly hinting in Yi Xian's ear. Go back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure such a powerful pressure. In fact, Yi Xian had indeed twisted his body. When he no longer headed towards the second secret realm, it was as if all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That feeling was truly comfortable. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. No matter what kind of obstacles there were in the second secret realm, since Yi Xian had already decided to enter, then he wouldn't give up. I want to see just what kind of secrets are hidden inside. Yi Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In an instant, this sentence seemed to be spread out infinitely. It echoed in the cave time and time again. The sound echoed again and again, getting smaller and smaller. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he wasn't afraid as he continued to take a step forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! A powerful pressure instantly descended onto Yi Xian's body. As he moved further and further away, the pressure on Yi Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, how could things be that simple? Yi Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent killing intent exploded out. The killing intent was wrapped within the pressure, and in that instant, countless illusions actually appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all people that Yi Xian had once killed. Headless enemies, broken enemies, split in half, and even enemies that had already become minced meat. Countless voices sounded out beside Yi Xian. "Return my life. You deserve to die. We're so lonely, come and accompany us." Countless voices exploded in an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful killing intent. It could be said that Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Ding, the host has been affected by the illusion. It is being automatically removed. Ding, the illusion has been cleared. Illusion. It was actually just an illusion. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, other than these voices, these illusions, and the powerful pressure and killing intent, this place could actually expand the fear of the person who entered. Yi Xian finally understood why someone was able to successfully walk out of this place. Moreover, once they left, they would either go crazy or become stupid. He had been scared out of his wits on this road. Even Yi Xian, with his powerful mind and the protection of the system, almost fell for it, let alone the others. This wasn't a matter of realm or cultivation at all. On this path, what those who entered needed to defeat the most was not some pressure or killing intent illusion, but rather, what they needed to defeat was themselves. Their own inner demons. Which expert didn't kill people? No matter what was right or wrong, it was inevitable that a shadow would be left in their hearts. Normally, these shadows wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. In fact, like Yi Xian, he never felt that he'd killed any innocent people. However, in the cave of the second secret realm, there was a strange power that would constantly affect the judgment of those who entered. When the person who entered was completely focused on resisting the pressure, a powerful killing intent and illusions suddenly exploded out. It was likely that not many people would be able to withstand it. There was only one consequence of not being able to see through it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions, or even to the point of occupying one's divine sense. Not to mention occupying one's divine sense, even if it was only a little bit, it would still be expanded time and time again because of the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be devoured by negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's own inner demons. If one wanted to pass, then one either had an incomparably strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to cause anyone who entered the 9th floor and above to be directly washed out, regardless of their cultivation. Fortunately, the system prompted him to come into contact with the illusion. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have died here as well. Yi Xian frowned. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued walking forward. Chapter 28:31. 2419. The test the first time was someone Yi Xian killed. The second time was someone by Yi Xian's side who died in vain. The third time was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. Fortunately, no matter who they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would immediately come into contact with them. This place is very interesting. The first time, it scared you to death. The second time, it made you feel guilty to death. The third time, it made you fall into the sorrow of longing. It seems like this second secret realm was built by someone and not formed naturally. Yi Xian said indifferently with a smile on his face. It seemed that he'd already grasped some special changes in the second secret realm. Continue forward. Once Yi Xian figured this out, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. It was unknown if it was because Yi Xian had already comprehended it, or if there weren't any obstructions to begin with. In short, Yi Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth. Until Yi Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the dark cave. He sighed with emotion in his heart. In fact, this kind of test was truly difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, this kind of existence that induced one's own negative emotions was more of a threat to those who entered. After all, this test required those who entered to defeat their own inner demons. In fact, it even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Yi Xian walked out of the cave with a step, only to discover that the flash behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Yi Xian, There were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost exactly the same. On the left side, there were either magic treasures, formations, restrictions, divine talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. However, on the right side, there were piles of materials and tools needed for refining. This was actually the second stage of the test? Xian was extremely astonished. It had to be known that this was the first time Xian had encountered such a test. The most important thing was that it was so comprehensive. This second stage was simply to test the profession of the person who entered. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he would have to refine the items on the platform he was standing on. The corner of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Xian really didn't have anything to worry about regarding his secondary profession. After all, in reality, his secondary profession could be considered very comprehensive. Even if he didn't understand much, there was still the system. Xian stood on the first platform. On top of it was a pill, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Xian had 2 chances to refine that pill. What would the result be if he failed? Xian didn't even consider it because he knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Xian's heart, this was no different from giving away treasures. This was because no matter what Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one go. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't that mean that Xian would have all of them? There were no rules here, saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Azure Sky Pill? Trash pills. Xian casually glanced at the pill and casually waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully passed. On the second platform, Xian was still too lazy to take another look at refining a divine armament. This was because it was too simple. One platform after another was continuously broken by Xian, but as he walked forward, the requirements became higher and higher. However, this was all within Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platforms' tests were of the same level. Until the last platform. At this moment, when Xian stood on the last platform, he couldn't help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was actually nothing on the last platform. All there was an altar. The meaning of this test couldn't be more obvious. He was going to take out the resources he had accumulated from the previous platforms and then refine something of the highest quality. If he passed, then he would pass. If he didn't, then he would stay. Xian couldn't help but think that if there really was a genius that passed through these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials, then what kind of expression would they have when they reached the last platform? The person who designed this second stage of the test really knew how to scheme. Of course, all of this was impossible for Xian. With a thought, Xian directly had the system choose the method to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman. An ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 great ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason he chose this divine talisman was very simple. It was because his quality was already qualified, and the materials he needed were the least. Xian spent 4 hours. With the help of the system, he finally refined the divine talisman and placed it on the altar. The only thing left to do was to wait. Whether or not he could pass the test, he could only wait. Of course, Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no longer anyone in charge of this place. If that was the case, then no matter what kind of powerful thing Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Xian's doubts. This light constantly twisted and turned in the sky, making it impossible for people to know where its source was. However, it gave Xian the feeling that the light seemed to be a formation. The light shone on the divine talisman that Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a medallion suddenly appeared in front of Xian. However, when Xian saw the words on the medallion, he was slightly astonished. Proof of identity of a low-level trial taker. It was only a few short words. What Xian cared about wasn't the sudden appearance of the medallion, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were probably not many people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Xian had only obtained the identity of a beginner trial taker by using this item to pass the test. Then, What did a high-level trial taker need in order to pass? At this moment, Xian instantly understood the era that the second secret realm was originally in. It was likely that Xian had unintentionally entered an ancient secret realm. This was an ancient secret realm. A legendary existence. Not to mention Xian, even the Kunlun Divine Domain's Divine Master, Mi Yu, didn't know if they had the fortune to enter an ancient secret realm. Who would have thought that this time, Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm? Although Xian didn't have enough reason to prove his guess. Chapter 28:32. Overlapping coexisting space. At the same time that Xian was overjoyed, he was also quite worried. The power of the ancient era was simply too powerful. It was an era that belonged to legends. At that time, there were countless experts. Then, was it a blessing or a curse for Xian to enter the ancient era's test? However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now that Xian had already reached this step, there was no room for maneuver. Other than bracing himself and continuing on, he had no other choice. After all, the path he came from had already disappeared. The only choice left for Xian was to advance. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Xian's body. Before Xian could even react, he discovered that he was being forcefully teleported. It was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array allowed one to choose their own target and then teleport. As for the teleportation of this light, it was a mysterious force that enveloped Xian, as if it wanted to bring him somewhere. Xian didn't know where he was going to bring Xian, but he knew that it was best not to try to defend against it. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a trial ground, then why would Xian need to defend against it? Very quickly, Xian appeared in front of a palace. And this was the third stage. Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any of the buildings Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built towards the ground. It was as if a huge hole had been dug out and then built layer by layer. However, the key point was that there was an independent floating space on each level. Once Xian entered a certain level, he would actually be in a floating space that was like a floating island. Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he didn't use his spiritual will, then Xian would really be walking down the stairs step by step. However, once his spiritual will was released, what Xian saw through it was a huge continent. On these continents, there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Moreover, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Xian wanted to go to any space, he didn't need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to switch the way he saw it. Looking with one's eyes and looking with one's spiritual will were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes, and I don't use my spiritual will? Suddenly, Xian thought of this possibility. Thus, he closed his eyes and closed his spiritual will, hoping to use his own body to feel it. Xian's body suddenly stiffened. Sure enough, it was another overlapped space. Once he didn't use his eyes or spiritual will to look, Xian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed on all sides. No matter which direction Xian went in, he would only be able to take 3 steps at most before hitting a wall. Just how many layers are there in this overlapping space? Xian was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he was incomparably puzzled. Whether it was an overlapping space or a coexisting space, it was already very young. However, Xian had never seen an overlapping space before. Wait a minute, if the time is different, will there be a change? Xian couldn't help but think. Xian didn't comprehend the laws of time, but that didn't mean that the system couldn't do it. After paying a certain price, Xian gave himself the chance to use the laws of time for 1 second. In the next second, Xian only allowed himself to use the laws of time to enter the next second. Sure enough, Xian's expression changed drastically because he discovered that once he used the power of the laws of time, the overlapping space would also change at the same time. In other words, this place was simply a mysterious existence with countless overlapping spaces and coexisting spaces. Xian had enough reason to believe that such a method had long since been lost in the God realm. To be able to possess such a method, then it could only be from the ancient times. Moreover, it was an expert from the ancient times. Just what kind of place had Xian entered? Just what kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He was even considering whether or not he should continue forward. However, even if Yi Xian regretted it, he didn't have the chance because all paths of retreat had already been sealed. Yi Xian only had one choice: to continue forward. Yi Xian didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. However, the only thing he was sure of was that if it was a fortuitous encounter, it would definitely be a great one. Of course, if it was dangerous, it would definitely be a great crisis. This was because this place was simply too special. Yi Xian originally thought that there would be some sort of test in the third stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that he was thinking about every step he took. However, Yi Xian never imagined that there wouldn't be any tests in the third stage. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this stage, there really was a corridor. It wasn't until Yi Xian arrived at the bottom level that he realized this. At this moment, when Yi Xian stood on the lowest level of the platform, he revealed a helpless expression. It was just a corridor. Why did it have to be so miraculous? Causing Yi Xian to be extremely careful and on edge. At this moment, there were two doors in front of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that these two doors weren't the doors that people usually saw, but the Gate of Law. This door was completely constructed from the laws. If Yi Xian didn't already know about the uniqueness of this place, he might even suspect that it was formed naturally. It could be said that the form of this door was no different from an ordinary door. However, there was a huge difference in appearance. From time to time, there would be flashes of light above the door. That light was the light of law. Yi Xian could clearly see the light of law, and he could also clearly feel the power of law within the light. However, Yi Xian fell into deep thought as to how to open the Gate of Law. The two gates of law had different powers of law. Moreover, one had to think about which door to enter. System, detect what the power of law is in those two doors. Yi Xian said to the system. If he wanted to make a choice, then he had to first understand what law it was. Ding! System notification. The law gate on the left is the law of life, healing, and recovery. Ding! System notification. The law gate on the right is the law of darkness, and abyss. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Each door had the power of 3 laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws had a certain degree of coherence and were opposed to each other. Chapter 28:33. Ancient Ruins. Yi Xian didn't hesitate much and directly chose the door on the left. It could be said that if one chose the door on the right, they would possess the power of the laws of darkness, and the abyss. In that case, they would possess an extremely powerful concealment ability and a certain amount of combat strength. As for the law gate on the left, it had a strong ability to continue fighting. Yi Xian didn't know if walking into the law gate meant that he would be able to possess such a power of law. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yi Xian would choose it. When he arrived at the door, Yi Xian was somewhat worried. He didn't know how to push open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, and it was also impossible to push or pull. Then what should he do? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he had no clue. Yi Xian didn't care about it and directly extended his hand. In just an instant, Yi Xian clearly felt the powerful power of the laws. It felt as though the power of 3 types of laws was entwined in his hand. Yi Xian didn't grasp any of these laws. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't use any of them. Instead, he started to comprehend them with his heart. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of life. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of recovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Yi Xian remained motionless in that position. But along with the system's notification, Yi Xian woke up. At this moment, Yi Xian was rather excited. After all, it was difficult for him to not be excited after comprehending 3 types of law energy at once. One had to know that in the outside world, not to mention 3 types of law energy, even if it was just one type of law energy, and it was just a chance to comprehend it, it would still cause a battle. But at this moment, Yi Xian was actually able to comprehend it so easily. There was no danger, and it didn't even take too much time. Could it be that this was the reward? Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, everything that had happened now couldn't allow Yi Xian to not go in this direction. After all, this surprise was simply too great. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Xian naturally knew the way to enter the Gate of Laws. Actually, this Gate of Laws was just an existence equivalent to a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws at the same time could directly enter. Therefore, the current Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Xian, but if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Xian possessed an eternal bloodline, and he'd also activated a special talent. Xian could comprehend any law. As long as Xian was given the chance and time, then no matter what law it was, Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others couldn't. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to possess too many laws at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection, but a complete rejection. If it was an ordinary person, if they comprehended the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of the power of a law. However, if they wanted to comprehend the power of other laws, it would be extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to comprehend a mutually exclusive power. Only Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability. He could ignore the rules of the laws and comprehend any power of the laws at will. When Xian walked into the Gate of Laws, what he saw caused him to be incomparably shocked. 3 halls. There were only 3 halls here. When Xian entered, there was also a huge stone tablet. He didn't know what material the stone tablet was made of, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. This was because in this secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the fact that the stone tablet was still able to maintain its undamaged appearance meant that it was special. There were ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that there weren't many people in the current god realm that knew these words. Of course, Xian didn't know them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Xian didn't need to get to know him. Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, text analysis in progress. Ding, analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course he had to check. There were no creatures or records in this secret realm. This stone tablet could be considered the only record that Xian could find. Very quickly, the words were translated. Only after Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless experts. Naturally, there were also countless sections. The righteous and evil forces were the same. This secret realm was originally just a secret realm that wasn't too strange, but because of a war, it became quite strange. The Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the strength of the 2 divine palaces was not too outstanding, but they also had their own uniqueness. Because of the disagreement in their ideals, the 2 divine palaces had been fighting for millions of years before the twilight of the gods. The stone tablet recorded the last battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't a war between the 2 divine palaces. Instead, a mysterious organization attacked the 2 divine palaces at the same time for the 2 ancient weapons that the 2 divine palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the 2 opposing forces that had been fighting for millions of years would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even if the 2 divine palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the 2 great shrines were in imminent danger. But at this time the protector appeared. There was no record of what the guardian was, but from their words, Xian could tell that the 2 divine palaces and even the superpowers were incomparably afraid of the guardian. The guardian had mediated this war, but as the price, he had to take away 2 ancient weapons. The 2 divine halls naturally wouldn't be willing, so after some discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed off the secret realm. It could be said that this was a choice of mutual destruction, and the truth was as such. Now that Xian had arrived here, he couldn't see any more living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this secret realm. It was that those who possessed the physique of complete laws could enter, but at the same time, they were also marked. In fact, Xian could already feel 2 rays of light revolving around his divine deity, 1 black and 1 green. There was a forced contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered this place would obtain all the treasures of the 2 divine halls, but at the same time, they would also bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the Guardian. According to the contents of the contract, if Yi Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, then he would be devoured by the two rays of light and perish. Chapter 28:34. Supreme God, damn it! Could it be that these two so-called shrines have a collective mental disorder? Yi Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. In Yi Xian's eyes, the actions of these two shrines were truly too paranoid. They had placed all their hopes on the people who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the people who entered would have the strength to defeat the two great powers? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? Even in ancient times, he was definitely a rare genius with a physique that was full of laws. Furthermore, having two shackles engraved on his divine deity was something that no one would be able to accept. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to choose at all. Now that the matter was settled, the two shackles had silently formed from the moment Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yi Xian had once heard of the law contract. It was said that some experts could use some sort of secret technique to use the power of the laws to set up a contract that was supervised by the laws. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was that the power of the laws would be stripped away, and it was even possible for the divine deity to shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only a legendary expert possessed. Yi Xian just didn't expect that he would encounter a legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One had to know that even the Divine Lord Miemo had never seen such power before. The law contract was no longer as simple as borrowing the power of the laws. It could only be done by communicating with the laws. It could be said that these were two different realms of existence. Generally speaking, that level was called the Supreme God. To be more precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. If Miemo could break through, then he would be able to enter that level. However, Yi Xian was only a mere God King. Moreover, he was only a Tier 1 God King, yet he had already come into contact with something on the level of a Supreme God. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he cried or laughed, the outcome was already set in stone. Therefore, Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this secret realm can only be entered by people with complete physiques of the laws. However, in order to confuse people, they created a few tests. What kind of contract is this? This is simply luring people in. The Shameless Nature Divine Palace, the Shameless Darkness Divine Palace, they actually used such a method to trick me. Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. After all, the actions of the two great halls were truly unworthy of their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was already something that happened in ancient times. In fact, it was possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of them for free. However, even now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other force was apart from knowing that there was a guardian. This time, Yi Xian was rather confused when he searched for treasures in the secret realm. Soon, Yi Xian walked into the hall. There was no protection in the hall. It was obvious that everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain it. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he realize that there wasn't anything important at all. Once one entered the hall, they would discover that the hall was actually divided into two in the middle. The so-called Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had long since merged together. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still be here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether or not Yi Xian truly had a physique of the laws. Once one entered the hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the hall. These two ancient hilts looked like long swords, but the material seemed to be ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two great halls were actually protecting two stone swords, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't believe anything he said. There was something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, the two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible formation that prevented Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the two divine swords at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered closed with a bang. A ray of light shot in front of Yi Xian. Within the light, an aged voice sounded out. "You're finally here." These words seemed to mean that he'd waited for Yi Xian for a long time, but Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say the same thing to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was the kind of Dharma idol that didn't have any abilities and could only be used to transmit certain information. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued. "Fated person, for you to be able to come here, I believe you already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you no longer have a choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used our last bit of strength to set up this ultimate examination. Fated person, please forgive us for having no choice but to treat you with caution. After all, you are our only hope. This hall, this secret realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated person, from this moment onwards, if you want to leave, you can only pass our test. Please work hard for us and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse because he seemed to have been forced to sign a law contract. Just now, he was forced to sign a law contract, and now, he was forced to undergo some 6 tests. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a secret realm set up by an ancient expert. With Yi Xian's current strength, how could he possibly do anything to it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Yi Xian was very clear about this. It was an overlapping space. This place was actually also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the same spot without any changes. What changed was the surrounding environment. To be precise, it brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 28:35. Sudden attack. What exactly were the 6 tests? Yi Xian didn't know at the moment. Perhaps these 6 tests were referring to 6 different tests, or perhaps they were referring to the comprehensive test of the 6 types of law energy. Yi Xian didn't know. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. When the Dharma idol finally finished complaining and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this moment, the environment that Yi Xian was in was an extremely strange space. Around Yi Xian were numerous enormous mountains. Vaguely, one could see the luxurious palaces on the mountaintops. However, there was only one path in front of Yi Xian, a path that could only be walked. After entering the overlapping space, Yi Xian discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It wasn't that there was a restriction, or that there was some sort of suppression. Instead, here, it seemed to be just a flat surface. Simply put, in the outside world there was a height, but here there was no height. The so-called height was only the height that could be seen with the naked eye, but it could only be as high as it could be. It was impossible for it to rise any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of the power of law. Two-dimensional power of law. It was an extremely rare type of power of law. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only length and width, without any height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be able to face it calmly without panicking at all. However, Yi Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the ultimate test that the 2 great shrines had condensed with their final strength be that simple? It was almost impossible for Yi Xian to walk over with his current strength. Fated one, please move forward. Your first test is to walk through this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the beginning of the test. Yi Xian looked at the path in front of him, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. He was afraid that this path wouldn't be easy to walk on. Sure enough, when Yi Xian took his first step, a change immediately occurred. Suddenly, countless Dharma idols condensed on both sides of the so-called path to the heavens. These Dharma idols all appeared incomparably solemn, and their eyes were all locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful gazes wasn't easy to bear. However, Yi Xian no longer had a choice. This was because after Yi Xian took his first step, The space behind him had already transformed into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Yi Xian could only continue walking forward. The god-slaughtering sword was already in Yi Xian's hand. No matter what kind of unknown existence was in front of him, Yi Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Their appearance was without any warning, but there was no doubt that their bodies were powerful. Hoo-hoo! As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they attacked without pause. From the mouths of each divine beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already fallen into danger. That powerful attack caused Yi Xian to have no choice but to dodge. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that any attack would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow zone of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts didn't enter the yellow zone. Yi Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into doubt. What was going on? If those divine beasts wanted to attack him, why wouldn't he attack when he was in the yellow zone? If it wasn't an attack, then such powerful rays of light couldn't be for Yi Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Yi Xian was unable to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding! System prompt. Please note, the current conditions are insufficient. The system is unable to determine. Insufficient conditions? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian didn't provide any valid data to the system at all, so the system had no way of determining what was going on. Now that the system couldn't be counted on, who else could Yi Xian count on? It seemed that Yi Xian was the only one who could continue this test. However, how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attack made Yi Xian very clear that he was powerless to resist it head-on. He couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his brows because he discovered something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Moreover, although countless divine beasts interweaved and attacked, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that the test this time was to test one's dodging ability? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if it really was this kind of test, then it would be too simple. However, Yi Xian couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, so he could only continue according to his own thoughts. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this test of dodging really that easy, as Yi Xian thought? This was a test created by the two great shrines. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely couldn't be described with two simple words. After waiting for a moment, Yi Xian finally prepared to give it a try according to his own thoughts. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged out. In the beginning, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge through the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this test wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. As Yi Xian walked forward on the endless path to the heavens, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw it clearly. It turned out that this so-called divine beast was also a Dharma idol. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols constructed from energy. Powerful divine beast Dharma idols continuously appeared, and the moment they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian arrived at a suitable location. Chapter 28:36. The new use of divine deity. Moreover, the attacks at the start were fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable dodging route in the shortest amount of time, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, regardless of whether he didn't find a suitable route or if his movements were slightly slower, Yi Xian would suffer a berserk attack. That attack was fatal. Yi Xian's figure continuously dodged. Fortunately, because there were two-dimensional laws here, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to his height. However, dodging left and right wasn't that simple. Sometimes, Yi Xian needed to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye in order to dodge one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, A violent pressure descended onto Yi Xian's body. There wasn't the slightest sign of the pressure appearing. Although the pressure wasn't too powerful, it was a sudden eruption that caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to uncontrollably retreat a little. It was just a little distance, but it actually caused Yi Xian to almost die. That was because a berserk attack had descended upon them from that small distance. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and stabilized his figure. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. The consequences of being heavily injured on the path to heaven could be imagined. At that moment, Yi Xian was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. In a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was this? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue forward. This was because every time he took a step forward, a distance would disappear behind him. It felt as if Yi Xian was only at his original spot. It wasn't that Yi Xian was moving, but that the path to the heavens was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on high alert. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? This was something related to Yi Xian's life, so he couldn't afford to joke around. He advanced all the way. It could even be said that it was a hopeless advance, because after all, you didn't know how far you still had to go. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end at all. The pressure that erupted from time to time seemed to be reminding Yi Xian to be careful and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without any warning, but as long as Yi Xian was the slightest bit careless, what awaited him wouldn't be that simple. Forward. Forward. There was no end to it, no end to it. Yi Xian didn't know how long he'd been moving forward, nor did he know how many attacks he dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. No, perhaps, it couldn't be considered as walking. At most, it could only be considered as passing through the first section of the journey. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Wrapped within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture itself, but the thing in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle, and it was unknown what it was made of. Inside the bottle, one could clearly see a ball of light. With just a glance, Yi Xian was able to tell what the light represented. A complete divine deity. Inside the bottle, there was actually a complete divine deity. System, what is that? Yi Xian subconsciously asked the system. Ding. System prompt, target, first-rate divine deity. What do you mean? First-grade divine deity? Could it be that divine deity was divine deity? Wasn't divine deity just divine deity? At most, it was just because of the difference in realms. Why would there be a first-rate divine deity? Yi Xian was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system, System, what is this first-rate divine deity? What is it used for? Ding. System prompt. Divine deity represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the divine deity, the higher this person's potential will be. Divine deity represents divine potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the god realm for such a long time, but he'd never heard of divine deity being differentiated. Thus, Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system's prompt didn't end. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system's prompt continued to ring. Ding. System prompt. Host. Please note, the division of divine deity is similar to the title of the crown, but the title of the crown increases the host's combat strength, while the level of divine deity increases the host's potential. Hearing the system's reply, although Yi Xian had a simple understanding of the use of divine deity, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had completely resolved his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if divine deity has such a use, why is it that no one would have any ideas about other people's divine deity? Ding. System notification. Host. Please note, the division of divine deity has been lost since the ancient times, and only places like the ancient secret realms can have some records. And seizing other people's divine deity to strengthen one's own divine deity only exists in the paramount god realm. The system's answer answered Yi Xian's doubts. It wasn't that no one knew the level of divine deity. It could be said that the level of divine deity had always been there, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. To put it simply, there was no longer any division of godhood in the divine world. That was because the legacies of godhood had been severed. Only in some arcana realms could one learn about the division of godhood, such as this second arcana realm. After all, this second secret realm, strictly speaking, was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about the level of divine deity in the second secret realm. At this moment, Xian actually felt lucky in his heart. After all, it was fortunate that Xian knew about this news ahead of time. One had to know that since there were levels of divine deity, and now, such a divine deity had appeared as a reward on the path to the heavens. Obviously, the divine deity of others could also be used to strengthen their own divine deity. If Xian didn't know about this, then one day, he wouldn't even know that someone was thinking about his divine deity. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine deity, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Xian could be considered lucky, but it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 28:37. Soul-devouring sword god. Of course, there were still a lot of things that Xian didn't know about, and there were naturally a lot of things that were even more terrifying than stripping away divine deity. However, Xian hadn't come into contact with them yet. System, what's the use of this divine deity? Xian asked the system. Since this divine deity was given to him as a reward, then it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding, system notification, host, please note, absorbing the divine deity without an owner can strengthen your own divine deity. Ding, system notification, if you want to obtain the divine deity without an owner, then you can kill the enemy and forcefully strip the enemy's will before the enemy's divine deity shatters, thus preserving the complete divine deity. Ding, system notification, divine deity stripper, is a special profession from the ancient times, but it has now been lost. Was it lost? Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was talking about the entire God Realm or if it was just the God Realm continent. If it was the God Realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Just thinking about it made Xian feel incomparably terrified. What kind of feeling would it be to forcefully strip away a person's will? Previously, Xian knew that the result of the divine deity shattering would be his death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's divine deity was the most effective method of attack. But now the system told Xian that the divine deity didn't need to be destroyed, but directly stripped away. Moreover, once it was stripped out, it could be used as a cultivation method. So it turned out that for the sake of cultivation, he really did everything he could. He didn't know how many more methods were waiting for Xian to discover. Of course, it might be even more terrifying. Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still absorbed the divine deity. Not to mention anything else, Xian was sure that this divine deity was probably left behind by an expert millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once an expert, but who would have thought that millions of years later, he would become Xian's reward? After absorbing the divine deity, Xian didn't discover anything unusual, and his strength didn't increase in the slightest. Something like potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when needed. Afterwards, Xian didn't delay any longer and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many more tests were waiting for Xian. Staying where he was wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, he originally thought that there would be another test, but Xian discovered that there was actually nothing. For a moment, Xian relaxed a little. However, just when Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! A violent force instantly sent Xian flying. It was fortunate that the god-slaughtering armor had always been on Xian's body, so it was able to offset a portion of the attack. However, even the system didn't have time to warn him of this attack. It could be seen how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared in front of the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second secret realm. Something? Yes, he was not a human, nor was he a beast. He was actually a mechanical puppet. Xian had seen quite a few puppets, but he couldn't help but sigh at this mechanical puppet. It was truly a marvelous work of art. This puppet was made from the most common type of divine wood, but it was exceptionally detailed. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the person who came to take the exam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, You have no chance of passing my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yi Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually be looked down upon by a puppet. What was a puppet? It was simply a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, after all, an object without a soul. But Yi Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yi Xian feel good? That was simply a lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yi Xian was infuriated as he directly asked the system. Ding! System prompt, designated target, no realm. No realm? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What did this not mean? Without a realm, he could repel Yi Xian in one move? Yi Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie at all. In that case, it was obvious that the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed as though it had some sort of unique methods. Yi Xian frowned. He paused for a moment, then ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaughtering sword and charged out. This time, Yi Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and a puppet that didn't even have a cultivation base, then it would be a little unreasonable. Die! Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The immense power caused a whirlwind to spring up on the path to heaven. Unfortunately, it was useless. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god-slaughtering sword had encountered something that couldn't be destroyed at all. Yi Xian's fierce strike only left a white mark on the puppet's body. So hard. What exactly was this thing made of? Could it be that it was really just an ordinary divine wood? Impossible. How could an ordinary divine wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. However, at the same time Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually just a little fellow who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Lord stage. No wonder he's so weak. Little fellow, this isn't a place you can come to. You should go back quickly. Once again he was despised. Yi Xian was despised by a puppet once again. Damn it! Yi Xian was incomparably furious. Go back, if only he could go back. Right now, Yi Xian didn't have a choice at all. He could either fight and clear all the way, or he could be trapped here to death. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. Attack. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, kill him. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time as he released the sword attendants and Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian also used other methods. Dharma Idol. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma idols, and now, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma idol to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine continent. In the heavens, only the sword can kill souls. Soul-devouring sword god Dharma idol, come out. Chapter 28:38. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time, the Dharma idol was attached to his body. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was different from the other Dharma idols. Not to mention the enemy, even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected. Why did he choose the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and other living beings also had souls. However, there were no puppets. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain specific tasks according to their master's wishes. But now there were no longer any living people in the secret realm, yet this puppet was carrying out its mission. It even made its own judgment and felt that Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, then it would be easy to deal with it. It could be said that facing such a powerful puppet, using the soul as an attack point was Yi Xian's best and only chance. The soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol restrained the soul, so Yi Xian used the soul-devouring sword god. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem to be much different from before. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to dodge like Yi Xian did when he attacked. Instead, it directly dodged far away. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel so scared? The puppet had already jumped away when it moved, but it still asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the puppet's question, the 1,000-beast sword attendant, the flower god sword attendant, and the 100 flowers flower god attacked first. However, this did not arouse the puppet's vigilance at all. Instead, with a casual wave of his hand, a violent force actually swept away the god rank mounts, the 100 flowers flower god, and the 1,000-beast sword attendant and the flower god sword attendant. There was no way to resist. In front of this puppet, a powerful god rank mount didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize just how much shock it had brought Yi Xian. At this moment, its eyes were still blinking as it looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet. Just what was this guy made of? How could he be so powerful? What should he do? It seemed that all of Yi Xian's methods were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to make a move to know that it was impossible for him to defeat this puppet. However, if he didn't defeat this puppet, it meant that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue forward. There was only one final result, and that was to be trapped here to death. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Feeling the power of the soul-devouring sword god on his body, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Perhaps, this wasn't a test for Yi Xian at all, but a reward for him. Whether it was the 1,000-beast sword attendant or the flower god sword attendant. Actually, Yi Xian had long since discovered that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At the very least, before they strengthened it, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current footsteps. In that case, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the 1,000-beast sword attendant. There were many ways to strengthen the 1,000-beast sword attendant. However, why did he have to strengthen the 1,000-beast sword attendant itself? If the soul on this puppet was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that the 1,000-beast sword attendant would be able to occupy the puppet's body? If it succeeded, then how much would the strength of the 1,000-hand sword attendant increase by? It could be said to have increased by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be overjoyed? Although he didn't know what this puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the material of his body was extremely special and powerful. And the soul-devouring sword god had a special ability called Soul Battle. The name of the Soul Battle divine ability was simple, and its meaning was also very simple. It was used to allow the souls of two designated targets to fight against each other. This was a method used by the soul-devouring sword god to deal with enemies. Moreover, enemies were often able to escape this kind of control. One had to know that once the enemy saw through it, they would naturally not be able to fight. However, Yi Xian now had a new method of using it. He wanted to fight the soul of the 1,000-beast sword attendant with the soul of the puppet, and he wanted the 1,000-beast sword attendant to seize the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of depression from before. All that was left in his heart was ecstasy. In fact, Yi Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure." Wasn't that so? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the 1,000-beast sword attendant succeeded, it could be said that the effect would be better than leveling up several times. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the 1,000-beast sword attendant would definitely not go against him. He was afraid that the 1,000-beast sword attendant would be extremely happy in his heart. Yi Xian had gambled this round. In any case, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer a greater loss. After all, if he failed, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be trapped here for who knew how long. 1,000-beast sword attendant, are you ready? Yi Xian lightly asked with a smile on his face. The 1,000-beast sword attendant nodded. He naturally understood Yi Xian's thoughts. Since everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of the soul, soul of the soul, thousands of reincarnations, revolving and unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted an incantation and launched an attack. He didn't know what era this soul-devouring sword god was from, but he still had to chant an incantation to activate a divine ability. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma Idol ability, the bodies of the Thousand Beasts sword attendant and the puppet stiffened at the same time, not moving an inch. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what that kind of battle was, so he could only wait silently. 2 hours. Another 2 hours. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't care about how long had passed. But finally the result was out. The Thousand Beast swordsman suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beast sword attendant failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't indicate that the Thousand Beast sword attendant had died, so Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he closely stared at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved and charged towards Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Chapter 2839. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet, and had even found a new body for the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Ding! System notification. Host, please note, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant has evolved into a Divine Wood Sword Servant due to special opportunities. All of the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's original abilities have disappeared, and it has obtained the Divine Wood Sword Servant's exclusive abilities. Infinite Defense, Infinite Growth, Infinite Resurrection. Infinite Defense. The Divine Wood Sword Servant can expand or shrink all of its defense at will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power will weaken. Infinite Growth. The Divine Wood Sword Servant's original body is a divine wood, so it can cultivate on its own, but the speed is extremely slow. Infinite Resurrection. The Divine Wood Sword Servant has the special ability to revive a withered tree. Even if it dies completely, as long as there is a little bit of its body left, it can instantly revive. F***CK. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. This Divine Wood Sword Servant seemed to be even stronger than the Thousand Beast Sword Servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be nothing special, in reality, Yi Xian was very clear about how abnormal these three abilities were. Being able to control the range of his defense according to his will was equivalent to allowing Yi Xian to have a map of his defense. The key was that even if this defense was broken, it could immediately recover. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. However, just how powerful was the defense of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's puppet? Yi Xian had personally experienced it, and even the God-slaughtering sword was unable to harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defense wasn't strong enough? Moreover, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on his own. Although it was a little slow, there was at least some hope. In the future, Yi Xian might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter to increase the speed of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's improvement. Speaking of which, could it be that this didn't prove how powerful the Divine Wood Sword Servant was? Of course, it was a pity that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's previous abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to obtaining a new ability, Yi Xian didn't care much about the ability to disappear. In any case, the God rank mount didn't disappear. Instead, it returned to Yi Xian's hands. Thinking about it, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant actually didn't lose much of its abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian was incomparably delighted, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be trapped here forever. There were no obstructions along the way. That puppet was basically the only way out of this place. Yi Xian's method of passing the trial might be a little suspicious of cheating, but after all, as long as he could pass, then no matter what method he used, there was nothing worth caring about. Here, Yi Xian once again obtained a first-rate divine deity. Of course, Yi Xian also absorbed it. Who knew if he would ever encounter a complete divine deity in the future? The current battle was all about breaking the opponent's divine deity, and causing the opponent to completely perish. It seemed like the divine realm continent no longer had such a method. Thus, to Yi Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete divine deity. After passing 2 trials in a row, Yi Xian's mood relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that the 2 divine halls tests were ultimately meant to strengthen Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set up by the 2 divine halls seemed to be too high level. Perhaps they didn't expect that a person with a physique that was full of laws would actually be someone who hadn't even broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Perhaps, their initial position was that no matter what, they had to reach the level of a paramount god to be able to enter this place. Of course, no matter what the two divine halls thought, the current Yi Xian had no way of knowing. The only choice he could make was to continue moving forward. Only by continuously moving forward would Yi Xian have the chance to leave this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Yi Xian walked to the next safe area, he was still shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space, as if it was overlooking the world. Just a glance at it made Yi Xian feel as if his soul had been suppressed. Strange eyes, powerful strength. Could it be that this was the third stage's test? Moreover, this eye did not exist at all, but was formed from the power of the laws. The black pupil represented the power of the three great laws of the darkness divine palace. The white eye was formed from the power of the three great laws of the nature divine palace. As for the eye socket, it was the law of primal chaos. It was as if the law of primal chaos wanted to repair the eye formed from the power of the six great laws, or as if the eye formed from the power of the six great laws was trying to break free from the restraints of the law of primal chaos. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring fixedly at Yi Xian. What exactly was the test of this stage? Yi Xian was puzzled. At this moment, he hadn't suffered any attacks, nor did he feel anything different. Yi Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Yi Xian understand that he was undergoing an examination. However, this examination wasn't something that Yi Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was the eye that occupied the entire sky. Yi Xian continued forward. Other than continuing forward, he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there wasn't any power to suppress Yi Xian felt his body relax. It was the power of the two-dimensional laws. The power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared. Sure enough, Yi Xian had already flown into the sky the moment he moved. However, the power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared, and the huge eye in the sky was still there. Thus, Yi Xian didn't dare to fly too high. This was because every time Yi Xian flew an inch higher into the sky, he would feel the pressure increase by a bit. Xia Ran, that huge eye, was not just used to look. Just what was the test of this stage? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, after all, it was impossible for Yi Xian to know what had not happened. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that covered Yi Xian. No system notification sounded out, allowing Yi Xian to understand that this light wasn't harmful to Yi Xian. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian wasn't puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 6 loud sounds accompanied by 6 rays of light descended from the sky. They were also emitted from the eyes. 6 people. This time, it wasn't a puppet, but a real 6 figures. Chapter 2840. Origin Secret Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what would happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Following that, all 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, none of them made any movements. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. "You're the chosen one?" One of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful force exploded from his body, allowing Yi Xian to know that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I'm the chosen one." Although Yi Xian didn't know who these people were, he didn't dare to hide it. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the 6 of them simultaneously focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average aptitude. Weak. Ordinary bloodline. Magic treasures are useless. Your mastery of the laws is not bad. The 6 of them, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point that he was useless. Yi Xian couldn't interrupt at all because the 6 of them didn't pay any attention to him. "Forget it. We don't have much time left. We don't have any other choice. Let's join hands and send him there," one of the 6 said indifferently. "Where to? Where to?" Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. However, it seemed that he didn't have the right to speak at all. Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to get out of there. Then what do you think we can do? At this time, what other choice do we have? Our 2 shrines only have one spot to go there, and in millions of years, only such a little fellow who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 shrines has appeared. Do we still have time to ascend for 1,000,000 years? That's right, we have no choice. However, we might as well let him go to the lowest level zone first. I remember that each of us has a teleportation chance in our hands, so why don't we give him all 6 chances? Where he can go will depend on his own luck. What do you guys think? And I think so. I'm afraid right now, this is the only choice. Yi Xian really wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were going to send him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be useless. Suddenly, a dragon mark universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger without any warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flew uncontrollably towards the eye in the sky. What exactly do you want to do to me? At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less as he loudly spoke to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 6 of them were still muttering to themselves and completely ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. It's your luck to be able to enter that place, and it's also the only chance for our 2 shrines to fall or become stronger. Yi Xian entered the eye along with this voice. Afterwards, a powerful law energy was activated, and in an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. When Yi Xian woke up once more, he already knew where he was, the boundary realm. The realm was a special place. It said that it existed, but as long as one's strength did not reach a certain level and their luck was not good enough, not to mention entering, even knowing about it would be very difficult. The realm was also a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the God realm. This place could be considered a secret realm, but it was not a secret realm. Legend has it that the realm was the birthplace of the laws. Those who were able to enter this place were definitely the most powerful geniuses and the most powerful forces in the God realm. No one knew where the realm was located, but those who knew were all yearning for it. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities here. But at this moment, the place Yi Xian was pointing to was only the lowest level of existence in the realm. The world zone was like a tall pagoda. However, each level of the world zone was like a boundless continent. In fact, each level was even larger than the God world. This was because this realm had its own unique law, and that was infinite reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, no one would be able to reach the end of their path. Because with every step they took, the law of infinite reproduction would expand the continent by a bit. This was not something that could be created by human power, but was naturally born from the mysterious law. Of course, the realm might be called another way to let the people of the God realm know what kind of place it was. Origin Secret Realm. There were many other names for the realm. Origin Secret Realm, Ancestral Grounds, Primordial Chaos, Starting Point. There were many different names. Different races, different inheritances, and so the names were different. However, the Origin Secret Realm was the most widely used. To be more precise, this realm was actually the ultimate inheritance of the God realm. It had been like this since the Primordial Era, followed by the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. In every period of time, this special Origin Secret Realm would always exist. Perhaps the other secret realms would disappear, but the Origin Secret Realm would not disappear at all. Of course, the Origin Secret Realm was incomparably vast, reaching as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin Secret Realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation gate that only appeared once in countless years, and then be teleported to an unknown place. The second was the special method of leaving that the various great powers grasped. For example, the 6 chances that the 2 shrines had given Yi Xian to leave. The third method was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace in every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation gate that led out of the Origin Secret Realm. Thus, becoming the master of the Origin Palace would give one the opportunity to enter and exit the Origin Secret Realm. Of course, the so-called Origin Palace Master was meant to become the most powerful existence on this level. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an incomparably powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with God Emperor realm existences. As for a God King like Yi Xian, he could really be considered to be an exception. Why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yi Xian curiously asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around, but was actually unable to see through his cultivation. System, detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification. Host's cultivation level is insufficient, unable to view. Unable to view. Didn't that mean that this person's strength far surpassed Yi Xian's by far too much? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why was it that in the outside world powerful existences that could become divine lords were everywhere here? Chapter 2841. Demon God Divine Domain. Yi Xian didn't even know about such a terrifying place before. At this moment, Yi Xian felt powerless. He really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that his cultivation was really only at the God King realm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't dare to say it. After all, the God King realm was simply an exception here. Oh, isn't it just a realm? What's there to care about? Yi Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently to that person. Who knew that person would actually smile and say, "That's true. In our first level, basically everyone has just entered the Origin Secret Realm. How could there be so much to pay attention to? I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the Paramount God Realm. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Zhang. Even the Chain Trap Secret Realm, you even reached that secret realm?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer so easily. However, could it be that these people all came from a certain secret realm? Could it be that they weren't from the divine realm? Where is this Chain Trap Secret Realm? Why don't I know about it? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked a question in return. Even if you don't know, our Chain Trap Secret Realm is only a very weak one in the ancient Lost Race Secret Realm Alliance. This time, our entire secret realm only got 3 slots to enter the Origin Secret Realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the Divine Realm, we can only come to the Origin Secret Realm if we want to break through. What do you mean? Yi Xian was a little stunned. Ancient Lost Race Secret Realm Alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that he had lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people weren't from the Divine Realm continent at all? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood that it would be strange if they were from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but he was a divine master of the Kunlun god domain. If these people were to be placed outside, they would be existences that surpassed Mi Ming or Mi Ming. They couldn't possibly say that they were all divine masters of a god domain, right? If that was the case, no matter how big the Divine Realm continent was, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up. A single Kunlun god domain was the size of 3 million realms, and a single realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the Divine Realm continent was, it was impossible for it to have hundreds of thousands of divine masters. Moreover, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock and fear. He suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Although Yi Xian's methods were impressive, Yi Xian discovered that his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in the origin grounds. Is he really just a god king? That's impossible. If you want to enter the origin realm, you have to be at least at the god emperor realm. How did a mere first-grade god king like him get in? Something strange. Right, there must be something strange about this guy. There must be something special about him. Could it be that he came from the legendary Divine Realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him, but some of them saw through his true strength with a single glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade god king to appear in the Origin Realm. And that sentence, that Yi Xian came from the legendary Divine Realm continent, attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He really wanted to say that this place as well as these people should be described as legends. He didn't expect that he would become an existence of legends. However, facing so many powerful existences, just the aura they emitted was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This wasn't the aura of 1 or 2 experts, but the pressure condensed from the aura of countless experts. However, it was a good thing that although these people were discussing amongst themselves, no one really made a move against Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter and exit this place at will, then leaving now and raising his strength outside before coming in might be the wisest choice. The mysterious origin realm wasn't something that Yi Xian's current strength was qualified to stay inside. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd, found a deserted place, and activated the teleportation. These 6 teleportations didn't use teleportation talismans or anything else, but were directly bound to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian only needed a thought to activate the teleportation and leave. Perhaps in the eyes of others, advancing from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm would indeed require a lot of time, and it would even be difficult for them to achieve it in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian was different. Therefore, Yi Xian dared to go out. Of course he had to go out. Only after his strength rose to the God Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian only thought about how powerful the origin realm was, so he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that those 6 experts wouldn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was impossible for them to teleport Yi Xian to the 2nd secret realm. Thus, after Yi Xian was teleported away, he was stunned to discover that he'd once again arrived at an unfamiliar place. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xian knew that this wasn't the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a wasteland. Yi Xian could tell that this wasteland might have been a bustling place countless years ago, but now there were only weeds, withered trees, and dilapidated walls. Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he really wanted to know where this place was, it seemed that the most important thing right now was to be able to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place, so Yi Xian still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yi Xian directly flew forward. One mountain after another flew past Yi Xian's feet. However, Yi Xian discovered that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yi Xian saw a building. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly landed. This was because Yi Xian wanted to find someone else to ask where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yi Xian landed on the ground, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a gathering place for divine beasts. "Who are you?" At the same time that Yi Xian landed, a strange divine beast arrived in front of him. Since it could speak the human language, it was obvious that this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2842. Exterminating All. "Who are you guys?" Yi Xian coldly asked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the other party's numbers. "How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be rude to me?" Another divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. The divine beast transformed into a human and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as it cursed. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet, then he was suspected by the experts in the origin realm. Now, even a mere divine beast dared to point at Yi Xian's nose and speak like this. "Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me." Yi Xian frowned slightly as he gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and charged towards the divine beast. Puchi! A sword pierced through. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through. This was because although this divine beast could take human form, its strength wasn't very strong. "Damned fellow, you actually dared to kill." "No, he's a human, he's a spy from the Kunlun divine domain." A divine beast saw through Yi Xian's identity and roared loudly. The moment this human spoke, the surrounding divine beasts immediately pounced over, causing Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. He actually said that he was a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. Then, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Furthermore, it was a divine domain that was at odds with the Kunlun divine domain. And right now, wasn't the enemy of the Kunlun divine domain the demon god's divine domain? Could it be that he had actually been teleported to the demon god's divine domain? For a moment, Yi Xian was incomparably puzzled. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the 2 divine halls in the 2nd secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's divine domain wasn't something impossible. "Damn it, capture the spy!" A divine beast roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian wouldn't be polite either. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yi Xian. "Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, Kill for me. Divine Wood Sword Attendant, it's time for you to make your move. Kill them all. This was the demon god's divine domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill these fellows from the demon god's divine domain, then they would definitely spread the news. At that time, Yi Xian would probably face the pursuit of the entire demon god's divine domain. The demon god's divine domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun divine domain. Then, once he was chased by the entire demon god's divine domain, the consequences could be imagined. If that was really the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The two gods' slaughtering swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, a bloody storm rained down, and the Divine Wood Sword Attendant also showed no mercy. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant's defense was incomparably strong, and its attack power was not weak either. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant waved its hands continuously, and every time it waved, a divine beast would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Regardless of whether it was in human form or in its original form, no divine beast could withstand a single attack from the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. Yi Xian stood on the spot as he looked at the purgatory around him. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. After all, these were all divine beasts, and they were divine beasts from the demon god's divine realm. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had also heard that in the demon god's divine realm, humans could be said to be like slaves. They couldn't even be considered slaves. Humans were delicious snacks for these divine beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these divine beasts. In just a short moment, all of the divine beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian depressed was that the news had still leaked. Yi Xian's movements couldn't be said to be slow, but the number of divine beasts gathered here had reached over 10,000. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have the time to kill them all. In the end, there were still some divine beasts that spread the news. Once this news spread, Yi Xian knew very well what he would face next. A war between a single person and a divine domain. If Yi Xian wanted to live, then he could only walk out of the demon god's divine domain. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's divine domain. Yi Xian wouldn't give up on searching for her. Since he'd already arrived at the demon god's divine domain, Yi Xian wouldn't mind causing a ruckus. Devour. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the corpses of the tens of thousands of divine beasts were directly devoured by Yi Xian. Although the strength of these divine beasts was average and couldn't allow Yi Xian to level up, using the method of devouring to deal with the traces of battle was a very good method. Come out, I know you're hiding there. After doing all of this, Yi Xian casually spoke to a large tree. This was because Yi Xian had long since sensed that there was a person hiding within the tree. To be more precise, it was a divine beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise, I definitely won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Sure enough, after Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man, half-beast with a pig's head walked out. As soon as he came out, he directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian indifferently asked the half-man, half-pig divine beast. I want to live, please don't kill me. The divine beast frantically knelt in front of Yi Xian and continuously kowtowed. All right, if you want to live, then answer my questions honestly. However, if you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast. When the divine beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, where is this place? Replying to my lord, this is the territory of the Heavenly Dragon King. Heavenly Dragon King? Who is the Heavenly Dragon King? Tell me the details. Yes. Replying to my lord, this Heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under the Divine Lord. He is a lord under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including our realm, as well as the surrounding 100 realms, they are all his territory. Lord? Yi Xian was slightly astonished. However, thinking that this was the demon god's divine domain and not the Kunlun divine domain, he didn't think too much about it. After all, every divine domain had its own system and rules. As for this demon god's divine domain, it was a system of enfeoffment. A mere lord of 100 realms territory, this fellow was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, this divine beast didn't know much, so it wasn't of any help to Yi Xian at all. Thus, Yi Xian killed him with a single sword strike without hesitation. Heavenly Dragon King? Perhaps, this Heavenly Dragon King knew more things. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the cave where the Heavenly Dragon King was. Some of the experts of the demon god's divine domain liked to imitate the Kunlun divine domain and build huge cities to live in. However, there were also some who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wilderness. This Heavenly Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was also very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 28:43. Lord Heavenly Dragon King. After all, it was the place where the Heavenly Dragon King lived, so there were quite a few divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian wouldn't care that much. The strength of these divine beasts were generally very average. Even the Heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yi Xian, a high-level divine king. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Heavenly Dragon King's cave? When a transformed divine beast saw Yi Xian coming over, it directly stood in front of him. With a casual glance, Yi Xian could already tell that this fellow was only a mere third-grade divine lord. Of course, an inferior divine lord would probably be considered an expert under the Heavenly Dragon King. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yi Xian. Thus, he was destined to die. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The god-slaughtering sword flew out and killed the divine beast with a single strike. When Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a moment later, the mountain was filled with the sounds of people, and a large group of divine beasts had already come out. After a while, the Heavenly Dragon King directly rushed out. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? The moment the Heavenly Dragon King came out, he roared loudly. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification. Target, Superior Grade 4 God King Realm. Superior Grade 4 God King? Perhaps in this area, he could be called the Overlord. However, if he met Yi Xian, then he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Dragon King and indifferently said, I'll give you two choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then, I can consider sparing your life. Second, if you don't accept it, then I will take your head. The Heavenly Dragon King looked at Yi Xian as his eyes flickered. No matter what, he was the lord of this area. Now that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially after the Heavenly Dragon King saw through Yi Xian's identity and knew his strength, he laughed out loud. Human, it's actually a human. Furthermore, it's a human at the Superior Grade 1 God King realm. Could it be that you're that divine lord from the human clan's resistance army? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of ants actually want to try and resist. Furthermore, they even arrogantly call themselves divine lords. Human brat, could it be that you're here to be my snack? Disdain. This was the disdain of the thorns. Even though the Heavenly Dragon King had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care at all. In the Heavenly Dragon King's eyes, there was only boundless disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god's domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a Superior Grade 1 God King, the Heavenly Dragon King had the cultivation of a Superior Grade 4 God King. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't meet Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly attacked the Heavenly Dragon King. Because to deal with this fellow, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Audacious human clan ant, you're courting death. The one who shouted this was not the Heavenly Dragon King, but an expert beside the Heavenly Dragon King. This fellow also had the cultivation of a medium grade 6 God King. However, in the demon god's domain, the human clan had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, there was no need to even think about cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It could be said that other than a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people did not have any decent divine abilities. Treasures and the like were even more out of the question. This fellow had enough confidence to kill Yi Xian. In his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a food, A human that wasn't even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He wasn't one of the humans that had been bullied for countless years in the demon god's domain. Die! Yi Xian casually pointed. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. Yi Xian used the 6 syllables incantation. The divine beast that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago died on the spot in the next moment. What? What's going on? In an instant, all the demon gods were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, they all felt that the human race was the lowliest race. They were just their food. Could food kill its master? They wouldn't have such a thought. Therefore, these divine beasts didn't know what was going on with the sudden death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. But then they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, by the time they found out, it was already too late. 6 syllables incantation. Destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a mysterious and profound power was activated once again. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art. Extermination symbol art. Extermination race. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art against these divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. This time, over 1,000 divine beasts fell to the ground. They couldn't be any more dead. You, who exactly are you? This time, even a fool could tell that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they understood that the death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast was caused by Yi Xian. Although they didn't know how Yi Xian did it, it didn't stop them from determining that it was Yi Xian's doing. Damn it, human brat, you're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't return, the heavenly dragon king gave the order and countless divine beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. Even if these divine beasts were weaker than Yi Xian, they weren't afraid at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's divine domain. It could be said that Yi Xian was facing a divine domain by himself. If he showed mercy, then he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, these divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain didn't even see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and killed them at will. Then, why would Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to treat them as resources that he could devour. Mighty heaven shaking, magic treasure form, leave none alive. At the same time that the divine beasts charged over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a god-slaughtering sword and immediately controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to charge out. Of course, Yi Xian himself moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2844. Capturing the Dragon King. Absolute Zero. The moment Yi Xian made his move, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero smashed towards the slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the heavens. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the divine beasts of the demon god's domain finally experienced what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. They could only wait to be killed. At this moment, some of the divine beasts couldn't help but recall how they had surrounded and killed those humans. Wasn't it the same? It was just like now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoy the feast. And today, they were the ones being hunted down and killed at will. At the very least, they didn't have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent they were, the more terrifying they were. Other than the despairing cries of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. On the mountain top of the space, only miserable screams echoed. Stop, stop right now. The heavenly dragon king couldn't help but shout loudly as he watched his people being continuously killed by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. The heavenly dragon king was enraged and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't even need Yi Xian to make a move. Just the divine wood sword attendant alone was enough to put the heavenly dragon king in danger. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, the heavenly dragon king would have died countless times. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die.
I beg of you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again.
Countless voices reverberated in the mountains. However, they wouldn't be exchanged for Yi Xian's benevolence, no matter what evil deeds they'd committed. For his own sake, Yi Xian wouldn't let the divine beasts here leave alive. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was controlling the two god-slaughtering swords to fly around the surroundings. Any divine beast that tried to escape would be mercilessly killed by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the flower god sword attendant, and continued to kill. Because of the eternal night domain, these divine beasts, who could no longer see anything, could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voice meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Heavenly Dragon King, who was having a hard time fighting against the divine wood sword attendant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have any fighting spirit left. It could be said that he only wanted to escape from this terrifying human race. However, he couldn't do it at all. In front of Yi Xian, he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, Yi Xian arrived beside the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have half of his previous arrogant appearance. When he saw Yi Xian walk over, he hurriedly knelt in front of him.
My lord, spare me.
My lord, spare me. He clearly had the cultivation of a high-level 4th-grade God King, but at this moment, the Sky King only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The impression that Yi Xian gave the Heavenly Dragon King was too deep, so deep that he would never forget it. That invincible attitude of casually slaughtering millions of divine beasts made this Heavenly Dragon King not have the slightest bit of resistance. I'll give you another chance. Choose, are you obedient, or let me kill you? In any case, if I kill you, the other divine beasts will definitely cherish this chance to live. No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to. The Heavenly Dragon King said loudly. At this moment, he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Yi Xian nodded his head. In an instant, the divine wood sword attendant returned to Yi Xian's side from the Heavenly Dragon King's side. However, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He only wanted to escape? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because the Heavenly Dragon King knew very well that Yi Xian's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Don't think that just because Yi Xian's realm was lower than his, Yi Xian was weaker than him. In reality, just a single divine wood sword attendant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. Alright, if you want to live, then listen to me obediently. Yi Xian didn't care about this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use for this Heavenly Dragon King, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing him. Devour. With a wave of his hand, the divine beast corpses that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Ding. System notification. Host has broken through. Current realm. 2nd grade high-level God King realm. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest expression. After all, Yi Xian knew that if he didn't reach the God Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Origin Secret realm. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste killing these divine beasts. The current Yi Xian would seize any opportunity to increase his strength. Yi Xian directly walked out with the Heavenly Dragon King. In Yi Xian's eyes, this demon god's domain could be considered a pretty good place. If Yi Xian could kill so many divine beasts, it would undoubtedly provide Yi Xian with quite a bit of cultivation. Quickly raising his cultivation and searching for Luo Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Yi Xian right now. As for anything else, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to think about it. Not long after Yi Xian left with the Heavenly Dragon King, a group of divine beasts arrived. However, when they saw the bloodstains on the mountain, they didn't see any corpses or any survivors. These people retreated in fear. Within a small area of the demon god's domain, a piece of news spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had snuck into the demon god's domain. Moreover, he had killed every beast he saw, leaving no survivors. Even an overlord's territory had been completely wiped out. Of course, there was also another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as a snack by the divine beasts, had actually produced an expert who went around killing divine beasts. But no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon god's domain. No one was willing to face Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Xian was. There were even quite a few indignant divine beasts that formed teams to kill Xian. Of course, there were also lords who issued orders to capture Xian. However, the next few days were abnormally average, causing people to be unable to understand what Xian was going to do. Actually, what Xian wanted to do now was very simple. It was to head to a genius training camp in the demon god's domain. Just like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon god's domain naturally had an existence similar to an academy. However, in the demon god's domain, it was called a cave. This wasn't the cave that the human race was talking about, but a real cave. Xian was going to a place called the Water Moon Cave. Many geniuses of the demon god's domain were gathered here. Originally, Xian hoped that the Heavenly Dragon King would be able to provide him with information about Lualua's whereabouts or a way to leave the demon god's domain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon King was only a small character in the demon god's domain. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Heavenly Dragon King at all. It was useless to Xian. Chapter 2845. 2433. Eating humans. The Water Moon Cave was, after all, the place where the geniuses of the demon god's divine realm gathered. Hence, all the people here were divine beasts in human form. When Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he'd arrived at the territory of the human race. After all, the entire city was filled with all kinds of divine beasts in human form. However, Xian was very clear that this wasn't the territory of the human race. After all, the customs and habits here were completely different. At this moment, Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like the Kunlun divine realm, although many divine beasts didn't need to eat and wouldn't be affected in any way, they were still used to eating something delicious. Xian was prepared to taste the special dishes of the demon god's divine realm. Waiter, what special dishes do you have in your restaurant? Xian asked the waiter. The waiter's strength was not bad. He already had the cultivation of a low-level divine king. At this moment, the waiter looked at Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich man. Aya, this customer, you really are in luck. Today, I have a few new desserts. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, tell me about it. What's delicious? Xian was also interested as he asked the waiter. All right, please take a look. This is a human dessert caught from the distant snowy region. The taste is very delicious. Our shop's chef specially chose 10,000-year-old snow lotus velvet, 1,000-year-old ice heart soul spirit, 9,000-year-old divine water returning spirit grass, and has already added, and other divine herbs, put the fresh twin human babies into the altar, refine them for 49 days, remove all impurities, and then refine them for 99 days with a live fire for 81 days. In this way, not only will the taste be incomparably delicious, but even when you eat it, the two babies will still be alive. All right, sir, please watch. With a wave of his hand, another image of a blade appeared in front of Xian. This time, it wasn't a baby, but a peerlessly beautiful young girl. Customer, look, this is a special ingredient made from human race's top-grade beauties. The main dish of the fairy banquet, the exquisite fairy. Look at how smooth the skin of a human girl is, how tender the meat is, whether it's eaten raw or cooked, it's still delicious. Xian frowned. There were actually two dishes that used humans as the main ingredients. Xian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was unbearable. However, Xian was well aware that this was the demon god's domain after all. Thus, even if Xian was angry in his heart, he could only be angry and not say anything. Since I've met you, then it can be considered fate. I only have this much power. If I can save one, then it's one. Xian silently thought in his heart. After all, he had a purpose for coming to the Water Moon Cave, so it wasn't good for him to cause a ruckus. This human beauty is not bad. And those two babies, don't put them in the dish yet. Bring them to me. Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three of them. Hearing Xian's words, the waiter revealed a slightly surprised expression at first, but he didn't think too much about it. However, he awkwardly said, This request of the customer doesn't make sense. These are just two main dishes. Why would the customer have such a request? In the eyes of the waiter, Xian's request was indeed incomparably strange. After all, Who would have nothing better to do than look at the appearance of the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Could it be that the customer is afraid that the dishes aren't fresh enough? Rest assured, the dishes in our shop are all freshly caught, so they are guaranteed to be incomparably fresh. Is that so? Could it be that those 2 babies were also caught by you? Yi Xian's face revealed a displeased expression. This wasn't a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already extremely furious in his heart. Aren't you making things difficult for me? These 2 babies are indeed newly born children of a human that my shop caught. However, this can definitely guarantee their freshness. Enough, if I say I want to see him, then I want to see him. With a bang, Yi Xian directly slapped the table. A table refined from high-grade black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw Yi Xian getting angry, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately said, "Sir, please don't be angry. This lowly one will immediately inform the kitchen." The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. This was a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. No matter what the cultivation level of the young people here was, young Master Shang had an incomparably deep background. He wasn't in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian get angry, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, the waiter brought 2 people in. Each of them was dragging a cage in their hands. In one cage was the young girl, and in the other cage were the 2 babies. Ding! System notification, detected a special bloodline, goddess bloodline. He didn't expect that the system would give him a notification as soon as the girl arrived. This girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's divine domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, the human race was only the lowest level of food in the demon god's divine domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised as he directly asked the waiter, "What's the price of these 2 dishes?" Seeing Yi Xian ask about the price, the waiter immediately revealed a smile and said, "Dear customer, these 2 dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones, which is a very cheap price. If you like it, my shop can even give you a 20% discount. Only 40,000 spirit stones will do." 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline, 3 lives, was only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian frowned, but there was nothing he could do. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. "All right, count carefully. There are a total of 50,000 spirit stones here. I don't want any discount from you. I want these 2 dishes. Open the cage, I want to take them away now." Dear customer, although eating it raw is a good choice, after all, the human race is not clean. I'm afraid eating it raw will cause unnecessary problems. Dear customer, why don't you leave it to my shop to deal with it? All right, I don't need you to care what I want to do. Scram! Yi Xian roared as he violently broke open the 2 cages. Since Yi Xian had already paid, no one would say anything when he broke open the cage. "Follow me," Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he'd already absorbed the 2 babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he didn't choose to go all out. Even though he knew very well that he had already been treated as food, he could only helplessly accept his fate. This was the helplessness of the human race in the demon god realm. Sometimes, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they were powerless to resist.